더 나아야 돼요. 근데 그거를 계속 좁히고 있다가 싸움을 거는 모습이 있었고, 자 일단은
인천 모든 또다시 성남 교전인데 여기 이제 오메가가 나와 있기 때문에요. 물러서고 싶지 않은 두 팀이고요.
입니다.
그렇죠. 그 인천 같은 경우에는 자, 이제 인천은 아니지만 모던이 알파 버프를 갖고 있었거든요. 그래서 몰살을 먹으려고 했는데 그마저도 일단 인천이 오메가 마무리를 했습니다.
그렇습니다. 이거 잡아주고 그 다음에 피스메이커, 그 다음에 기적 실현,
생명보험이 안 끝납니다.
조회까지 마무리하고 또다시 2킬을
4일차 밤까지 언제 기다리죠?
균열이
이거 균열 낚시.
이거 잠깐만요.
거기는 가면 안 돼.
너무 맛있는데요.
풍요 큐브를
심지어 윌리엄 궁극기 없어서 이거 무조건 잡혔어요.
잡혔어요.
돈이 필요했던 윌리엄은 이렇게 마무리가
시각을 당할 수도 있는 부분도 있고
거래 내 팀이네요.
돌아오고
그래서 지금 이렇게 밀어 넣고 있는 건데 이건 다른 팀이 있다는 건 알고 있거든요.
와!
뭐 대박 실코.
이러면 경기 네이트 터미네이트입니다.
겠다라는 생각이 드는데요, 아래쪽에서.
와 근데 유지력이 너무 좋아요. 인천 지금 일단은
자,
밀고 있는데.
그래서 지금 이렇게 되면 마이까지도 살아는 나갑니다. 다행히도. 자, 오른쪽은 인사이토와 FN 세종.
메이커 이후에 범선까지 잡아냈고 여기서 땡겨가지고 저기
아델라
잡았어요.
잡아냈어요.
자 이러면 가드 심리전?
근데 이거 카티아를 끼고 있다 보니까 빨리 카티아를 해결하지 않으면
그렇죠.
불리하다고 설명드리려고 했는데 카티아를 해결해버리면
자, 그러면요
자
수아와
니키까지
오우.
잡았고 이러면 1대1. 자 이거 벽 끼고 무조건 벽 끼고 쏴야 돼요.
그렇죠. 돈키호테 드랍 절대 주면 안 됩니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 하지만 일단은 누워있는 범선수를 때리면서 풀타임을 돌려주고 있는 연아.
바람세!
와! 그냥 일부러 뚫어버리고
너무
오히려 로마틱을 때려요.
갈아버리는데요. 자 이건 상대방 움직임을 계속해서 앞으로 유도하는데
오히려 뭉쳐있다가 또 피스메이커 켜도 얀의 토마호크 스킨에 의해서 밖으로 밀려날 수도 있고요.
네.
맞습니다. 그런 부분 되게 조심해야 되는데 자 일단 피스메이커 아직 살아남아 있고요.
자, 세다핀 이거
와.
쓰지도 못하고 죽었어요. 기적
자,
실현을
이러면 결국에는
뚫지도 못하고
오토 암즈가
이겼죠. 완벽하게 이겼죠. 자, 올웨이진천 마무리하고
이거 들어갈까 말까.
자 스택 4스택이에요.
갈까
하나만 더
말까?
채우면 좋을 텐데.
근데
스택은?
이거 FN 세종이 각 진짜 안 주고 있긴 하거든요.
그렇죠.
자 궁극기까지 쓰면서 스택 유지 시켰고 태경 선수 10스택 됐습니다.
들어가는데 시네마.
하지만 얼려버렸고 이런 마이너스 녹여버려요.
제가 말씀드린 이 부분이거든요.
자 벽공 하트하게 못
와,
들어 그대로
스택 못
잡았어요.
이러면
3대 9도
잠시만요.
만들어냈는데 다시 한번
와,
까지도
오토 암즈.
자, 오토함즈 두 번째 체크메이트를 향해 달려가고 있습니다. 3대1 구도 만들어놨기 때문에 어느 정도 승기가 잡혀있죠.
근데 로마틱의 불꽃 파이팅이?
잠시만요.
로마틱의
이거를요?
불꽃 파이팅이?
그래도 치마네가 뒤에 있으니까.
물론 회복은 하고 왔지만
네.
자,
시간이 뒤에
근데
있으니까.
결국에 이제 캐더크 한방 때문에
네.
아마 힘들 것
시간이.
같긴 하거든요.
그렇죠.
그렇죠.
자,
자 퀘이크 들어가고
무조건
이거
어떻게
지금
해주지?
마이도 생각보다 데미지가 세서 이거 퀘이크 그대로 긁혀주고 있으면 안 되고요. 이거
어?
잡으면은
잡으면
시간
시간 차고.
똑같아요. 아니 마이가 혈하고
벼라고 잡혀
잡혀.
오토 암즈.
그대로.
자 스택 쌓아놨고요 건 선수. 섀도우 오벌 3스택.
한 방의 연계를 조심해야 되는 모던입니다.
그렇습니다.
쏘기 때문에 한 번에 웍돌진이 빗나간다든지 전선이 흔들렸을 때 좀 복구하기 어려운 부분도 있거든요.
네.
더 적극적인 움직임이 필요한.
자 이거 윌리엄한테 니키고
네.
들어가는 걸 무조건 조심해야
와,
되는데
더
와
좋았어요.
이거 병 선수 이제 철 선수가 그냥 아예 블링크 궁극기로 반응 못하게끔 해버렸습니다.
자, 이거 설렘이 살아나.
이거
터미네이트가.
이울 쪽에는 균열과 오메가가
백스텝?
있기 때문에.
오.
자 말씀드린
자,
그런
고발컵
부분이
나왔고요.
나왔죠.
자, 그리고 에너지필드 이은 자 교전 들어가고 있는 스텝백과
와
오토함즈.
일단 레니는 녹여버렸는데 이걸 레니 녹인 걸로는 해결이 안 됩니다.
자, 그렇죠. 자, 태경의 캐릭터 세드핸드. 자, 이러면 쫓아가는데요.
이 조합은 앞으로 뚫는 조합이에요.
쫓아가는데요. 태경의 캐릭터.
이거 잡혀요.
자, 그러면
카메라
잡히면요.
있나요?
터미네이트입니다.
카메라 깔았고 이 스킬. 아이고
이거
끊길 것
캔슬.
같은데요.
궁극기 있나요?
한 번 더 큐.
태경.
없지만
세게.
그래도 체력.
오히려 킬을 하나 더 만들 것
자,
같은 느낌.
에이든
백스텝
잡을
이후에.
수 있나요?
이러면? 자,
세드핸드가
더블 쉴드
합류하면
지켰어요.
터미네이트.
택배.
이쪽에는 대구성 가디언이
넘어가면,
살렸고 들어가. 오.
넘어가면
그래서
이런 난전 구도면은
다
다른 가디언
속도가
불리해요.
너무 좋아요.
이거 에어본 제대로
그렇죠.
맞춰도 안 됩니다.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Yeah, sure. We'll go with morning. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Eternal Return Masters Season 8. But we're not talking about phases anymore. We are now in the season finals stage. Today, we are here for the LCQ finals. Not the actual season finals, but we're going to have fun regardless. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters for today. Like usual, nothing too crazy. Still stuck in the basement. Apparently, it was made of concrete, as I confirmed earlier in the Scrim server. And alongside me, joining as well, same as usual, Super is back. How are you doing today, man?
I am doing fantastic, and I'm very excited for today because we are getting into that final stage, right? Going into the season finals here. First, we got our LCQ, and it is going to be that double checkpoint format. So we're gonna have two teams going to be making it out here for today to make it to join us for. I think it's Daejeon again, right? So,
yeah, it should be Daejeon. Exactly. Double checkpoint, it's going to be another fun format. We haven't done it in about a season because we only do double checkpoint specifically for season finals LCQ, but it's going to be fun. We'll talk about it in just a moment when we go over what is even happening today in general. We should be able to go over the overview, all that shizzazz in just a moment here. Super, we spent a couple of months now prepping for all of this, and now we are down to 8 teams and 2 spots remaining in the season finals for us to start messing around with. I'm super excited, so let's start talking a little bit more about what is actually going to happen here today. Super, do you want to take the overview for me here?
yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this. We are here for our Season 8 finals. You can see the schedule there. It's going to be our first day, the LCQ, or Last Chance Qualifiers. It's going to be a 65-point checkpoint format, so it is going to be a double checkpoint format. So that means these teams are going to have to hit that 65-point threshold, and we're going to have one team or 2 teams make it out. So once one team is able to get the win on when they do end up getting to that checkpoint breakpoint, they will be done for the day, and then we'll go down to a 7-team lobby, and we'll have to see which is going to be our last team that is going to be able to make it in.
Exactly. Today's going to be a pretty long one. If these teams really want to make it, it is going to be a long one. Let's take a look at what ended up happening. Open slot 1, we had 4 different groups. Those teams only played 4 games. Moving on to open slot number 2, 4 teams from each group are going to be placed into Group A and Group B. From there, 4 teams move on. A lot of games have already been played for the teams in the LCQ finals. Out of all of these teams, 32 in total, we are down to Yangju Whales, Modern. For the 2 teams that were actually seeded already going into this, right? So actually, I apologize, not 4 teams from open slot number 2, but 3. Those teams are Mer Gaming, New Rise Gangwon, Highway, Seongnam Rocks, Prey, and Circus. It is a very, very, very stacked LCQ season finals. It is going to be a fun one today, Super.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the teams that didn't make it in. You see Sparkles didn't make it in. Daydream, a team that did really well in the previous season. Slasher, so 2 National League teams didn't even make it in for the LCQ here. So it's definitely going to be a tough road ahead for these teams in the LCQ. We're going to have to see which 2 teams does end up making out here.
Yeah, color me surprised that Gwangju Slasher is one of the teams that isn't able to make it through. Actually, one of our season finals champions, right, a couple of seasons ago. Quite amazed that that's exactly the way that it happened. I might actually have to go back into the open slots later down the road and see what actually ended up happening. Because if we already have teams falling down that we would normally expect to be in the season finals to begin with, right, one of the best National League teams has consistently been Gwangju Slashers, always winning tournaments here and there. Them not being in LCQ finals, that means their season is just completely over, right? When it comes to year-end, they're done. What do we have left now is now my big question. We've already lost some really good teams, so how better are the teams that are going to be playing here today for our last season final double checkpoint format?
100%. I'm really curious to see what team comp they were playing, because we know Slasher mainly known for their Arda double dive team comp, but maybe it just wasn't really working out this season, or a lot of teams have maybe adapted to try to counter that type of team comp. I'll probably go back as well just to take a look and see exactly what happened. But yeah, we are down to our final 8 teams now for the LCQ, and it's really anyone's game here, right? All these teams fought tooth and nail to get here, and they're gonna have to get to that 65-point breakpoint and get that extra win.
It's called the last chance qualifiers for a reason. All of these teams, this genuinely is the last chance for a majority of them as well. Competitive in and of itself for the rest of the season. Not every teams are part of KEL after all. So that means out of these teams, if you aren't able to move on into season finals, your competitive season is over for the rest of season 8. It's going to be a very, very tough card to be drawn, but that is what's going to happen to 6 out of our 8 teams today. Super, let's get started immediately with game number 1. Character select is now underway. My biggest question, I think, for these games coming in is going to be, is Yangju Whales and Modern prepped and ready to deal with all the teams that had to play in the open slots? Because for the teams in open slots, they played up against each other already to a certain degree. They'll know what to expect, but do the 2 teams that were seeded into this actually know?
Yeah, that is a good question. But I mean, we have seen, how well these 2 teams did play during the regular season. So I think they'll probably be okay here. We do have Wales going to be sitting on. Oh, they're actually going to be locking in that Theodore. So it's going to be a triple backline team comp. But instead of that, Celine.
No. Yeah. We are already starting out with a little bit of an iffy start to the series. I suppose it's all good and dandy though. We'll be back in just a moment. I am surprised about the Theo changeup, but I do like this because if it's something that you remember, Super, I've been talking about why I'm so surprised Green Apple is being forced onto the Celine. He has a history of being one of the better Tsubame players as a debut. He debuted on that character, but ever since then, he got onto Yangju Whales, hasn't really been able to show his AD carry prowess because he's been forced onto that Chloe, Emma, and the Celine composition. I do like this Theo changeup, but they're going to have to swap the way that this plays out. It's not going to be the same as the previous style where you can use the Celine to also create openings. Theo can do it, but it's a little bit more, you have to try running in towards them more than finding opportunities.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's more just because Green Apple is more maybe comfortable on this character, because I feel like Celine is better in for that team comp, right? Celine having that blast wave to look for that pick potential and to sort of combo and follow up on the CC of either the Emma or the Chloe. But I mean, Theodore still also having that spark nade to maybe fish for those picks as well. So I don't think it's that big of a change, but obviously I think that blast wave is a key factor for that team.
And I guess at this point it's going to all matter and come down to whether or not the spark nade rotations are going to be good for that team. If it is, Theo is an amazing lockdown mage. He might not have the most consistent way of proccing crowd control and maybe not the easiest way to land it, but if you can get it going and then continuously chain it, right? Because every single one of your auto attacks as Theo reduces cooldown on your spark nade. If you can continuously chain those in fights, it is such a massive resource. A Chloe as well as an Emma is going to be able to capitalize on it really well. So hopefully it goes well for Yangju Whales. We'll see if that actually is a thing. On the other side for Team Modern, we saw Gun playing around a little bit with some of those frontliners, but we did see the Felix being locked in towards the end alongside Zoe's Tazia, as well as the classic, the classic Priya. That's also been something that's been popular throughout Season 8. Nothing too crazy for you and I here, right? When it comes to Team Modern, that is a very cult classic. Not too surprised about that one at all.
Yeah, 100%. And I think they are playing, I think it was the Mai's their last pick. I'm not too sure, but we did have a couple Mai's being locked in. I don't think I saw 3 of the same character, so we might not actually have any bans for the series.
Yeah, I don't think so either. If that is going to be the case, it kind of shifts the dynamic a little bit, because I think in phase number 2 we saw a lot of this where teams were able to just play their comfort picks throughout the entire series because not that many bans actually existed later on and towards knockout stages and even in the finals as well. This might be another situation where you're absolutely correct. We might not get that many bans if this is just the pace and the way that it's going to go. Teams are going to be able to play their comfort picks, which means we are really going to get down to the root of who just operates their team composition better. We need to know that because coming from LCQ, after this, you have to think about the next step as well. You're dealing with season finals teams. If your team composition isn't executed correctly, then you're already off to a bad start. That's where LCQ comes into play. We can see which teams are confident with their compositions and how well they might be able to fare with the teams in season finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Modern is definitely going to have, a run for the money here, just because, you know, all these teams that came from the LCQ obviously had to qualify twice, right? Through 2 stages. So I think the 2 teams coming in, Modern and Wales, definitely going to be a little tough for them. But I think, you know, with how they played in the regular season, I think they should be okay here. Very excited to see, you know, how the dynamic of those 2 teams, you know, kind of add on to, you know, the teams coming up from the actual qualifier.
It's going to be a pretty interesting way to see how they do adapt. It's adaptability. We've been talking about it pretty much the entire season. I think seasons, I should say. I think I mentioned it in season 7, season 6. All about Eternal Return series is about the adaptability, especially in double checkpoint. Just because a team is done, you're not done with the series, you still have more games that you can play. That's when the adaptability really starts to come through. We've actually had some pretty interesting results in double checkpoint. If anything, double checkpoints are typically the longest series we do get, you and I. Remind me if I'm wrong, 9 games during season 7?
Last season, yes.
Yeah.
I think last season was 9 games. Because usually what happens in the previous seasons before the last season is, you know, there's usually one team that gets into checkpoint, they get out really quick, and then, you know, all these other teams have to fight for that last spot. But I think in the last season, we actually didn't really have, you know, a situation like that. I think it went down to, I think it was like at 7 games before we got our first team actually get out. And then, you know, we had 2 more games on top of that as well. So I think almost every single team was in checkpoint except for 1 at the very end.
It's going to be a chaotic run today. Let's see if these teams are able to finish it quickly. Here are the character selects once again. This time we're going straight into the game. Let's take a look at some of the other teams that are playing around here as well. Mur Gaming, very classic on what they were able to do as well. This is very standard. Pick what you are comfortable with. Raccoon on the Sylvia. This is a cult classic, one of the more kind of traditional Raccoon picks from way back in the days. Bintum, we don't need to say anything about this at all. Totem on the Tazia, very classic as well. All of the other teams pretty standard from what I'm seeing. Outside of Team Prey, I don't think I've really seen a Nori sitting on the Jackie for this entire season, but we are going to get it alongside the Shui Lin and the Lenny. That's a fun one.
I actually really like, you know, Prey's team here, because it is that double melee plus that Lenny team comp that we usually see, you know, time and time again. But this time it's going to be paired with the Jackie and the Shui Lin here. And it's like 2 really, you know, solo hyper carries that can definitely wreak havoc on these front to back teams.
But there is a reason why Shui Lin hasn't been played too much. It is very much a double-edged sword, no pun intended. She can be very good, but it really hinges on your survivability using that W. If you aren't able to use it correctly, then it's going to be pretty difficult. I do hope everyone is able to deal with it correctly, and even more so for Team Prey, JCP is able to deal with it correctly as well. JCP on this, no Fiora gameplay for him today from the start. From the looks of it, should be all fine and dandy. Now, day number 1. Who's going to get the start, right? We've seen so much early game aggression for these teams to get as many points as possible during phase number 1. I'm not seeing it just yet. Storm Chaser walking through the Tazia wall. There is no aggression whatsoever. It's going to change inside of school, though, as the Priya is going to get taken down. It'll be Yangju Whale still for draw first blood in LCQ finals.
And speaking of Storm Chaser, when was the last time we've seen an Eva, you know, coming out on the big stage here? So very excited to see Team Highway, you know, pilot this Eva, Mai, and Nadine. So it's going to be the typical front-to-back team comp here. We do have a fight on the bottom side here. Looks like Inori is going to get caught out. Jackie is going to go down here. The health bars are coming through. There is going to be that Sylvia coming in on the backside there. Going to try looking for a knock-up onto the Shui Lin. But the damage coming out from JCP is just going to instantly kill the Sylvia. But damage is going to be returned onto the side of Team Circus there. They're going to be able to finish them off, as Team Prey are going to lose 3 members. Nori going to TP back in or spawn back in here, and is actually going to try looking for some more damage. Shui Lin coming back as well. JCP is going to get a lot more damage in. That Shui Lin has a lot that you have to go through here, and a lot of damage in return, and they will be able to pick up one. Is going to be able to grab the sword once again, and the Lenny is going to be coming back in and is going to be able to heal up the Shui Lin here, and Shui Lin is going to be able to go back in and be able to grab the Alex, but the Sylvia is going to be there, and Jackie teleported back in as well. They're going to try jumping in. The great blink away coming out from the Sylvia. The Sylvia's going to get the bike combo, and Circus is going to get it onto the side of Team Prey. I think that's about 6 to 7 kills for the side of Team Circus there. You can see they already had 3.5 team score or tournament score, and have to be feeling pretty good about that. It's a lot of trades or a lot of kills being traded over be between those two teams.
The pattern still continues as well. Remember what I said during phase number 2? Alex teams always tends to get a lot of kills during phase number 1. It's the same case. They're gonna get another one, sitting on 8 kills in phase number 1 for game number 1 too. Really nice rotation from everybody on Team Circus. Shueilin trying to fight it out up against Zoe. Fortunately, he's not gonna be able to deal with anything unless, wait a second, the damage output is insane! Oh, doesn't even need the return of the swords to get the kill on that one. Absolutely massive kill coming through from Prey. Oh my goodness, this is insane. JCP making an absolute showing out of this character. One of the newest ones in the game. We are still getting good results out of it. A Heart also getting caught out inside of Beach. Unfortunately, will not be able to get anything more. Nice trades, but the Peacemaker is not going to be enough. The mutated boar is the one to finish off the health bar on the Nadine as well. What a weird start to game number 1.
A lot of kills being traded for all these teams here, but Circus is definitely the front runner with 4.5 tournament score already. Final gonna look for an angle and is gonna be able to blink on the side of Bintum, and I think they will be able to get the Felix here. Yeah, it's just gonna go down, and I'm gonna try to get some damage back in, getting a knock up, but it's not gonna be enough, as it will end up falling down to Wales here as Whale picks up another kill. And they're going to try looking probably for this meteorite coming up in archery range very, very shortly.
Timing isn't half bad though for Mer Gaming. Bintum will come up with about 10 seconds remaining on that timer going into day number 2. Should be able to use the satellite vision to see where everybody is, although this is not a good tip coming in. That's the exclusive infested, but not going to matter. Charm lands over onto the Dean as well. I think this is going to be a break going on to Team Highway. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Waiting out until day number 2, but I don't know if that matters.
Oh no! And they let it get away.
Half a point missed out, but it doesn't matter as the entire bottom side is going to be controlled now for that team. I still think it's a good fight for Team Circus, but you gotta. Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the vision. They're trying to get that extra point, but unfortunately they lost an extra point, half a point instead, right? So it's just a little unfortunate as Demai was able to get away. They were still able to get that meteorite down there in dock, so it's actually not too bad for the side Team Circus there. You can see how accelerated they are in this game. You can see their credit counts already sitting. The Alex, I'm pretty sure probably on that coin toss because they have a lot of kills and they're like about 100 credits above everyone else here. So they have to be feeling really, really good. Maybe they could buy like a mithril and a meteor or something like that, or buy that 4th score and then get that second call in relatively early compared to the rest of the lobby.
Great call on the coin toss if it is the case, right? As I said, once again, I'll mention it too because
I don't think it's possible to get that many credits over your teammates without coin toss there. So looks like Eva caught out once again by the side of Team Youngju Wales, as they will be able to pick up a nice kill. Side Team Highway is just gonna be forced to split away here, and Jackie is gonna get caught out on the bottom side. I don't know if the Jackie has an item here. Is it going to be? I think Team Prey did end up getting out and did end up crafting their items before they did end up. Or sorry, Team Circus I think was able to get their items crafted before they ended up going down there.
It's fine though, because from the Alex's credits, he didn't call anything down in warehouse either. He didn't get any of his credits stolen. It's all good and dandy. Standing around Chapel too, it should be all fine for that team, but with 25 seconds to go, I'm not entirely sure if they're going to have all of their items before being able to prepare for that night 2 session. Riori getting caught out, blinks out, but I don't know if you're going to be able to get out of this one, my friend. There's the Sylvia bite coming in. Justina is going to get taken down. That is not good timing either. Look at that. 10 seconds to go until night number 2. I have a feeling that we're not going to see Team Uri's Colin contesting for anything, and if anything, they might be in trouble, because look at this. Circus is now on the hunt for everybody on Team Circus. Tsubame has to just completely book it. There's the kill onto the Mai going into the Dimensional Rift. Team Circus is accelerated to all hell.
Huge, yeah, and they're going to be able to get their buy-ins as well. I think the Alpha can probably get a 4 score and another small item as well, so they're going to be so strong here for this Rift here. They're already 7.5 kill score, and yeah, they're looking to push their points to about 9 points here. Start of night 2, which is kind of crazy.
Mer Gaming versus Team Prey, Modern versus Team Circus. Let's see how this fight goes. Over on the right side, EMP Barrage is going to start out the fight. Great combo over onto the Tazia, but she's going to go into the totems, keep herself alive for a little bit longer, but it's going to be a down over onto that Tazia. It's going to get traded out for the IREM. Gun trying to do as much damage as possible. She's going to get taken down as well. Yuck, I don't know if he's going to be able to do this, because it is going to be a Felix that should be Team Modern taking away one of our dimensional rifts. Mer Gaming also going to get taken down. It'll be Team Prey to take the one over on the left side. Modern, they just need to finish off the health bar onto this Alex. They will get it. A successful dimensional rift for Team Modern. Circus, despite the accelerated start, isn't able to win out on the fight. Great kill over onto the Tazia, but the Felix way too good at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Felix just able to just dodge out on those auto attacks and able to do so much damage, especially with that Priya, to keep them alive relatively easily for that team fight. Looks like Team Circus was able to spawn back in down in Hospital here to pick up some more farm. Do have Team Highway as well on the top side here, so it looks like the game is definitely going to slow down a little bit here as we are going to be entering day 3. And, you know, once we get to that day 3 breakpoints, you know, these teams have to be a little careful, because we are going to have that 200 credit revives instead of those free revives here. And oh, great play coming out from Rox here to actually play out of vision to get onto the Mai, but the Mai was able to use their exclusive to get themselves safety. But there is the ultimate coming out from Cicella and the blink on forward coming out from the heart, and they will be able to pick up a nice 2 kills here. As it looks like Team Rocks, they're going to be able to grab a tree for themselves and that box. So this is a huge tempo swing for the side of Team Sungnam Rocks.
Very lucky for Team Nuri's Kangwon that everybody on Sungnam Rocks wasn't really planning on denying or delaying the kill, right? If that was the case, Nodenel probably would have ended up eating the minus 200, but nobody dying towards the end of night number 2 actually ended up getting waited on for day number 3. That means up until now, all the deaths are going to be nullified. They will res up in a few seconds, and starting from now, any deaths will result in the minus 200. Not a bad situation for Team Nuri's Kangwon, but the number of times they're dying so far and the number of times we've actually been able to see it is kind of concerning to me. But they are sitting on 5, what is it? I guess 2.5 points. It's not that bad of a situation to be in. Just wonder what their scaling towards mid to late game is going to look like, because their transitions look really good at the moment on that Justina and Subame. I'm surprised they're losing fights.
Yeah, it's really good, and they still have about like 250 credits each right now, so they could definitely get another buy-in to push their lead a little farther here. I think Team Sungnam Rocks are really strong as well. And here comes Engage coming out from Gun. They're actually able to just focus down the Jackie, and it looks like the Lenny's going to go down as well. The Shuling is just going to fall as well to the Dazia, and it is going to be a clean 2-0 for the side of Team Modern there. A huge find coming out from the Felix as they just completely locked down the Jackie. The Jackie not really going to be able to do much into that Felix, as the Dazia was able to chip in a lot of damage as well.
By the time she actually ended up getting 5 stacks, the Felix was already out. The fight was already over because the Lenny ended up dying. Shui Lin just completely caught out. Really good catch. I think you're absolutely correct. It was all on the Felix for that one. Great initiation. Bin Tamari showing us how to play this character excellently.
Yeah, actually I think it was Gun.
Oh, yeah, might have been Modern. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, that was Modern.
Yeah. But, I mean, either way, you know, Bintum also really got Felix, and we're going to see it in action very shortly here. There is the full combo onto the Alex there, unfortunately. Just a little too far away from their team, and a huge catch coming out for the side of Team Mer Gaming. Great bike skill into that Tazia wall. There's nothing really Alex can do there. Maybe get the parry off, but I think the Alex probably still would have went down on the bottom side there. The res is going to come through for the side Team Circus.
I think that was a mistake from Iha, because he shot the Gauss pistol, and whether or not he had max stats on it going in, you can see it refresh. So I think that was just a misplay from Iha. He should have also heard it landing. There's a little distinct sound when the Gauss pistol actually lands. He shot it in, tagged the Sylvia with it, but still decided to take the camera anyways. They paid for his life with that, minus 200, the Team Circus. But they are fine. Will get the res back, is back up and ready to go. It's not like just because the Alex ends up dying, the lead that they had is going to nullify or anything of the sort. Now, Gaming is in a little bit of trouble, but they do see it. We'll just back away from this.
Definitely in a rough spot, because there is a team to the left and to the right of them. And looks like it is going to be Team Prey just jumping on the side of Team Circus. The Team Circus is going to be able to get 2 here. Jackie's going to be the last member alive. We'll be able to get the kill and get the reset to maybe get themselves to safety here. They have to use that jump to get themselves on out, but I think Nori is kind of stuck here. Is going to be able to jump over the wall. And
Oh no,
Team
Nori's
Prey
in
is gonna
trouble
live
still.
just barely here. No, no, Nori's gonna run straight to the hands of Team Modern, and it's gonna be Team Prey, our first team eliminated, unfortunately. The double front line with that Lenny are gonna go down. Team Circus gonna be on the back foot as well, as they are down a member, as it is going to be Team Modern just gonna full send it onto the side of Team Circus there. The res is gonna come through. And it looks like the members of Team Circus are going to slowly back themselves in this corner here. They're going to try looking for an angle in. There's a taunt onto the Tazia. Tazia is going to try jumping for an angle in. They do get that Spada with that totem.
Oh, no.
They get off. A lot of value. Looks like Bintum is going to get a lot of damage on the Felix on the backside here. We'll be able to get to. That's going to be the... Oh, no, Rem isn't going to be able to get away. A great shuriken skill to finish them off. And Team Circus, our front-runner team, unfortunately going down in 7th place. 11 points is not too bad, but definitely not the game they're looking for.
I think a great capitalization from Gaming up on the north side, because Team Circus invested way too much for the Sylvia that was way too low to come back up. EMP Barrage was invested. A lot of cooldowns from the IRM also invested as well. Timer plus being caught in a tight corridor up against something like a Tazia, not a great situation to be. Plus they're all somewhat melee characters on top of it. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a fun time to go into a Tazia with. Really well played from Gaming to capitalize on it. But the game still is not over, because we still have 6 teams remaining. Day number 4 as well. The map is actually quite open for these teams in comparison to some of the situations we've seen during phase number 2. Modern looking to chase down onto Team Highway, but these guys have absolutely no intention of fighting whatsoever. Items situation wise are pretty behind for Team Highway for this kind of a composition.
Yeah, you could definitely see the bloodlust in the side of Team Modern, because they could see, you know, the items on Team Highway. You got Gun and Zoe already on a blood sample, and they are so much stronger than the side of Team Highway. So they tried looking for an angle, but wasn't able to find anything. Team Highway just not going to be able to give them anything there. And I think Team Modern are probably going to play for this rift in Pond here very shortly. It looks like Team Uri's Gangwon don't really want anything to do with it. We do have Wickline spawning in school, and there's actually no team set up for it right now. Maybe Team Highway actually goes over to maybe try grab it for free. We do actually see Team Sagnum Rocks coming down to try to contest for this Wickline, as we're gonna have a box contest here in Fire Station.
I don't like where this Wick line is spawning, because it feels like a choke point. Research Center is going to close, Forest is closed. The only way you're really going to be able to come in on this is from the top side or the west side. That's why not that many teams are contesting for it. It's going to open up for Team Sangnam Rocks to take this very freely. And when you have triple DPS compositions like this, Wick line buff on them makes it nearly impossible to fight.
Yeah, they're going to be really strong. You can see already for the side Team Sagnum Rocks, they're really sitting on 2 bloods. A third one going to be added on top, and the Bernice and the Hearts are pretty close to getting their blood samples, so it's going to be really hard for these teams to fight Team Sagnum Rocks here. As here comes the angle, the engage coming in, the ultimate Stasher Burst is going to be able to pick them up with that Tsubame, going to be able to get that extra auto attack to finish off Namuri there, and it is going to be a nice skill going to the side of Team Uri's Gangwon. Great find into the side of Team Highway. A little unfortunate, but Team Highway is going to have to spend that extra 200 credits to get their Indeed back into the game.
Plenty of time for them to do that though, and the credits on the mine looking pretty ample at this point to get that back on in. Where is everybody on the team in Temple? Oh, that's not good. Got a little bit greedy, and that means not going to be able to get the res, at least for the time being. There's still plenty of time left in night number 4.
I think they just canceled it by accident, right? I think they just thought they were going to be able to get themselves
I think they had the wrong ideas as well. Now Bears just split away from his teammate. They're going to get taken down. I think the Eva is also in a little bit of trouble, because look at Team Uri's Kangwon's position. That Mai is locking away that Eva permanently pretty much at this point. Do they have gadget points for the kiosk? That's the only way they're going to be able to get out, but with the Mai so close, I don't know if it's possible.
I feel like they would have, because I feel like they would have put it down like a while ago before maybe looking for that res on to Lumi there. Fauna is going to blink on forward there. Oh, just barely not going to be able to finish off that Sylvia, and Bintum is going to be able to finish them off there. The Taz is actually able to get a lot of value on the backside, but it's not going to be enough. The healing coming out from the Theodore to keep the backliners alive there with that Emma. But yeah, that was a costly mistake for the side Team Highway, as the Mai is going to go down. They did end up getting the res, but they go down once again, and it's going to be the side Team Modern is going to be able to reap all the rewards on the bottom side here. They will be able to find the Eva as well. It is going to be Team Highway going down, unfortunately, in 6th place. A disastrous mistake on that Mai res. They just canceled a little too early. and just thought they had it. I mean, I've definitely been in that situation, right, where you cancel it preemptively so you could get that extra movement, or you could move slightly earlier, but I just canceled it slightly too early and been able to get that res.
If anything, I think it was also huge that Green Apple was able to blink away from the Felix's wind scar. The third one was about to crash land. Usually a lot of people end up blinking backwards, but that makes it easier for Felix to hit because the AoE on wind scar is pretty big, but he actually blinked where the Felix was. So he ended up getting away. You saw the damage coming out from the field towards the end of the fight as well. It actually was detrimental for them to win out on the fight. Huge play from Green Apple. This change to Theo is already making good on delivering its promises. Really well played for Team Yangju Whales. Looking to position now in some of our temporary zones, which is going to be school as well as I think that was pond. So a bit of a hectic situation we're going to have on our hands. Archery range closing in about 10 seconds. Raccoon left by himself on top of that. Very, very rough for our two rats. Tsubame and Yurai's Kanwan also left by the middle and some.
Yurai's Ganwan, looks like Tsubame can get the reses, but you could look at the credit counts for the side Team Mirror Gaming. Looks like it's just gonna be able to get Sylvia to rat for a couple more placements, and I think Team Sangnam Rocks is so strong. I think they're sitting on 5 blood samples on that triple backline team, and when a triple backline team has that many items, it's gonna be really, really hard for any team to really walk into them. So I think Team Sangnam Rocks are just gonna bunker down into this school zone, and I don't think really any team is gonna contest them here.
Huge break for New Res Kangwon. Will get the full res back with the Lumi inside of the red. Bit of timer invested as well as the safety gadget being invested as well, but if they've been managing their gadget points correctly, that shouldn't be that big of a deal. Got about 50 seconds to go until that center zone of Fire Station is going to close, which will be our final zone. Yori, Insane, and Nodanel on a little bit of a strapped positioning. Can they deal with Team Modern correctly is the question. I've seen a lot of these Justinas being able to pressure some of these teams away, but I don't know if this is where you exactly want to be. It's a bit populated.
And Team New Rise is definitely in a tough position here because they have to decide if they want to play in this 3-team final zone, and if they do, they're going to be in a really, really bad spot in that little corner. Because Team Wales has the bottom side already secured, and Team Modern already has the final zone secured. So they have to be a little careful on what they decide to do here. Looks like Team New Rise are just going to opt to take a fair 3v3 into the side of Team Sangnam Rocks. But I think looking at the items on the side of Team Rocks, they're just going to decide, we don't really want anything to do with the 5 blood triple backline team here. So I really like this play from New Rise. Actually going to do a full wraparound here to try to get maybe a 1-up onto the side of Team Modern for this positioning. But Modern actually is going to be able to drop a camera down. They're going to be able to spot it. They're going to full spin it there, and a huge find coming out from the Felix, getting a 3-man knock-up. And that is going to be a clean 2 kills for the side of Team Modern. So well played there, just able to just recognize and watch their flank, and a instant engage on that Felix. And I don't think Team Nero definitely weren't expecting that.
Yeah, that's a cook and a half if I've ever seen one. Again, these Felix players, man, it's absolutely insane what they're able to do. Gun making a showing as to why this team is one of our seeded teams going into LCQ finals. Should be an easy kill going over onto Nodanel as well, but will actually end up hopping over. Has about 15 seconds of timer. Sends out a recon drone on top of it. Let's see how it goes. Yangju Whales, they can get agented. I think you're right, but they're gonna send it a little bit early. Energy blast field activated as well, but look at this. Mai coming from the backside. Does you have a safety drone? No, that's a -1. It's not going to be a factor anymore. MG trying his best to stay alive. Green Apple will get taken down first. Traded out for the Priya. Down goes Gun, though. Not going to be a good situation. We've seen Tazias before try to fight things out like this. They do have the Paradiso. No, not anymore. Will have the spot up. The shields are going as well. There's the kill over onto the Chloe. EA, can you do this is the question. I don't think so. This is so difficult for an Emma to take out. The damage is there, but it's just not going to be enough. And once again, the Tazia with the turnaround fights, as we see all the time. Soe making a showing once again as well. That phase 2 performance still looking good in finals as well.
Yeah, huge find there from Soe, able to push it up for his team. And Team Modern are looking so strong here, but they have to go into the side of Team Sangnam Rocks. Team Sangnam Rocks sitting on that 5 blood samples, but the side of Team Modern, they're also sitting on a couple themselves. Definitely gonna have to be a little careful, as Felix can definitely wreak havoc on this triple backline team if he can find an angle, and especially because there's 2 auto attackers, right? Felix is able to just get on top of either this Heart or this Bernice, They should be able to get lots of done here. Here comes Engage. They're trying to look for something here, but they're just getting locked down by the Bernice and the Heart there. There's the Echo Zero. It's going to be dropped. Gun trying to look for an angle in, but the Bernice is just able to kite him backwards, and that is going to be it. It's going to be a clean 3-0 for the side of Team Rockstar. Soe trying to look for an angle, but I think just losing the 1v1 onto that, Cicella is getting zoned off there, and Team Sangnam Rocks is going to be able to come out on top. It looks like with, I think it's going to be 17 points. No, 18 points for themselves. Yeah, 18 points. Not too bad.
Not too bad as well. Team Modern sitting with 21.5. Couldn't finish it out with the 27.5, but still not a bad result regardless. There we go. Congratulations to Sangnam Rocks for taking away game number 1. A little bit of an homage to their game strategy back in the days. Take wick line and just hunker down. GG and well played.
I mean, they were just so strong, I think. 5 blood samples on this triple backline team. Had wick line as well, so definitely had some extra, RNG on top of it. Probably had, all attack skills leveled up. Definitely had, some drinks on top, right? Because they did end up getting that wick line. Probably got Omega as well, or Alpha. So just, it's really hard to, fight a team that just has, so much more team value, obviously, right? In terms of items and stats. So it's definitely an uphill battle for the side of, I think that was Team Modern there. But, I mean, yeah, Felix tried looking for an angle, but just ended up getting kited back. That Bernice was just able to just stay out of that Felix's range and just pump out a lot of auto attacks into that Felix.
I think the big part of the reason that was able to be a possibility to begin with was because of heavy knee pads on the Bernice. It's an item that's been really popular on that character as of late because it allows you to get out of that. Well, it's the one get out of jail free card other than Blink that you get. Up against Felix is as long as you're able to just not get permanently locked down by the Wind Scar and even sometimes a Thunderstrike, you can get out as a Bernice and start kiting your way around. He does enough damage that sometimes the Felix, if he mistimes his Crescent sweeps, then you can't really block the big burst of damage coming in from the buckshots. And we actually saw that when he was trying to fight it out in the 1v2. Actually ended up mistiming his E, so he ended up eating 2 bursts of the buckshot and was forced to run away.
Yeah.
It's just the way that the matchup goes, and I think the heavy knee pads was the game changer there. Really nice attempt from Gun. I saw the possibility of the 2-man knockup, but just slightly misplayed, and the heavy knee pads too good sometimes.
And also, the change for Felix, right? Felix isn't able to just spam the Wind Scars into these auto attackers anymore. So, just wasn't able to, finish the job, in the time frame that he ended up having. And fortunately, did end up getting punished. Dived in a little too deep. The Heart was there as well to, dish in a couple extra auto attacks, and that was lights out. So unfortunately, just losing the 1v1 on the backside to that Cicella. I think the Cicella just having a couple more items in them and just completely outranged.
The most fed member on Sangnam Rocks, by the way. I think I saw 3 blood items on the Cicilla by the end of the game. It is filthy how much damage she is able to pump out. But regardless, again, it's not a bad game for Merg Gaming. Sorry, not Merg Gaming, but Team Modern at all. They actually had more points than the team that ended up winning the game. Although, I'm a little bit worried about this because even with Team Modern getting 21.5 points, I saw teams with 11.5, 11, and another team with 11. This score sheet is very, very top heavy at the moment, so the 21.5 points that Team Modern got after game number 1 might not be that big of a safety net that a lot of people might usually think when you take a look at that point total.
Yeah, but it's definitely a nice lead for them to have, right? 21.5 points. If they average this amount of points, they should get into the checkpoint breakpoint into game 4, right? You need about 22 points. To average 22 points to get into that checkpoint. It is a 65 checkpoint breakpoint. And we have Sangnam Rocks also getting that 18 points as well. You could see how many points these teams have gone here, as there is that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place spot all getting about 11 points for themselves. Team Circus, we did see them going down in 8th place, unfortunately, not getting that many placement points for themselves. Actually, it was actually 7th place, but only 11 points. Merg Gaming 11.5, Wales 11 as well. So it's pretty close between all these teams, and it's still really anyone's game to get into that checkpoint breakpoint first.
I actually wonder if there was a penalty for the dodge in game number 1. I don't think there has been, just
Doesn't
looking
look
at the
like it.
score sheet. But yeah, maybe it was a little bit of a confirmed issue that could have been not a penalty. If anything, that would be good for some of these teams, right? Just because game number 1 goes in this way, that -5 might go a long way too. We actually saw that being an issue for some of our teams in the past when these penalties did become a feature, I guess, for some of these series. Not going to be a factor for game number 1 from the looks of it. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a team that ended up getting quite a bit of points, but got some of those subtracted because of a penalty with the dodge. Regardless, score sheet doesn't look that bad. I think for the teams in the bottom 3 at the moment, sitting at, what is it? I think it was like 7, 5.5, 5.5, or something of the sort. It's still not bad. A lot of our teams haven't really struggled yet. I think safe, maybe for the team with the EVA. I think they looked a little bit shaky outside of that, though. Everyone looked fine.
100%. But, you know, it was just game 1, right? That's definitely not, you know, or these teams definitely shouldn't take that to heart, right? They definitely should just stick with their team comp, try it again in game 2, and see if it works. If it doesn't work, then maybe, you know, we might have to go back to the drawing board to see if we need to change something up for this lobby, as it looks like most of these teams are just gonna be sticking with what they know here. We don't really have too many swaps. I think Team New Rise is gonna, actually, no, I think pretty sure they were playing that same team comp. So I think almost every single team comp is going to be the exact same. So we're probably not going to have any bans coming out here. Gun, you know, showing a little comfort. Hyunwoo, but is going to swap back to that Felix here. So we'll have, once again, it's going to be 2 Felixes, 2 Tazias, both on the same teams. And then we're going to have 2 Mai's for that front to back as well.
We might honestly see this entire roster going straight from the beginning all the way to the end. These teams look comfortable on it. Again, outside of Team Highway, I think everybody else looked completely fine. The only problem with Highway is that they couldn't get that early game snowball going for this team, which is very difficult to begin with, but the consistent pace to begin with for that team just didn't exist. With the Eva and the Nadine, you want to go all the way to the end, probably somewhere around day number 4 or night number 4. You want to see it on pretty much all gold transitions for those two. I only saw, what, maybe 3-2 on those two at that point, and then they started losing fights even more. If you can turn that around, this is definitely a solid team composition going to final zone with. And if anything, with the way that this lobby is set up, I think that Eva, if she can get to late game, might actually be a bigger problem than quite literally anything else that exists in this. So Team Highway still has a good chance in this series. But here we go, guys. Game number 2. After this, we will have a break, and from there we have to consider if any of these teams already might have to start looking for substitutions, maybe some plan changes. As of right now, I don't see it, but maybe after game 2 we will.
Yeah, I mean, Team Highway is just sitting on that, you know, that typical front to back, and oh, looks like we're gonna have an early, like a really early kill coming from the Shuilin here. It is just gonna be on that purple weapon, and I mean, Shuilin just has a lot of early game damage here, and just is able to pick that Tsubame off. So a nice half of point going for the side of Team Prey.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw that weapon being like... When was the last time we ever saw just purple weapon being able to kill somebody at level 2? It's been quite a while since we've been able to see that.
Yeah, level 2 is kind of crazy, but I mean, I think Charlotte's base numbers are just really high, so he's gonna be able to get that pick here. We do have
even with like Nathapon back in the day, he at least needed 2 purple items, maybe level 3 in order to get kills. Man, wow, Shaylin just sitting on 1 level 2.
There is the taunt coming out from that Mai, and looks like the White Lily is going to be able to be used by that Eva to get themselves on in as well, to get themselves another kill. And oh my god, what is going on here? We do have Team Prey is going to get caught in the side of 2 teams here, as it's going to be Team Circus going to look for the side of Team Res Gangwon. They will be able to get the Mai here, as there is the Tsubame going to jump back in. They will be able to get that. I think they ended up getting that Alex there, but the side on that Team Circus is going to be that 2v2 now. And I think the Shuilin is going to spawn in first. We'll be able to jump on forward there from that Jackie, but a great double charm there with that combo onto that Sylvia. Will be able to pick up a kill, and Riori is actually going to come back in as well. Alex is going to spawning in once again. It's going to be Team Circus and Team Prey, but this time Team New Rise is going to be joining the fray, as they do end up getting that Lenny on the backside, as Team New Rise will be able to pick up, looks like 3 kills. Circus was able to get 4, and Prey only 2.
But it's Team Circus again taking the massive advantage inside of that western side of the eastern side of the map. I apologize. Team Prey, this composition is great, but early on you just don't have the cooldown to deal with this. Oh, that's not good at all. Urai's Kanwan staying a little bit longer than they could have. With all of these form transformations, by the way, something that a lot of people forget, that's 6 skills per person as well, right? Well, to a certain degree, but for Alex, I mean, yeah, it is what it is, but you know what I mean? It is disgusting how many skills you have access to. The early game advantage you have because of that is massive. Gun trying to fight it out up against JCP, but the damage output is pretty good. Soul Link, Fauna, the carrot launcher will be able to knock down the Chloe.
Yeah, we'll be able to get an extra kill for themselves on the top side there. Looks like Chloe was able to get that Jackie, but yeah, that Lenny was able to pick that one up. And yeah, Schweilen winning that 1v1, it's really hard. I don't think any character can really fight Schweilen in her ultimate there. And Felix ended up trying, but just wasn't enough. There is, the ultimate coming out from Bernice to lock down the Taz. You can't jump to your shards when you are rooted, unfortunately, as Hyungi will be able to pick up that extra kill.
Good capitalization, by the way, on that slight delay before you're able to do another dash after you get your initial dash. In order, you're going to get caught out. Did this ship be Yeojun also falling down as well? Yep, that's a Felix. Down goes 2 members for free. On the side of Team Prey, Modern's going to be able to pick that up, which means Prey, once again, having a very rough start to the game. This time, not just only from Circus, but Modern also putting a little bit of a stunt on that early game snowball possibility for these two.
Yeah, Nori trying to use that White Lily in. Maybe thought they had an angle onto that Felix, but Felix, you know, one of those characters that just wreaks havoc onto these melee auto attackers. And here comes the engage coming out from the Subame. Is going to be able to find an angle onto the Theodore. Theodore is going to go down, but Fauna is going to be there to finish off the Subame. One more Q should be able to do the job. We'll be able to. Oh no, isn't it going to actually be able to pick it up there? And it is going to be Team Whales going to get wiped on the swap here, so they won't be able to contest for any objectives. A little unfortunate. Fauna trying to look for that extra, just one more auto attack onto the Subame, just wasn't able to find it there. Team Circus gonna look for an angle in, and I think they're gonna be forced out. Look at the HP bars on that Alex. Alex is gonna go down there, trying to find a taunt, but not gonna be able to find anything as Team Circus was already on the back foot. Team Highway, great start for them here as they do end up picking up this meteorites, and they're gonna have to regroup and slowly get themselves on out of here. I think the meteorite gonna go over to that Nadine, and it looks like the Lenny unfortunately getting caught on the top side as well. Should be able to pick up a nice kill for themselves here. JCP has to be a little careful. Is gonna try looking for the engage, but Jackie is gonna be able to spawn back in, get some extra farm here down in hospital.
Team Prey is in one of the worst situations possible because their death timers are so stagnated that split farming like this is the only option that they really have. Prey going to be in a little bit of trouble again as down goes JCP. Hyungi is actually here to intercept the kill instead, blinks away immediately, and the rest of Team Songnam Rocks is coming in. That's the explosive bola straight on over towards the Justina. She's probably going to die. Nice. Perfect bait from Hyungi. He's not going to be able to find any more, but picks up 2 kills at the start of day number 2 for free. 1 as a steal and 1 as a bait. Perfect play from the Bernice.
Yeah, very nicely played by the side of Team Songnam Rocks there. Bernice able to get a nice 2 kills for their team. Hello, looks like we might have a fight on the bottom side in Warehouse. Looks like Team Circus is actually a little split here. We don't know where the Alex is, but I think Team Circus definitely wants to look for their buy. I don't think Team Mer Gaming is going to let them, because they also want to look for their buy here down in Warehouse there. They're trying to look for an angle in. The wall is not going to go, it's not going to connect there as, yeah, it looks like the Alex is going to come down very shortly. Both teams still not really having their items to really go off of here. It is just going to be that Felix having that one item that they were able to pick up, and oh no, now there's another team. It looks like it's going to be Team Highway. It's going to zone off the other 2 teams and going to try to play for this rift for themselves.
Team Circus could kind of cause problems for Team Homework though, getting a little bit greedy with these bear tags. I don't see the Eva hanging around here either. Look at the corner check from Team Circus. The moment this thing pops, this Eva is dead. Good check and good. Wait, does she know? Does she know?
Oh,
what?
Oh wait, just
Okay.
We're gonna go in.
Hey, if they fight this, the Dean's not gonna have Blink anymore, so that might be a problematic resource.
Team?
Oh, it's a fight.
It's Team Highway versus Team Modern. Oh, it looks like another team was able to get in that short time frame there, and they are gonna use that White Lily here. Gun Maybe gonna try looking for an angle in. Is gonna be able to use that ultimate to get some resets, but the damage coming up from the Eva is gonna be able to choke out that Priya there. And oh my god, the Eva damage is gonna be able to get gunned down to about 20% HP. But here comes the engage from the Tazi. Tazi is gonna use that totem. A huge exclusive, but the Exodirt is gonna be there. And Namai is gonna be able to finish off the Priya on the backside there. Oh, the Tazi is gonna try to look for an angle in. Is gonna be able to find anything, and is gonna come down to a 1v2. Gun is gonna try looking for an angle in. Should be able to get. Oh no, not gonna be able to get the Eva. As Eva is gonna be able to shut down that engage there as Storm Chaser. Very nicely played on that Eva, just able to get so much damage from so far away. Highway gonna be able to pick up that nice rift for themselves.
Nice fight coming in, but still gonna continue. Circus in a little bit of trouble as Gun is gonna find Seer. There is nowhere for the Sylvia to run in this bottom side corner. Will end up getting taken down. Free pick going over for that. Noda now also gonna get picked off by Team Songnam Rock, sitting up on that northern side of the map by themselves, whereas the rest of their team sitting in alley. Not that bad. 20-second death timers for both the Sylvia as well as the Mai, but it still might be a little bit of a problem for Circus as they are split apart. Uptown looking a little bit crowded. Same thing for Modern. Soe in a whole heap of trouble himself. There are glass shards on the ground, but the Siva's not going to let her go out for free. Down she goes. Another kill going in favor for Team Highway. This is the kind of game that you need for Team Highway, right? The early game snowball has started for this late game comp.
They're sitting on quite a bit of items for themselves. You can see their credit counts as well. They definitely have to be feeling pretty good about the start for the side Team Highway there. Unfortunately, Team Modern, not the start that they're looking for. As they do just keep getting caught time and time again. You can see their items. They're only sitting on about 4 items for themselves, and not really having too much for those buy-ins here. As it looks like the Mai is gonna get sent off that meteorite, but it looks like it was already halved, and it will go to the side of Team New Rise Gang 1. Insane gonna be able to finish up that helmet there. Gonna get that Fallen Pegasus to complete their build.
Okay, with day 3 beginning, nobody really looking for fights. Objectives haven't really been as contested as we saw in game number 1. From the looks of it, everybody just kind of getting their own and walking away with it. Now, the map does seem to be pretty open. A lot of really big zones are still available. Hotel is still open. We have Stream that's still open. Same thing for School as well. There's a lot of surface area for these teams to play with. Sylvia might be in a little bit of trouble. Will have to end up using the blink to get out of there. That's really unlucky timing. As soon as they use the wheelie, that's when the boar ended up launching them through. We'll have to invest a blame. That's not a good cooldown to use at this stage in the game, but it does keep you alive, which is what matters.
Yeah, definitely don't want to minus 200 this early on, especially, you know, when teams are so accelerated in this lobby here. We do have Team Prey. They are going to take a bit of red timer for this Tree of Life in Cemetery, and it's kind of funny because I think there was another team that ended up coming in the same time, but Jackie just gonna be able to stick it. I can't really secure it. Oh, a huge find coming out from the IREM is gonna be able to lock down the Ito on the backside here, and I think E8 they should be able to get away here. Is gonna be able to use the change. Oh, is gonna get knocked up by the IREM. No! He hits the White Lily, and they're just not gonna be able to get any distance. And Team Whale is gonna go down so early in 8th place. That's so unfortunate, but a huge find coming out for the side of Team Circus there. Great find from the IREM. Getting that mispositioned Theodore as it do just end up instantly killing him.
Oh my god, that looked absolutely disgusting. I thought Green Apple was out. The moment Sylvia blinked with the wheelie didn't land, but so much chase potential on that team is going to be able to knock them out. Well played from Team Circus, continuing on to this mid-game snowball as well as possible. Yangju Whales, 2 games in a row where their performance has been okay, right? 11 points in game 1, not that bad. 4 though going into game number 2, not that great of a result for this team. We'll have to try going back on that with 15 going into our 3rd game. Don't know.
They're only sending 1 in for the side of Team Modern. I'm surprised the rest of the members of Team Modern aren't going into that rift. And the Priya is gonna get caught out here. Gun gonna be the last member gonna be forced to get themselves on out of there. I think the rift was probably contested, so that's probably why they're just gonna jump on out of there. Ultimate is gonna come down from that Schweilin. The landing is actually gonna be able to sustain them for so long, but Nori is gonna go down on the backside there. Looks like Modern is gonna come back, TP on in forward. We'll be able to get that Felix, as I think the Talia looks like and did end up getting that rift completely for free, as Team Modern is gonna be able to get the 1-up onto the side of Team Prey here. Fortunately, Inori is going to get caught. JCP going to have to tank some red timer, but should be able to meet back up with the team in Research Center.
I think the survivability on Shuilin definitely caught out the members of Mer Gaming. We have to remember that her survivability is very easy to rotate through, so can't get caught out by things like that is what ended up happening to Team Mer Gaming.
She's got a lot of damage, especially for a team like Team Mer Gaming, where they're all pretty close to melee. It's kind of hard for them to really shut down this Shuilin, especially because Shuilin has that parry. It has that Lenny on top, and then has that built-in sustain as well. It's kind of really hard for side of Team Mer Gaming to kill the side of Team Prey. It looks like Tazi is gonna be able to spot out side of Team Highway, and Team Mer Gaming are gonna be in a rough spot now.
There's a lot of people sitting on the other side of Research Center too. Mer Gaming, if they're not careful with the positioning, could be in a whole heap of trouble. Doesn't even have the gadget points from the looks of it. She's just stuck in Research Center doing absolutely nothing as of right now. It's already day number 4. Transitions wise, Mer Gaming is in a little bit of trouble, and they still are waiting to send that 400 credits to get everybody back. Their wallets are going to be completely empty, no gadget points to speak of, and just stuck in Research Center. I don't know how fast Mer Gaming is going to be able to recover from this. Slowly moving up. And will this Tazi be able to get the res back onto the rest of her teammates, making it work at least for the time being, whereas Team Modern and Prey looking for positioning on the north side of Fire Station. Oh, she's still stuck.
Yeah, this is really rough for the side Team Mer Gaming, because not only are they just not getting any farm, but they're not getting any passive credits from the 2 players that are dead. So they're just gonna get set farther and farther behind until they get that res off. And even if they do get the res off, like, teams are just gonna slowly start to eye them down.
They're waiting for Rift.
Really have any items here. Ooh, I actually like that play. Waiting for that nighttime Rift, so you don't spend your credits to get your teammates back, especially because of how far behind you are compared to the rest of the lobby here. You kind of have to take that gamble here. And there is a Rift spawning.
Yep.
Looks like in school, so it looks like they're just biding their time here until nighttime to try to get in there.
Think about the amount of time that this Tazi is just sending, right? Yeah, you're going to be able to maintain the amount of credits that you have. You are going to be also, if you get into the Rift, it should theoretically be free at this point. But the amount of time that they're just sending to try making this a possibility is just so much. Highway duking it out up against Songnam Rocks isn't going to be able to do too much. Bear also taken down to about 2/3 of their HP. Don't know if the healing drone was popped. Nope, not just yet. It's still up. But there's a lot of range from Songnam Rocks. Even Storm Chaser isn't able to effectively poke them out.
Yeah, I mean, they have that Cicella there. I think it's just enough to zone them out of this red box with so much damage. Eva trying to get some damage in return, but the damage isn't consistent. And there's a huge pull coming out for side of Satin there. And another bubble. Just so much damage for the side of Team Rocks here. Is Curry going to try to look for an angle in? It's going to get lasered down, and yeah, they are going to be forced to be on the back foot there. Looks like Team Highway is going to get spotted out by that. I think that was that vision plant there, but I think we're going to come out of that. Team Highway's still looking pretty strong here. They do have those 2 blood samples on their carries, sitting on full golds as well, and still that chest piece on that Mai. Make sure that Mai is a little tanky there. It looks like Wickline was secured by the side of Team New Rise and Gangwon there. And they're looking pretty strong for themselves. These teams definitely have to be a little careful for that Wick team coming in very, very shortly.
Mer Gaming, just as a small update, couldn't even get the Rift. They ended up spending the 400 credits just for those reses, which means pretty much the entirety of day 4 and night 4 is just wasted for Mer Gaming. These guys are ludicrously behind at the moment. Wallets are drained. I think genuinely these might be the items they're going to go into Final Zone with. It is just cooked.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look probably for a miracle at this point. Get a nice third-party angle, get all those bodies, get those credits up. But I don't really like the chances of the side team Mer Gaming. As soon as one team spots them out, they're gonna probably just get run down by any of these that have enough items for this Final Zone coming up very shortly. And it's still 7 teams alive, so these teams have to be a little careful as we're gonna go down to our temporary zone very shortly here. and there's just not enough space to really work with so many teams still in this game.
Okay, Ray in a little bit of trouble. Inori a bit split away, and a
huge
double
double
taunt coming
taunt.
in as well. JCP trying to turn this fight as fast as possible, and Nimuri not going to get killed because of the exclusive. And Nori trying to do what he can, but it's not going to happen. Fantastic fight from Team Highway. You can't split away that much from Inori. I think Jackie just being that far away is a huge mistake at this stage in the game.
Yeah. And just a huge find from Bear, just able to get that double taunt there, just able to lock them up. And Team Circus, are they gonna look for an angle here? They don't have vision, so I don't think they know there's anyone, or they don't know the exact position of the side of Team Modern and don't really want to risk it there. Team Modern actually gonna completely walk past the side of Team Circus. Maybe they're gonna try looking for a res there, as Team Rocks is gonna be able to spot out Team Circus. Circus gonna jump on out of there. They know how strong Team Sangnam Rocks is. But Team Neurize already bunkering down on this top side zone. Is that Wick team, so every other team is going to be forced to back themselves on out. But Team Merc Gaming kind of stuck in the middle now. Does Team Circus want to look for something there? And looks like the Mai did end up spotting the other team. Just didn't want to full send it there. I think Team Circus sees the items on the side of Team Merc Gaming and definitely want to look for something here.
Tempest Hydra invested, EMP Barrage invested. 18 seconds to go until the north side of the map is going to completely close. We have Archery Range and Forest as our two temporary zones. Circus still trying to get positioning up on the northern side. I don't know what their plan is because it's going to close in about 5 seconds. Maybe looking for an alternate way to go back into the zone. It's going to be a VLS on out. I don't know if the members of Merc Gaming was able to get it as well. I don't know if they flew at the right time. The Hyperloop's coming in, but look at this.
No, they don't
already knows.
no.
Totem has no timer. Is going to use the Totem as his name states, but it's just not going to matter. Pop goes the Weasel for that Tazia. Nice catch from Team Uri's Gangwon, and really brutal for Merc Gaming. I think Insane should be able to find this as well. Bintum sitting on just the Phantom Jacket is not going to be able to do anything against the Tsubami, especially with the White Lily taken down as well. Look at the damage. It just doesn't exist. Down goes Bintum, down goes Merc Gaming. Modern also on the south side trying to duke it out as fast as they can, but for Team Highway looking a bit too strong. Will unfortunately get caught out in third party, but Eok getting caught out first. He gets taken down first instead. Look at the damage exchange coming from Team Highway. Mandu will be able to lock down Bear, and the damage output over onto the Mai looking pretty good, but the third party from some of the blocks is going to ruin their chances. We still have 35 seconds to go. If Lumi is around, maybe there is a chance in the world where the rest can happen, but wow, what a third party onto third party. Great attempt from Team Highway, but does end up losing the Mai in exchange.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for the side Team Highway because they ended up getting third party, but they were able to end up turning it there on the side of Team Circus, and looks like it is going to be a 3v2 here. A lot of damage coming out from the Eva.
No.
With the laser going the opposite way, but I don't think it would have mattered. Oh my god, look at the damage coming out from the Eva. You have to wonder if the laser went the right way, would he have killed the Justina there? Maybe, but I think the res was coming through anyways on the Tsubame, so a little unfortunate for the side of Team Highway. It was able to pick up an extra kill for themselves. Still have to feel not too bad about that game. You know, nothing could really be done at the very end there. Little unfortunate situation, as it looks like the side of Team Modern is going to get caught by the side of Team Rocks. And we're going to have our final two teams already before the temporary zones even begin here. It's going to be to the side of Team Sangnam Rocks once again, and the side of Team Neurize Gangwon this time.
It will be 25 seconds for these teams to breed the items. Oh my god, and we're about to get a tactical upgrade as well. This is going to be a very difficult Justina to kill. Bikini as well as the Rose Steps. Rose Steps on Justina. The moment you see that, what is it, Astral... What is it again? Astral Burst? Yeah, Astral Burst. If anybody from Sangnam Rocks doesn't blink out of it, their health bar is going to just get obliterated.
Three bloods, 2 4 scores. I think that's about like a 2,500 gold build there. And we already gonna look for a flank angle here. Should be able to get a lot of damage. I think even one laser is gonna be able to chunk down. It's gonna miss though. There's the Astral Barrage. It's not gonna go wide. But look at the damage coming out from Ryori there. Damage in return on the side of Team Sangnam Rocks is gonna be big. Great dodge coming out from the Mai, and looks like Team Sangnam Rocks actually have the advantage here. Was able to get a lot of damage in return. Ryori is going to be able to get themselves just barely to safety, as the side of Team Neurize Gangwon are going to have to full reset here. I do like that they're completely splitting up, just making sure they all get themselves to safety. Wait a second, Insane actually going to go in by themselves. gonna have to force to blink themselves on out of there, as Team Nerise, they're gonna have to push into the triple range team. It's gonna be a little tough, but I mean the damage from the side of Team Nerise should be enough. You know, if this Yusina can hit some of their lasers here, they should be able to chunk down these triple backline or these backliners on the side of Team Sanctum Rocks.
We saw how much damage one tick of Astro Burst was able to do from Ryori. Imagine if more ended up landing, no blinks available for anybody other than the hard. Good kite away from Insane. 16 seconds left for the Tsubame though. Songnam Rocks, a lot of these characters are very immobile. Nodanel on the backside trying to get a jump on over towards the Bernice, but he has the heavy D-pads. Look at the damage output from the side of NRG. They're trying the best. They're trying their best. 3 seconds left for the Justina. Can they get the kill? No! The play with us denies the final laser. And again, Songnam Rocks 2 games in a row. This time 23 points are making their headway striding towards checkpoint. GG's 2 games in a row for Songnam Rocks.
Oh, I'm surprised they ended up just setting it there, because they had zone control going into that final fight there, but I think they just weren't looking at their timers, because they didn't have enough. I mean, if they did end up getting that Bernice, they would have been able to get enough to get themselves back in for that fight. But unfortunately, that's I think that's ultimately coming out from the heart was just able to stall enough time for the side of Team Nerise to basically force their hand, right? Because they had no timer left. They had to look for that knockdown. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it. And it is going to be Team Sanctum Rocks coming out on top.
The final laser that would have killed the Bernice was cancelled out because Play With Us landed onto the Justina. Now, the Mai was already a dead man walking at that point. Her health bar was really low, so it didn't matter that she popped. But the Bernice not going down ruined the rest of the fight, and I don't think a Tsubame can 1v3 at that point. Really brutal for everybody on Team Urice Kangwon. Still, was able to make it all the way to the end of the game. And with Team Songnam Rocks taking away 2 games in a row with absolute tons of points going in their favor, it's still going to be a pretty fair game, I think, for everybody else. We might have to start looking for that second team going into our double checkpoint format, because Songnam Rocks just looks unstoppable right now with this triple DPS.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any team that is able to really contest them right now for, you know, this first spot. But we'll have to see, right? Because there is still a questionable amount of games. We don't know exactly how many amount of games we're gonna have here, but Team Sanctum Rocks did end up getting a nice 23-point game there. So I think in total they're gonna be at 41. So if they have another 24, or if they just have a 24-point game going into game number 3, they're gonna be in checkpoint going into game 4, and maybe we'll see them getting out early. Usually, you know how these double checkpoint formats work is we usually have one team that's really dominant, they're able to get out really early, and then, you know, these other teams fight for that last spot. But I mean, in the previous season, we did have you know, it was a really fairly close, you know, LCQ between all 8 of the teams. So maybe we'll see that again.
It's been a fun series already for Team Songnam Rocks. The triple DPS is bouncing off each other so well at the moment on top of it. Cecilia plus the Bernice is able to provide so much extra support. And you saw how pivotal, once again, the heavy knee patch was in that fight, because it allowed the Bernice to walk away scot-free from the double taunt that came in from the Mai. Sorry, not the double taunt, but actually just a single taunt. The crucial part is she also quaked before that, so the heavy knee patch cleansed everything the moment it popped. It's so good of an option on Bernice. It's one of the reasons why so many Bernice builds nowadays are running that option over something more offensive, like I've seen things like Frailty. I've also seen things like the Adrenaline on top of that as well. But no, heavy knee pads is just such a pivotal augment on that Bernice. Really good decision for that team. It allows them to be 10 points of their second place competitor, Songnam Rocks, with 41 points after 2 games.
Yeah, but Team Modern not too far behind. You know, 31 points. Team New Rise with 22.5, Circus with 21.5, and Highway with 20.5. So still relatively close in the middle of the pack here, as Team Sanctum Rocks is gonna have quite a bit of a lead for themselves going into game number 3. And yeah, I mean, we could see them, you know, maybe getting out for an early nights going into game 4.
It is the staircase, right? We see it a little bit nowadays during our leaderboard stand-ins after a couple of games where the scores just kind of progressively start going down. It's always nice to see because this does mean a lot of teams still have chances going into our later stages of the games. Guys, that was game number 2, which means you guys know what's going to happen. It's time for a break. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and a guaranteed game number 4 upcoming as well.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 노는 건 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안에 들어. 어딜 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 함선은 펴도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
와, 합류해가지고 이렇게 킬 계속 나오는 게 대회권 템포거든요.
네.
와, 이거 셔터 찬스 이후에 나타폰이 꽤나 데미지를 넣고 빠졌기 때문에.
그렇죠. 자, 이러면은 피스메이커 이후에 윌리엄만 잡으면 이러면은
근데
자,
마이가
생각보다 칼질하네요.
나타폰
거리 안
합류.
주고
자, 유스의
에스페이스죠.
합류.
와, 이조. 자, 이거 한번 당겨주면 잡습니다.
야,
끝까지.
후미야 삽이 지금 존재하는데 왜 이렇게 밸류가 좋지? 카체한테 맞아보면 탭창을 열어볼 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
시네마 선수 위치. 일단
자,
이거 셔터 찬스 맞지 않았고, 자, 이러면은 마이 쪽으로 포커싱이 들어가야 될 것 같은데 그걸 한동그람 선수가 일단 얀을 잘 봐주고 있어요. 그래서 마이.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. We are now getting ready for games 3 and 4 of LCQ finals. Two teams have been showing us an absolute remarkable amount of skill today. Songnam Rocks winning 2 games in a row, both with triple DPS compositions, whereas Team Modern also doing really good with a bread and butter composition they've been running pretty much the entire season. So really love to see it. It's all about whether or not they can continue this streak, though. It is double checkpoint, which means a lot of teams still have chances. With 2 teams in the lead, it does not mean that the series is anywhere close to finishing unless those 2 are able to run all the way to the end with it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Sangnam Rocks having a dominant performance here for this LCQ. Definitely well underway to getting into that checkpoint, breakpoint, and getting themselves a spot for that season finals.
24 points, though. It's going to be a long road ahead for the triple DPS team that we've been seeing so far. It is still possible, though, because we just saw them finish the game with 23, if I remember correctly. Just an extra step forward, and they will be at that 24 points to get into checkpoint this early into the series. It's just game 3, by the way, for Songnam Rocks. They're able to do it. It's going to have plenty of time to try winning yet another game in order to make themselves a good candidate going into our season finals. But Super, we're going to start getting ready for game number 3. No bans yet whatsoever, which means all of our teams just playing their comfort picks. And I have a strange feeling that at this point, we might see the same thing pretty much throughout the entire course of this series, which is something that I know a lot of people might complain about. It was a problem way back in the days, which is why we implemented a ban system. But I do kind of like this for LCQ finals. I need to see how comfortable these teams are on their main team roster. Otherwise, we're not going to see how well they fare in season finals at all.
100%. And I think it's fine, especially for an LCQ, right? People just playing their comfort picks, just playing what they know and what their best team comp is, because we get to see, you know, the best of this team coming out here. And yeah, once again, it's gonna be the exact same lobby coming out, and we're gonna have to see, you know, if Team Sangnam Rocks is gonna be able to, close out the series here.
Absolutely. The character selections are locked in once again. Same thing as games 1 and 2. Nothing too crazy here, which means no ban going into game number 4. It's going to be the same situation across the board. Do expect eastern side of the map to be congested once again by Team Prey as well as Team Circus. We'll see if Prey can ever come out on top of this at all, because dealing with 6 skills in comparison to the 3 that you're going to have individually outside of your ultimate, that's a very, very tough task to go up against. One of the reasons why these transformation characters in quite a lot of games where you have to go up against each other are so crucial in the first few levels where everybody's just kind of fighting with their base power. The extra skills mean so much more damage typically going in. So here we go, guys. Game number 3 now loaded in. Let's see how this goes.
And the one problem is that Team Prey, right, they are sitting on Lenny, Shuailin, and Jackie. 3 characters that don't really have much or any answers to really any crowd control, right? And that is exactly what Team Circus really thrives on, right? Comboing off each other with the charms, with the Alex taunts, with the bite combo. And as soon as one of them gets caught by it, it's going to be lights out, right? So they're just going to be able to just get a full rotation down and finish any of the 3. I mean, Shuailin has that parry, but, has to be timed perfectly. And it's definitely pretty hard, especially when there's so much CC on the side of Team Circus.
When I were talking about it during the break, I was talking about how pretty much the Shuailin debut is going exactly as I imagined it would have. I was talking about this before when we were kind of talking about Shuailin every now and then before she made her appearance here. That Sacred Sword needs to land a really, really good parry in order for Shuailin to be good. She is a very, very kind of glass cannon style character that really only has her W in order to be able to stay alive. In a game where you're really dealing with a lot of crowd control, if you can't land it correctly, then you don't really have a lot of leniency. Sustain can be remedied, especially in this kind of a scene, so a little bit of a rough time that our Shuailin team is having as of right now. Circus actually having a bit of trouble dealing with Team Yurai's Kanwon on the eastern side, which means this is going to be the first time where Circus doesn't have a great start to their game. Seer probably gonna die, is getting corralled into the corner, whereas on the northern side of the map, Prey is still in trouble. Same thing as always, down goes Yejun, which means the Shuailin last one alive will have to just completely book it.
Yeah, JCB is able to get one. I mean, the one good thing about Shuailin is she definitely thrives off of these, 1v1 scenarios. Like if she ever is able to get that isolated 1v1, I don't think there's really any character that can beat her in that ultimate. So if she is able to find those opportunities, like a team comp like Team Curry can definitely work. Curry is going to be able to get looks like one of the members on the side of Team Wales, though, as Green Apple going to heal back up on that Theodore. Sniper skills are coming out. Is going to be able to finish the body. I think Curry was trying to res Youngie there, unfortunately not going to be able to pick that one up, as Sagnam Rocks and Oils are going to trade about 2 to 3 kills back and forth there.
So means that western side is a little bit iffy, and Circus still struggling up against New Roy's Kanwon. The first time in quite a while that we actually see an Alex team not getting a single kill during the day 1 of phase 1 section. That's a little bit unfortunate, which means if it is indeed coin toss again for this Alex, we're not seeing any value out of it just yet. Nori trying to get the pick over onto MG will be able to get it. There's a reset going in. The wall is going to be perfectly placed, but the blink on over is there, and the spring trap allows Nori to get the kill. Nice maneuvering around that wall. Good attempt from Zoe. That wall was really good, but it didn't touch the other wall that was holding on to the right side, which means there was a slight opening that Jackie could have maneuvered around.
Very nicely played by Nori there. Perfectly executed with that blink to make sure that they weren't caught there, and it's going to be that 1v1 JCP versus Insane here. Looks like the blink on forward coming out from the Shuailin is going to be able to catch up to that Tsubame. Tsubame is going to go down there. Prey getting another kill. It's actually a great turnaround from their rough starts. Sitting on 2 points already. Sure is going to get caught on the backside here, but looks like Aram was able to get one, but a huge dodge coming out from Curry. Ooh. Aram going to be able to pick up a kill before going down there, so not too bad for the side of Team Circus is able to get 2 before that team wipe.
I think it's kind of awkward because look at the Alex's credits. I don't think he got a single speck of the coin toss value out of that fight at all. I think the assist just wasn't in time because there's a specific time window that you have to get the assist as the person running it in order to get the benefit out of it. He didn't get it at all. So for Team Circus, yes, you do end up getting the 1 point out of it, but I think that's about all you're going to get. No real value out of the coin toss just yet on Team Circus. One of the slower games for an Alex team that we've seen pretty much this entire season. Team Prey looking to fight it out up against Yangju Whales, but good poke over onto Yeojun means they're going to be forced out a little bit. I'm honestly surprised that they're still looking for this. Fauna, good damage output over onto the Chloe, but the problem is, what do you do afterwards is the problem, and now Yeojun in a whole heap of trouble. They're probably going to get caught out. There's the Spark Nade, and Prey once again is going to get taken down. It looks so good, but you're doing it up against the Chloe. You don't have too much AoE as that team. Double melee up against the Chloe is just a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good angle there, but I think Fauna just, just playing them like a fiddle, right? Fauna pushed their Nina away. I think just made it so, Fauna was basically the bait, and then just ended up pressing ultimate, and there's just not enough damage coming out for the side of Team Prey, or not really any AoE damage, right? It's all just single target damage, and that ultimate, that Soul Link just able to keep themselves alive for so long. It's so unfortunate. Prey going down in 8th place with only 2 points. Definitely not the game that you're looking for here. Green Apple gonna get caught out in the middle of the side of Team New Rise Gang 1, as it will be able to pick up a nice kill. EA gonna get caught out here as well, as is able to use away Lily. I think they should be able to get themselves out of there, but a blink on forward from Ryori should be able to finish the job. I think there's no way for this Emma to go, and gonna try using the chain to get a kill, but not gonna be able to pick it up as Team Urize pick up another kill. So great start for the side of Team Urize, getting 5 kill score already, sitting on 6 points.
I'll be real with you. I think Prey might just need to stay away from this comp. As I mentioned at the beginning of this game, the Shuilin debut is going pretty much exactly as expected. You need way too much value out of Sacred Sword in order to get any value out of this character. I mean, we have seen a couple of them, but it hasn't been enough. There is just not that much value that you can gain out of this, and typically these 1 support double initiation compositions has a lot of crowd control to back it up. We've seen it before with things like Yan, we've seen it with Felix, but this has none of them. Nothing, absolutely zero outside of the stun from Sacred Sword. So
I feel like it's just I feel like this comp isn't doing Shoreland justice. I feel like Shoreland, like we saw JCP going in just completely chunking down the Chloe, but I mean, it's just the wrong target, and I think the team comp just doesn't really work out, this double front line, especially it's like Jackie and Lenny as well. I think it's just not really working out into their favor here. Look at the damage coming out from the Eva. Here comes the engage coming out from Tazia, though, finally getting onto the back line here. The Nadine getting chucked down to 1 HP, but a huge crossbow skill actually able to push back the Sylvia from finishing them off, and there comes the laser damage coming out. On the backside though, the Maya was taking a 1v1 onto the Felix, just wasn't able to get it. Probably trying to tank up that Felix to make sure they don't get onto the backliners there, but taking that out to the 1v1, you're definitely not going to be able to get yourself on out of there. As we're going to have another 1v1 here, Ryori versus the Emma, and it's these crossbow skills at the perfect time onto these totems. Very nicely played.
Yeah, really unlucky for the Emma, but it is what it is. It's going to happen every now and then. So yeah, a lot of 1v1s that we are seeing during night number 2, which is I wouldn't say standard. These picks are happening at a very unusual rate today. Tree of Life picked up now for Fauna. That's going to go straight into the Bucephalus. Really nice transition for Yangju Whales. Getting a lot of value out of the split farming today from the looks of it. Not too much punishing on that front as we've seen, especially during the season final, not season final, but phase 2 finals, right? So a lot of people split farming get punished during that phase.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's probably just because, especially with the team dead, the map is, so much more open. So teams are just going to be able to, get into these zones to split farm here. Fauna is going to be able to get the box just in time, but it looks like EA is going to get caught on the other side, but there's that ability to get themselves to safety. On the other side, though, it is going to be that Tazi going down to the side team Mer Gaming, as Rockun and Bintam will be forced to get themselves on out of there. A great find and a great pick, the side team Circus.
Pretty standard initiation across the board. Nothing too crazy again, right? It's strange because we're saying
they picked up from that Tazia. If that is so, that's a great swing coming out from beside Team Circus.
Okay, now that changes things up a little bit, right? I was about to say how this game is a little bit weird in that there's a mix of standard plus weirds. Oh, that monkey wire placed down before the taunt came in. Good thing for Nemery. Yeah, it allows them to stay alive. Good stuff. Meteorite not picked up yet for New Rise Con 1, and now this Eva is starting to pump in a little bit more damage. Riori getting caught out by quite a lot of stuff. Mutant Boars are all going to be dodged out by Bear as well. Highway now getting value out of this Eva. Huge position for them to be in, and Nemery will back away. New Rise Con 1 missing out on this Meteorite. Bear should be able to grab this. No, halfway picked up now for Bear. Noda now stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Eva still getting value, but look at that. Astro Burst is good. Healing Drone activated for Highway. Insane should be able to pick it up. Yep, as it was halfway picked up earlier from them. Good steal from New Rise Con 1. The question is, can they get out? Yes, they can.
Yeah, I don't think you could really chase into a Justina, and they will be able to get that Meteorite. It's going to go into those shoes for that Tsubame. So great find coming out for the side of Team New Rise, as they're actually not that strong right now. You can see their credit counts. They still haven't got their next couple of buy-ins as well. It is going to be Highway going to take the, looks like the Gamma Key card. It looks like they were able to get a little lucky there, getting that Gamma Key card as a consolation prize for not getting that Meteorite.
It's all good though, right? The Gamma Key card is pretty much the more valuable resource at this stage in the game anyways. The Meteorite would have been a +1. 2+1. Whoa, Yuck in a little bit of weird spot. Somehow threads the needle with that explosive bullet. The final fadeaway auto from the heart with the overdrive is enough to kill Ehawk. Oh no! Oh no,
Yeah.
The explosive bullet just whiffs straight past the double agent and lands where the Alex goes. Brutal, but huge explosive bullet landed by Hungy. That sucks.
I mean, Hungy obviously the Bernice player there. So it's very nicely played by the side of Team Cyanide Rocks, but yeah, I mean, just unfortunate White Lily there is just jumping straight into the hands of the side of Team Cyanide Rocks there. I think just wasn't expecting a team to be there. Maybe trying to get some extra vision to clear out before that Lumi did end up going down, but just end up getting caught, and Team Cyanide Rocks are going to be able to get that box and secure that Lumi for themselves as well. So a huge swing for the side of Team Cyanide Rocks. Definitely well positioned to win this game once again.
19 points is what they need in order to get into checkpoint, which is definitely possible with a game state like this.
Is it? I think it's 24, right? Because
yeah, they have the 0.5, which you can't really make up anymore.
19.
Yeah.
19 from where they're at right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. They need 19 more points in order to get into checkpoint, which still is possible, right? They're gonna have to start being a little bit a bit more proactive starting from now. And there it is, right with that. Okay, okay. Explosive bola, Wilson pull, everything just lands. There's a +2. Now they just need 17.
Yeah, you can definitely see how the team comp functions right there. That's a Sella is able to get the pull, and then the Bernice follow up with that
wait a second.
that explosive shot. No, yeah, looks like Team Circus was able to find the side Team Rocks on the backside there, but a huge blink away coming out from Curry and San, able to dodge out on that Cicella, or sorry, the Sylvia bite combo, and I think San's gonna get caught out here. There is the engage. San is able to use her blink. Look at the HP bars. Unfortunately not gonna be able to turn it. Huge pick coming out for the side Team Circus. A nice 2 kills. And wait a second. Bernice is gonna be able to get themselves back into the game here with that self-res, and it's only gonna be a -200 for the side of Team Cyanide Rocks. So actually not too bad. You know, despite them getting third-partied on the other side here. I think Curry, does he have enough credits for this VLS system? I don't think he has enough just yet, because it is night 3. I think he has to wait one more cycle. I'm probably gonna VLS to their team in Beach very shortly.
He is stuck though. I don't think he has enough right now, because I saw a kiosk also being called at that corner where the war was. So
you only have 40, I think, on this cycle. So
yeah,
we're missing 10. So I think he's just
No,
waiting.
but he called a kiosk where the boar spawns inside of Uptown. So I don't think he has enough at all. He's just waiting for it to go red, because too many pings inside of Uptown means it's not that safe. So eating quite a lot of timer for this. But you're right though, not a minus 400 because the Bernice was able to get the self-res is huge for a team that needs quite a lot of points, although this is not good. Mandu gets obliterated. Irem can't run away if she can't hop out, and there's another blink on in. Seer trying his best to run away. The blink on straight into another Sylvia. Down they go. Yangju Wales joining a little bit too late to the party, but look at this. Wait a second, Taja going in. Fauna is going to be forced to use the Soul Link pretty early on, but the counter kills are there. I don't think that was the right call from Totem, and now we're gaming another minus 400 for that team.
Everyone's just getting baited by this Chloe. The Fauna just still has the Soul Link, and the Soul Link is just going to be able to be used to keep themselves alive for so long, right? Fauna just going to walk on forward. Nina going to be in the back, and you can't really have access to, you know, hitting both Nina and Chloe at the same time. So it's just so much sustain coming out from that Chloe with that Soul Link.
Oh man, Totem. I saw the angle, right? But if Fauna didn't press ult, maybe there was a chance to turn it around. But the AoE is just way too much for Team Yangju Wales in a tight corridor up, and no less up against the Theo too. Riori saving Noda now, as the thin corridor is very annoying to fight up against the Justina. New Rise Kong going to get a bit better positioning inside of Chapel, but with it being night number 4, perfect positioning on the Peacebringer for the heart. Everybody's still alive on the side of Songnam Rocks. Okay, there goes Satin for the first time. They're gonna fall down, and he's trying his best to run away. Yuck on the chase. Curry is pretty low too. He's trying his best to run right now. The buckshots are not gonna be enough. That's another minus 400 for that team, and I don't think at this point you can call the blood and then get everybody back, because you don't have enough credits for that.
Just gonna have to be the is gonna get caught as well. Looks like there's someone in forest, but I think the heart.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, they're dead.
Oh, Bintum gonna just blink on forward there, and that's gonna be Songnam Rocks going out. So we are gonna go to a game 5 guaranteed, and Bintum is gonna die as well. So wow, I'm actually surprised Bintum just ended up just self-destructing to get Curry down there, but maybe just didn't realize Miraz was on the backside there.
Really unfortunate for both of those teams, but that means we are down to now 5. At night number 4, this actually makes the map, again, a bit more open than a lot of people usually have at this stage in the game.
Ooh, I really like this for the side of Team Highway. Oh, to check it. Okay.
These items are strange on Team Highway. They brute force the blood item over a golden chest piece for the Nadine. If that's something like the, what is it, the optical chest piece, then she's not sitting at 100% crit chance right now. Her DPS could be significantly lower at this stage in the game if it isn't.
Yeah, but sitting, I think, on that, just sitting on the blood weapon is...
Oh, it's tree. That's gonna go over to the Nadine.
Oh, no, it's just attack speed.
Yeah, it's just Cheng Pao. That's fine. Because you're missing out on what? I think that's Beautiful Garment, so Blaze Up is about what you're missing, but Blaze Up on Beautiful Garment is kind of meh. Because you only get attack power out of it. It's like, alright, it's nice to have, but it's not the best Blaze Up in the game.
And looks like he comes engaged away, gonna try to find an angle in, is gonna be able to get the damage in. Oh, looks like Gun gonna try looking for an angle in too, but the great kite back coming out from the two backliners, but the damage coming out from the Priya is gonna be a lot. There is the shields coming out from the Priya as well, and looks like both teams are gonna be forced to slowly back away there. And oh, Tazi jumping on board, just wasn't able to get that shard, and gonna bleed the reset, so Soe is gonna go down. Huge find for the side of Team Highway there. They're actually playing really well on this front to back team, just able to kite back on that dive. Gun tried to look for an angle in, but just wasn't able to find anything. Oh, look at this. Gun on the flank side. There is no blinks coming in. Twilight High is... Oh, this is not good. Oh, the damage output is pretty good. I said Twilight High. Sorry, that's not the right call. It's the Tempest Hydra looking pretty good. Execution bonus. Is it going to be enough? Storm Chaser on the backside. Still pumping damage with the lasers. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not. MG just barely trying to get out. Oh, Lumi. Catch the Lumi. Catch the Lumi. Storm Chaser, get the Lumi. Does end up getting it right. It starts zooming away. Oh my goodness, so many close calls for everybody, and in the end MG stays alive. But look at how many people are sitting inside a forest. Felix is going to be not brought back either. This is this is hell. What is happening right now? My goodness, just barely on the edge. And oh, wait a second, Modern is going to be able to get over one, unfortunately. Wait a second, maybe we're going to have some some
Cells?
shenanigans. Yeah, there we go. The items are
Oh
dropping
my
down
God.
here. Do they have enough? I don't even know if they have enough, even with those cells.
Oh, you need one. Oh, they
no,
get it
have
off.
enough. They have enough. But the Priya is now homeless, and
Does she have
what's the
zero?
timer?
Oh no! No, she
Oh no,
has
they're gonna
absolutely
spot the
nothing.
Priya there as well. And the Priya's gonna go down, and it's just gonna be free kills going to the side of Team Highway here. So maybe gonna try to look for something on the backside.
Oh, she has
no,
blink this
gun.
time.
Yeah. Tried to look for the Nadine, but Nadine is gonna be able to blink themselves on out of there. And there is the taunt lockdown from the Mai, and so he's gonna go down very shortly there. Just gonna be another free 3 kills on the side of Team Highway there. On the other side, though, Team Circus versus the side of Team Nearise in red and uptown here. You can look time. There's a huge find coming out from the IRM. Great knock up there, and the Lucina is gonna go down, and that's gonna be the Mai going down as well. A huge play and a huge team fight coming out for the side Team Circus.
That's actually a turnaround from Team Circus as well. A lot of their health bars were actually really low by the time some of these fights were really confirmed to be the final ending portions of the fight. But Team Circus, the problem is they have a lot of crowd control stack. As soon as one lands, everything else is very easy to land too. Tsubame is extremely squishy at this stage in the game, especially without the Burgundy. She got blown up, so Nearise Gangwon just losing out on the main source of guaranteed damage with the point and click right clicks. Auto attacks are gone. Justina also needs a little bit of time to charge up, gets completely cancelled out by the IRM afterwards, so that means Circus able to turn around the fight inside of the red zone as well. Huge position to be in, but now they have to pick. You gotta pick your poison. Is it Yangju Whales you want to fight, or the impossible team of Highway in Chapel as a triple melee range team? Like, what do you fight here? Everything is just terrible.
Yeah, but look at the side of Team Wales. They have so many items, and oh my god, the Emma just immediately solos Sheer on the backside, and E8. Oh my god, what a play.
Yep, that fadeaway hat trick as well, right before the totem in order to get themselves in. Clean fight from E8. Pretty much sets up the entire thing as well, while everyone on this team was running away.
Yeah, I don't think they're expecting that damage. E8 sitting on those 2 bloods. I mean, Wales just so strong for this final zone here, as they are gonna take priority. Burning some red timer to make sure they have this zone secured. You know, they are playing that triple backline team, so want to make sure you have zone control to make sure the team has to walk into you. But
it is Eva.
Have to be a little careful. It's that Eva that can make space for their team, but they're gonna have to slowly start to push in to this Theodore, especially when there's so many bushes as well. Because it is rainy weather here. Theodore can use that Sapphire Protocol. Maybe try to look for a pick here.
These light triads are going to hurt quite a lot from Team Highway. They're just going to opt to fully send it, but we've seen what happens before teams start doing this up against Yangju Whales. Look at the health bar over onto Bear. Not looking good at all. I think it might have been a little bit too preemptive for this team. Can they get the kill over onto the Chloe? Yes, they do. It's a trait, but the problem is that Murray falls. Oh, I don't think Yangju Whales is the one you do that up against. We've actually seen in the past Yangju Whales is really good at reacting to things like that. Team Highway, I saw what they were looking for, but if you've seen the history of Yangju Whales, that kind of trick does not work. It didn't work in this one again. That means Yangju Whales takes away game number 3 with 23 points in their hand. GG's.
Playing so well in these last 2 fights here. I mean, at the very end, you saw it was a double dove that did end up sniping down that Nadine, and just had a great positioning. Was able to hit a double hat as well onto the 2 backliners to chunk them down. So very nicely played by the side of Team 8, by the side of Team Yangju Whales. E8 playing out of his mind for those final 2 fights, and Fauna for the other early game fights. We saw, you know, them being able to use that soul link to kind of bait these teams to go in onto them.
The biggest problem is the distance, right? You saw the distance that was made from Yangju Whales. They're way too seasoned at this point of veterans to get caught out by things like that. They split on purpose at that point. If I had to take a guess, they split up on purpose. This is a team that, as I said again, is so good at baiting teams to think that they're in an advantageous position, but positioning was perfect. The Mai had no chance to initiate, but Bear got a little bit overzealous with it. And as soon as she's in, right? It's triple DPS. Even something like a Mai is going to get bursted down extremely fast. Up against something like a Theo on top of a late game as well. Deadeye plus slow. It's not a good situation across the board. And then on the flank side, now you have to deal with an Emma or a Chloe coming in. You don't do that against Yangju Whales. You don't just send it. You got to get positioning if they start mispositioning like that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, triple backline team taking zone control, it's a tale as old as time, right? Pushing into, a mage, ADC. Actually, I guess it's two mages. It's kind of really hard to really, try to find an angle in. But, yeah, I mean, the side of I think it was Team Highway, like they just had to try to make space, but they just weren't able to really find anything there.
I'm surprised that they didn't, because they have advantage with the Ava. All you have to really do with this composition is kind of create at least one pathway out, which could have either been the bottom side, or maybe if Yangju Whales decided to completely reorganize and maybe come up from the bottom side instead, which is pretty ill-advised, because the bottom side corridor is way thinner than the ones up on the northern side for the final zone. You could have played like that, but they ended up trying to send it. And even if Bear got a taunt onto somebody, I don't think they get a kill there, which is why I'm surprised they ended up going for it. But that's what ifs, right? What ifs? It's not a situation that we're going to be able to witness here. What they did is what they did. It does create an opportunity now for Team Yangju Whales to start calling back in the series. Game 1 performance, 11 points, not bad. But in the context of the series, it was It was alright. And then in game number 2, an early out for that team with only 4 points. This is the kind of game they need in order to come back into the series.
Yeah, especially since Sangnam Rocks went down a little early, or they didn't really go down early, but they didn't really have that many points, right? So they were our front runner team, and they only got 7.5 points for that game. So it's definitely going to shake up the leaderboard here. Unfortunately, they're not going to get into that checkpoint breakpoint going into game number 4. So we will be guaranteed a game number 5 here. And I think with that, it's going to shake up the whole leaderboard. We did have, I think, our top 3 teams at the very end that had a decent amount of points were all in the middle of the pack here. And now it's, our top 2 frontrunner teams going down a little early. We will see, all these other teams in the middle slowly jump their way up.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a very close series starting from now on, just because of how did Modern actually do good this game? I don't really recall. Gun didn't really have any pop-off plays in this one either. Soe also made a big blunder with the Tazias. Actually, let me rephrase this. Both of our Tazias got very overzealous in this game, right? Trying to jump in by themselves into 2 different fights, both getting wiped out pretty early on into the fight as well. With Modern and Team Sangnam Rocks falling down early, we actually might have a lot closer of a series than we might have think. So let's take a look at what the score sheets are going to look like in a moment here. Every team might genuinely have a chance at this point. Prey definitely struggling a little bit because of the team composition they are running, but how is everybody else doing?
Wow.
Oh yeah. That was 6 plays for the teams that are viable starting from now on. Now, it's going to be difficult for the 6th place teams and above outside of Sangnam Rocks to reliably get into checkpoint, because let's be real here, even Team Modern needs, what is that, 26.5?
26.5, yeah.
That's a lot. We've seen
doable.
30s.
It's
yeah,
doable.
We've seen 30s, but
it's pretty
hard.
rare. Yeah.
But it is a close series. We might genuinely have...
Look at how close it is. 2nd to 6th place, there's only a 2.5 point difference. And that is 5 placements almost. And it's only 2.5 points between these 5 teams here. So it's really anyone's game. Sangnam Rocks has a really good shot here to get into that checkpoint breakpoint going into game number 5. They only need about 16.5 points, which is just a decent 1st or 2nd place game, as long as they're able to, get enough kills. And I think, even Team Highway can definitely still make it in, right? Getting to the checkpoint breakpoints. 29 points is definitely a lot, but it's still doable. Although most likely, I think it's only Sangnam Rocks that has a chance here going or getting it into that checkpoint breakpoint for game 5.
I think so as well. All the other teams, if they're going to make it in, then pop-off game plus more is what you need at this point.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. We're still going to be guaranteed game number 5, and quite frankly, game number 6 as well at this point, just because it's so... Okay. Hi. What?
I'm surprised they swapped back, because it looks like they were loading into the game there. I wonder what happened. Maybe the wrong player that ended up going in, or
How funny would that be? Maybe it was one of the admins that ended up joining one of the teams on accident. Okay, so let's be real here, right? Even if we don't see the characters, like, to a certain degree, we're gonna know what a majority of these teams are gonna run.
Yeah. I did see one team that did end up swapping already, which was Team Prey, because they are in 8th place, and yeah, they need to make sure, or they kind of have to go back to the drawing board here, because what they're doing is not really working out. So I did see that Alina being locked in, which is pretty interesting. Very interested to see, how the other, team members, kind of pick around that.
I'm a little bit worried because if it's the Elena, then I would have to assume it's not JCP, because if JCP is not going to be playing Shuilin, there's a high possibility it'll be the Fiora. Elena Fiora is already giving me a little bit of anxiety because that team it does have damage, but it's very conditional on you landing things, which is very hard in ERM. Everybody knows how to dodge things. Everybody at this stage is very, very high caliber when it comes to gameplay. Yes, it's JCP, but he's still going to miss skills just because that's the innate way that Fiora works, if he does end up playing that character. The last character selection on that team is going to be extremely important if we do end up seeing that coming to fruition. If JCP does end up selecting the Fiora, and the Elena, as you mentioned, is going to get locked in. Let's go back into character select and see what ends up happening, because right now, it does seem to be the case, and Nori on the Nadine is a good option. JCP on Nathapon, yeah. Lenny on JCP feels like a waste. I think you do the Fiora here and put in Nori on the Nadine.
Daniel?
I don't like Daniel here. I don't like that.
I think they're just going for a full dive, but might
do
be
Nadine.
Maybe just trying to bait it out. Oh, it's gonna be that Jackie coming back once again. Just going for that full dive team comp here.
Okay. Bit better. Elena does create a little bit more space for the Jackie to work with, and JCP's Fiora is a force to be reckoned with, by the way. So I'm okay with this, but game number 4 with the score sheet being like this might not be the best time to experiment with the Jackie like this, but if it works out, this is a very, very good team composition. Extremely aggressive, extremely dive orientated, so they might be able to make up the amount of lost points in just a single game if it goes well for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think they kind of have to, do something, right? Because their original team comp just wasn't really working out in this lobby. They weren't able to get really much of just any footing, I would say, in any of these games, right? They're always just going out in 8th place a little too early, not getting any points. I think they were only at 12 points compared to the rest of the lobby, sitting in the mid 30s to 40s. So definitely have to change something up here, and they're just gonna just try this Alina Fiora team comp this time. Gonna go full throttle onto this dive.
See how it goes, folks. Game number 4 is now locked and loaded. We are still guaranteed at game number 6, as none of our teams has made it through checkpoint and gotten themselves out at all. No chance for that to happen in this game either, which means we are safe for game number 6 guaranteed. It all comes down at this point, I think, to Team Songnam Rocks, as you were talking about earlier, on whether or not they get into checkpoint for game number 5. And starting from there, we have to consider, are we going to be guaranteed any further games after that? But for the time being, we're okay. Nothing too crazy, nothing too standard either. I will say this has been a mix of a both. I would have to say.
Yeah, 100%. Being Songnam Rocks in contention for getting into that checkpoint breakpoint. There is that Whitley going to be used. So, JCP gonna find a number here, and I think should be able to get
clean.
Yeah, great skill rotation there coming out from JCP, able to connect all of their skills. So we're gonna be able to get Storm Chaser on the top side here. So a couple of kills being traded over for some of these teams. But yeah, Songnam Rocks just need, I think, about 16.5 points, which is definitely doable. Looks like Youngie is gonna get caught, unfortunately, though, for the side of Team Newrise Gangwon, as it will pick up a nice kill for himself.
Down goes the Theo of Youngie Wales. E8, it is pretty early in the game for the Emma, but there's the slam down. JCP is going to get taken down. Yejin just going to completely book it. It's a 1-4-1, is it? I think. I don't know if JCP got taken down over there, but either way, Nice trade between the two teams. Highway trying to follow through. Nemery on the opposite side of the wall, trying to get the kill over onto Mandu. Not going to be able to find it as the... Oh, never mind. The cap punch isn't enough with the shield. Storm Chaser's in trouble. I don't know if the Mai is going to come back in time either. It's an extended death timer for that team. A break over onto Team Highway. Raccoon going to get taken down as well. Very, very bloody day one.
Oh, so we're going to get caught as well. There is a quake coming out from the Alina. The totem was invested to try to keep themselves just
damage for this.
alive just in time, but the members of Team Modern are going to be here, as yeah, there's going to be JCP going to go down, as Team Modern going to be able to pick up a nice kill for themselves. Team Nirai is going to actually get the full flank angle onto the side of Team, I think that's Team Wales, and there's going to be 2 kills going to the side of Team New Rise, but EA going to be able to pick up actually 2 kills on the backside here. Gonna be able to finish off that Nadine, or sorry, that Mai and that Tsubame, so it's gonna be a 2 for 2 for the side of Team Mirai and the side of Team Wales.
They're still fighting. Emma's getting taken pretty low at this point. Riori might actually have full control over the north side of the map unless EA has a little bit more to say about this. The Theo comes back up first, but Green Apple in a little bit of trouble. Everybody here coming back from Yangju Wales. They are very much looking for the kill onto Riori.
Oh, but on in.
Yeah, Riori's got one. Not opting to go for the Fiesta that we saw earlier with Prey and Circus, which is kind of boring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, the Mai spawned in, but unfortunately the Tsubame wasn't there. But I think it's just because, you know, spawning on top of a Chloe and it's kind of a death wish.
Yeah.
Right, that can just poly you the second you get out of that invincibility, and there's really not much you can do as a Tsubame. So I don't blame them, but you know, if they did end up using, you know, all their cooldowns on you, then maybe Riori can actually finish the job on the other side there.
Yeah, but where's the gusto? You know what I mean? We gotta have the fun at this point. We've already seen some funny things. Peacemaker activated pretty early for Songnam Rocks. Can they get the kill? Yes, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Elena is the only one here as well, which means it's 1 for 2. This should put Team Songnam Rocks in a pretty good position to look for the meteorite, but a lot of key ultimates invested from this team. 40 seconds to go until the hard ultimate is up. If another team joins in on this, there's a possibility Songnam Rocks has to back away from it.
Yeah, but it looks like the bottom side is completely uncontested, so I think they're gonna have that meteorite completely for free. Team Nerise and Team Highway are gonna be fighting for that meteor on the other side, though. The Circus is gonna get caught out by the side of Team Wales. There's a blink on forward from the Theodore. Great blink combo or taunt combo from the Alex, but it's not gonna be enough, as it was able to finish the job there. The other side, Storm Chaser is gonna be able to kite away from this Mai. Is Mai gonna go down, and Team Nerise is gonna be on the back foot. Insane has to get on out of here, but they will end up wiping their team there. CCP gonna get caught on the other side, on top side, as it looks like a kill going to the side of Team Modern.
Can't tell if those getting caught out in the middle of trying to hyperloop. Mirais Kawan could have been in trouble, but blink out for Insane. Nori doesn't have the blink or the jump to follow through, which means Mirais Kawan will stay alive for this. Yep. Absolutely.
It's scary for the side of Team New Rise here. So we're actually going to be able to get a nice kill onto the Sylvia. Unfortunately, just barely not getting enough cooldowns to get that dash just in time there, as the Irem was able to finish the job and able to lock them down.
Still early in the game, so I think the E is actually on level 1, right? Because you usually end up leveling your Spada first in the beginning anyway, your Q. So, cooldown wise, it's gonna suck a little bit for the time being. It's okay, it's all good at the end. Riori gonna get taken down too, cut out inside a chapel, and another fight inside a fire station. Ehyuk about to get taken down. Down he goes. Quick spin, pretty good, but it's not gonna be enough to save him. Mandu trying his best to run away. Laser's not gonna be enough, as Irem just gonna start pouncing around Sheer. I don't know if you want to stay on this anymore, my friend. Unless, hold on a second, Mandu might not be able to get away. The slow with the Drake, not gonna be enough for Bear to chase on through. It's a 1 for 0 in favor of Team Highway, getting full control over Fire Station.
Kind of hard to chase an Irem, so no surprise that the Mai just ended up giving them up there, but it looks like the Irem is going to get caught on the other side. There's that throw skill going to be invested with that charm as well, and I think the Irem should be able to get the safety, but there is that movement speed coming out from Priya. Just one more ability should be able to do the job. Irem, very slippery character, is able to jump the wall here, and is going to use that cap punch to push themselves back up on the top side there. Looks like Gun is trying to look for something on this Felix, but isn't going to be able to find anything. Wait a second. Nah, yeah, the Irem gonna walk away.
Okay, So some of our teams split apart. Look at Team Mirror Gaming, split farming pretty well actually, being pretty coordinated on this hotel as well as everything is at a beach. Although I think beach at this point in the game isn't exactly the most beneficial. We'll be able to maintain control of it. They're going to go inside the Dimensional Rift, which actually does open a beach for anybody on that south side of the map, but no one's going for it, which means whoever goes to beach at the end of night number 2 is going to have all the value from the mutant bears as well as the triple bears that spawn inside that zone. It's a zone that is waiting to be taken.
Rock's just barely making it into the rift in time. I don't know if they got... oh no, they're actually going to have to fight the side of Team Mer Gaming here. A lot of poke damage. Satin is going to get caught out by the Tazia here, but a blink on forward with that throw skill is going to lock down the Tazia, but the Tazia is going to be able to find the Bernice, and the ultimate does come down late as the Bernice is going to get caught out here, and a huge prime coming out. One Tazia and the Felix voice, and Curry is going to be able to pick up one and try looking for some damage onto the Sylvia.
It's too early.
But yeah, I don't think Curry has enough items here to finish the job, and is going to get finished off by the Tazia, and it is going to be a nice clean win coming out for the side of Team Mer Gaming.
Too early in the game for the Heart to really deal any meaningful damage, and I think the Frailty was gone at that point too, so not enough to kill the I think it was the Sylvia that they were aiming for at the beginning of the fight. Regardless, you're right, good fight from Mer Gaming, and now we're finally starting to see Team Mer Gaming not have a shaky early game. This might actually make it so the the cascade of -400s we've seen from Team Mer Gaming towards the mid to late game, not possible in this one just because of how their team composition is, and they're actually looking to snowball off of this as well. Can Rockun actually find the pick over onto Satan?
Good bubble there, and I think they're gonna get baited in.
No.
The Bernice is here, and Rockun try to look for some more.
Oh no!
Not gonna be able to find it, as a nice kill going to the side of Team Sanctum Rocks, and they're getting closer and closer to hitting that checkpoint breakpoint, only needing about 10 more points for themselves, I think, or actually I think 11.5.
Yep, 11 more. 11 more now.
11 points, yeah, 11 more points, and it should be in that checkpoint breakpoint here. Looks like Team Highway just chilling we're just waiting for this meteor as Team Modern on the other side as well, on the bottom side here. Gonna try jumping back into Hospital, try to contest for these for the farm.
Oh, that is terrible though, isn't it? Some of them Rocks has already baited in multiple teams to try getting them killed, but not enough for what it is. Circus trying their best to run away, blink on in with the Tempest Hydra, and it's not enough as Yuck also gets himself on out of here. But maybe Circus actually wants to fight on this. EMP Barrage, not that bad of a position at all. There's the Echoes of the Earth going down as well, but Alex just caught out and way too much damage down onto that character. I mean, Circus needs to just completely book it, but Zoe on the chase, he's gonna go for the follow through. Unfortunately, the dash is going to get cancelled out by the knockup, but Felix is there to follow through still. Can they get more is the question. Wall is going to block away the barrage, but not with the edge opening up. IRM's going to get out.
Yeah, definitely a misplacement on the wall there, because if they place it at the perfect angle to make sure the IRM has to walk into it, so I think they would have actually secured that extra kill, but just having that little gap, the IRM was able to use that to their advantage to get themselves on the safety there. Sanctum Rocks maybe looking for a fight onto the side of Team Wales. I think Team Wales knows, you know, that if they want a better chance, they definitely should try to shut down the side of Team Sanctum Rocks, but I think just not having enough items to really do it here.
Sanctum Rocks is extremely accelerated at this point too. I don't think it's going to be easy for anybody to really lock them down anymore. At this point, it's just to slow the bleeding, I think.
Again, Lumi here. The Bernice is almost... Look at the credit counts on the side of Team Sanctum Rocks. I think they're saving for Bloods. But I think at this point, you probably just buy real quick before the cycle, and then you could buy the Bloods after. But I think just because of how many items they have, they can afford to just sit on their credit tier, buy the blood samples coming in, and they're going to be stronger. A huge
my god.
That wall. And that's going to be Team Circus losing 2 members. Great find for the side of Team Mer Gaming there. Yeah, that Tazia just able to get that lockdown CC. And the follow-up from Mer Gaming was just perfect.
Why did the IRM go in? I don't think that was the right call at all. Yuck trying his best to run away. Is the wall there? Oh, just barely getting out. BLS all the way down towards the south side of the map. It is open. If they can get this rift, it would be pretty huge. We do have a team that's starting to make their way down with the double agent. They're going to be able to get in all res up and no -400 going forward. Team Circus. Nice play from Yuck.
Yeah, great find from that Alex to... I think they ended up winning that rift for free as well, so it actually a huge find for the side of Team Circus there.
600
not
credit
only did
value.
not only did they not lose 400 credits, but they were able to get some extra as well. And oh my god, the Mai just gonna go down instantly. But here's the third party. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Highway. Just two teams from different angles. Not really much you could do about that. Team Modern gonna be able to pick up the kill, but the damage coming out from that Eva, just 100 to 0 a Mai.
Yep.
I mean, the Eva having that frailty as well is definitely it's definitely a reason why the Mai was able to go down there. But yeah, a great taunt there and a great lockup coming out from the Mai and Eva comp.
I think the mechanic still exists where if you stand on her W, you still take bonus amp damage as well from any other skills. Right on top was where the Mai was. Fight is going to begin once again. Bear trying his best to run away. Is he going to be able to? Yes, he can. Oh no! New Rise Gama didn't learn their lesson this time. They sent a squishier person up against the Eva. Oh no! Storm Chaser just eating good with this Eva lasers. They're trying to chase further, but Bear, I don't think chasing a Mai as a Mai is exactly something that is easily warranted. Down they go. Minus 200 yet again for New Rise Gama. That's a minus 400 going for this team in the blink of an eye.
I think Insane maybe thought he had an angle in, but just wasn't able to find anything and just gets completely obliterated. He gets punished for looking for that angle by that Eva. The Eva laser damage is just way too much for a squishy to really deal with there. You have Team Prey just going to walk into Chapel as it does end up reopening here. Team Mer Gaming versus the side of Team Modern. Both these teams having that Kazi and that Felix there. Both the Felixes are looking for an angle in onto the backside. That is going to go down, but nothing really going to come out of that. But a huge knockup coming out from Gon, trying to lock down this Kazi there. But the response Bintum getting chunked down on the other side as looks like we do have Sylvie completely isolated for the side of Team Mer Gaming, and Team Modern is going to be the one to come out on top.
It's just a team composition execution diff for Team Modern. It looks so much more cleaner than Mer Gaming. Item-wise, yeah, Modern's definitely a little bit more ahead than Team Mer Gaming. That might have sealed the deal, but execution was definitely in favor of Team Modern. JCP gonna get caught out, and down he goes. No parry available at all. Waiting for that parry, and then immediately.
It was just very nicely played by the Mai there. Just waiting it out, right? Because you do have about like 1 to 2 seconds that you could linger and hold that taunt. Just waiting for the Mai, or not the Mai, but the Fiora to use that parry. If they don't use the parry, you just send the taunt in, and you can't really react in time if you're so close and instantly use that taunt. So yeah, very nicely played by New Rise, able to pick up a nice kill there. You have Team Sangnam Rock's gonna join the fray as Osan a little too far up. Didn't really expect people to be in that bush. The ultimate does end up coming down, and Team Sangnam Rocks is going to be on the back foot there. Wait a second. Youngie actually was able to pick up a kill on the other side, though. They're going to try looking for an angle back in, but JCP is going to finish the job here. Great parry, and that parry damage is actually going to be able to secure that extra kill for the side of Team Prey. And Curry has to be a little careful now. They will definitely want to get into this checkpoint point, so they have to make sure they don't get themselves wiped here. And Ori, going to get caught by the side of Team Circus. Team Circus is going to be able to pick up a nice kill.
We're seeing the two sides of the same coin of Fiora. If she lands everything, then you can see the amount of damage she does. If she doesn't land anything, then you can also see the amount of damage she doesn't do at the same time. Okay, so Sangnam Rocks all back up. The problem is the amount of credits they have now is not going to be enough for what they were originally intending. We still see the Bernice without a weapon transition for himself. It should be the intervention coming very soon. We saw that earlier. Team Modern, I don't know why they're split apart at this point in the game, but two are going to go inside of the Dimensional Rift trying to fight it out up against Team Circus. The damage output from Zoe is looking absolutely insane. Great quick spin. Oh, Mandu, can you do this? They have the additional shield from the pickup on the ground. There's the cap punch in, but the shield is there. Not enough. And down goes Hoei. Minus 400 in the blink of an eye for Team Modern. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, what happened with Team Modern? They split. They sent one to the rift and got punished for it, as looks like the Priya didn't end up getting caught on a different side of the map there. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Modern. And they do end up just going down there. Circus unfortunately going to lose their Sylvia on the bottom side here. In fact, they send them out getting another point for themselves. There is the safety orb going to be used for the side of Team... I think that is Team Prey. I think they're gonna try waiting out enough time. I don't think they have enough time to wait out for the Uptown reopening here. So they're actually gonna be forced to teleport. You can see JCP already sitting on about 5 seconds left. It's not really sitting on any timer, and they're gonna have to look for something here. And it's gonna be the team with the least amount of timer, and a huge find coming up from the top. They're getting so much damage there. I think Fauna is gonna go down first. They do end up picking it up with that Priya. Green Apple gonna be able to get themselves out to safety, but they're gonna be the last member of the side of Team Youngju Wales, and I don't know where Lumi is. They have enough credits to get only one member back into the game, but it's not gonna be enough.
Lumi sitting inside a pawn bridge. That is going to be a long wait for the Theo if he even wants to get one member back. And even then, Chloe, right? Chloe is what you would probably bring back. And Nori trying to jump on and not going to be able to find an angle onto Riori. Everybody is just doing their own things now. At this point, hopefully everybody is grouped up because I saw way too many people being split. Look at this. Circus split again as well. Seer is going to have to try getting away, but the bleed plus the auto attack fade away is enough to kill the Sylvia. And then all boils down to 1 for Team Circus. 5.5 points after game number 1. Circus definitely struggling.
See the credit counts as well on the Alex, just not having anything left in the tank for the side Team Circus there. Looks like Team Mer Gaming is going to use that safety orb to get themselves to safety down in factory, but Team Sagnum Rocks is going to have the zone already secured for themselves, and they're looking to definitely get into that checkpoint breakpoint. Got to get a couple more points for themselves. They have Team Modern coming behind the side of Team Mer Gaming. So we're going to have a lot of teams down here in factory as these teams have to be a little careful. A great pull coming out from the Cicella, but nothing really going to come out of that as the Felix is going to be able to use their wind scars to get themselves out.
A lot of cooldowns being invested though might not be good because we're going to go into night number 5 with Vision starting to close on in and a lot of zones also starting to close on in. These cooldowns really matter. JCP on the backside doing a lot of damage over onto Noda now. Gets the taunt over onto the Elena, but the third party coming in from the south side, that's not good. Yojun goes down, Insane goes down, third party successful for Team Sungdam Rocks. Down goes yet another on the northern side as Noda now is going to get caught up by Team Modern. Sungdam Rocks still looking. How many more do they need? They need 7 more points. 7 more points from anything. They'll be in checkpoint. JCP goes down as well. Prey down to 1 member.
A questionable engage from Prey there because they should have recognized that they would push straight into the factory cams, and Sagnam Rocks just saw everything on what was happening there, and they were able to just capitalize and get 2 of the members of the side of Team Prey. The Rise Gangwon unfortunately only on 1 member as well, so Green Apple gonna be sitting in red here, gonna try to wait a little longer to try to play for a couple more placements. You can see how many teams are alive, how many players are alive. 7-16. So we got a lot of rats here going into the final zone that is coming very shortly. Prey is gonna be able to get themselves to safety as Team Highway is gonna be joining the fray here for this factory final zone, and Riori is gonna get caught out here. I don't think the has anywhere to go, and it is going to be the side of Team Sagnam Rocks.
Okay, but heavy knee pads is gone for Hyunggi for the time being. This might be the opportunity Team Prey is looking for, but they're splitting up. Oh man, okay. Prey needs to get their communication back together because we are seeing everything being different from that team. One person going for the cameras, one person just sticking around.
Yeah, I think it's probably because Praise probably saw, I don't know if they had the cam on the bottom side, maybe saw Team Highway coming in, and the second that Alina engaged, maybe they appeared. So like, you know, we don't want to get third partied here. We're gonna slowly back ourselves on out. Team Sagnam Rocks, I think they know there's 2 teams in the zone now, so that's why they're sitting in this corner. I really like this macro play from them. They're gonna try to bide their time to try to play maybe for a couple more placements, get a couple more kills, and get themselves into that checkpoint breakpoint. They just need 16.5 here, so 5 more points, and they should be in.
Okay, Team Modern as well as Mer Gaming both sitting inside of the Uptown zone. Highway is just bullying Team Prey. I think the opportunity they were given earlier, where are we going, Yojun? Okay, he is just completely isolated away on the backside. Doesn't get the freeze because of the change that we made earlier. The third party coming in. No, down goes the entirety of Team Prey. The third party, bouncy house all over the place for Team Highway. Mer Gaming TP's in at the perfect time. Bear's gonna get taken down. Now all Team Mer Gaming has to do is win out somehow against Sungdam Rocks.
Yeah,
down goes Green Apple.
That's just really unfortunate. Like, you can't really play around that, right? They just VLS system at the like 1 second before the zone ended up swapping as well, and at the perfect time for the third party there, right? They had the perfect angle in, and now it's gonna be up to Team Mer Gaming to try to stop Team Sagnam Rocks. But look at the item difference.
Oh my god.
Team Mer Gaming, they're only sitting on about 9 gold items total, and they're just gonna have to give full zone control to the side of Team Sagnam Rocks.
Okay, the good thing about Team Mer Gaming situation right now is that the only cooldowns they're missing are 2 weapon skills. That's it. Oh, they have their blinks, they have the totem on the Tazia.
No.
Ultimate cooldowns are there as well. But time is starting to run out. 15 seconds left for Team Sangam Rocks, and the Felix again. The heavy D-pad just prevents the kill over onto the Bernice. That's not good at all. Rockqueen's gonna pop here in just a moment. Sangam Rocks loses Hyungi. It's a 1-person trade, but they are in checkpoint now. Congratulations. That Team Modern now will try to stop them from gaining any more unnecessary points. But for Team Modern, if they win this, they are also in, by the way.
I mean, it was just very, very nicely played by the side of Team Sangam Rocks there, right? They all split away. Onto the engage from Felix, and I think I see what you're seeing. Team Modern are going to be half a point off if they get the 2 points. So that is going to be a little unfortunate, but you know, it is just going to be the way the cookie crumbles here. If they do end up winning, Team Sangam Rocks are guaranteed already their spot for the checkpoint breakpoint going into game number 5.
This might be the first time we ever see that half a point curse. We've seen 1-point curses ever since they implemented the new point system, but half a point I don't think we've seen just yet over on the KR side. Maybe on the NA side, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe even on the EU side, but yeah, not just yet on the KR side. Let's see if Modern is able to do it. The history so far has not been good on them, because remember what happens when Gun tries to full send it over onto Hyungi, but the blood sample count is just not that good anymore. But again, like, dude, there is just no responses for this Felix. It's just matchup dip at this point. It's down to MG as well as Soe. We've seen the Tazia do it before. That's good damage output. Peacemaker is going to be activated. There are some swords down on the ground. Damage output pretty good. Oh my god! So he is doing it! There's the trap! I think MG should have blocked the shot! MG had to block the shots! No! That's a bad call from MG.
That is a classic, though.
Yeah.
If you ever use Totem, the Bernice will just place a trap onto you, and you're gonna get rooted. Like a full second there, and it's just easy for Bernice to just get the final auto attacks to get the kill. But I think you are correct. I feel like if the Priya just walked up to block the damage from that Bernice, maybe the Tazia could have clutched out at the very end there. But I feel like Bernice can just rip, so it is kind of like a little tough.
Yeah, the Tazia value in the 1v1 up against Bernice is just so much more better than the Priya. I'm honestly surprised that MG just kind of stood back, because yeah, I get it. You don't want to take the damage from Bernice while the totem is going through, but you see the trap right on the ground. You know what's going to happen to your Tazia.
I don't know. I feel like if the Priya walked up, he would just get auto attacked 2 times, die, and then the Bernice would still be there in time to just finish the Tazia. So I don't was it Team Modern getting out of that one?
To be fair, in my defense, if MG doesn't do that, then that's what happens. Like what we just saw happen.
Yeah, that's true.
The biggest part about Tazia, after all, is that her survivability comes with the shields and also the mobility, which the Bernice is going to deny immediately the moment she comes out of Totem. So, unfortunate situation for Team Modern, but at least we don't get to see them have to deal with the half a point curse. They're just well in a position now to be in checkpoint after game number 5. That's the important part for Team Modern.
100%. I mean, they're only about, I think they're missing about 3.5 points.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
No. They actually did end up getting 2 points. So they're missing about 1.5 points, I think, going or for that checkpoint.
You'll have to tag in the extra
4.5 because they didn't get that 3 placement points as well. But yeah, they can definitely get into the checkpoint breakpoint. I think they definitely will get into checkpoint breakpoint going to game 6. And we'll have to see if they try to maybe Kingmake and try to shut down King Sangnam Rocks from getting outs, right?
Here's a proposition for you. How about let's get Sangnam Rocks out of here, because that's the only team we don't win against as Felix.
That's true. That's true. They could just let them get themselves on out of there. But I think obviously, for the best chance of them to qualify out, like you do want to try to, stop the other competitors from getting that win, right? So.
The thing is, though, I think that's still a very viable solution for Team Modern, because when it comes to the mirror matchup for the Tazia and the Felix, they've been completely dominating Mer Gaming. Mer Gaming hasn't had a single chance up against Team Modern. And we've seen these two Felix teams actually do really well against every other compositions. but Songnam Roxas. That's the problem. It's just that team composition. It's that stupid Bernice with the heavy knee pads. It seems like the easiest target, but once you go on him, it's over. Once you go on the heart, it's over.
Yeah.
Like,
I think the
there's no
problem is
target.
because the Felix is really good at dealing with one AD carry, but not two. You know, because he is get bursted down. The second the Felix goes in, you're taking auto attacks from both the heart and the Bernice, and then the Bernice also just has the ultimates to just lock you down, right?
You can only block so
the
much.
explosive shot goes down, you're not only gonna take so much auto attack damage because you can't use your wind scars rooted, but you're kind of just stuck there as well. You're not really doing anything. But we can see the leaderboard here. It is going to be seen Songnam Roxas going to be in that checkpoint breakpoint with 74 points. Modern not too far behind with 60.5, so they could definitely get into that checkpoint breakpoint, only needing 4.5 points. Highway, Wales, Circus, and New Rise Gangwon also still in striking range. I think they could all get into the checkpoint breakpoint going into game number 6 as well.
Color me surprised about Highway's composition. After game number 1, I thought they were going to struggle for the rest of the series, but are starting to pick it back up. As I said, all they have to do is just kind of get through that middle stage of the game and get to the end. We've seen the Ava just completely decimate people, which is exactly what she can do, assuming your early game isn't detrimental, which is what we've seen so far for Team Highway. They also are in striking range for that checkpoint, as you mentioned, is a good situation to be around if you're one of the teams in the top 3 at the time being. Guys, that was an even number of games. Game number 4, which means we are about to go on to a break. We are so far guaranteed for game number 6, so we'll see you guys back here for games 5 and 6 as soon as the break ends. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch.
Here.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠. 으이. 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하지 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허튼 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
와, 합류해가지고 이렇게 킬 계속 나오는 게 대회권 템포거든요.
네.
와, 이거 셔터 찬스 이후에 나카폰이 꽤나 데미지를 넣고 빠졌기 때문에.
그렇죠. 자, 이러면은 피스메이커 이후에 윌리엄만 잡으면 이러면은
자,
마이가 생각보다 칼질하네요.
나카폰
거리 안
합류.
주고
자, 유스가 합류.
와, 자, 이거 한번 땡겨주면 잡습니다.
야,
끝까지.
무미야 삽이 지금 존재하는데 왜 이렇게 밸류가 좋지? 카체한테 맞아보면 탭창을 열어볼 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
시네마 선수 위치. 일단
자,
이거 셔터 찬스 맞지 않았고, 자, 이러면은 마이 쪽으로 포커싱이 들어가야 될 것 같은데 그걸 한동그라미 선수가 일단 얀을 잘 봐주고 있어요. 그래서 마이
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a good one. We are now getting ready for game number 5 for the LCQ finals with a team in Checkpoint. It's going to be Team Songnam Rocks looking to see whether or not they can make it straight into one of our remaining 2 spots for the season finals of day number 1. If they are able to win this upcoming game, there's a possibility game number 6 might be the last one for the night. Let's take a look at what the character selections are going to look like. It hasn't been any real different ever since the first few games. The only one that's been changing it up so far is Team Prey, but it also didn't work out really during game number 4 either. Circus.
Team New Rise, they're covering the exact same team comp. I wonder if they're actually gonna lock it in though, to maybe try getting something banned here. Ooh, the heart is gonna be locked in from Prey. No move's actually gonna come in with the Eva as well. And the heart looks like we're gonna have the heart banned. Wait.
Oh no, another dodge tonight, huh? It's the
That is
first
not
time we've had
good.
2.
Yeah, and Zoe didn't lock in, so that could be a penalty unless something happened. And yeah, we're gonna have to see because Modern is one of those teams that's really close to checkpoint. If they get hit with a -5 here, that might be detrimental if they don't have a decent game.
Or are they 60.5? So if we see a penalty for this, I believe it's a -5. We'll see if it's 60.5 or 55.5 or anywhere in between. If that is the case, it's going to be a little bit of extra work, but I know Team Modern can do it. All they have to do is just not make any mistakes to get themselves into checkpoint. Other than that, though, all of a sudden, a new rise in a ton of hearts coming in.
Yeah, New Rise Gaiwan are playing just the exact same team comp to maybe try to shut down the side of Team Sangnam Rocks, right? Sangnam Rocks in a pretty good spot right now, right? Because they won 3 games out of 4, and looks like we're gonna have these teams coming in to try to maybe shut down their team. We're gonna have that ban coming in, and if a team is able to, or if Sangnam Rocks doesn't win in this game, they're gonna have that heart disabled, and they're gonna have to swap their team comp up entirely. Because I think this heart is what is holding this triple backline team together.
But this is also going to be a bit of a problem for the rest of the lobby, because if you're now in a situation where you do want to start king making, now you have 2 of the same compositions and you don't know which one is which. So if you're trying to figure out whether or not you want to kill Sangnam Rocks, or maybe you want to try king making for another team to kill Sangnam Rocks, it's not going to be so easy anymore if a different team is running the exact same composition. So that might be a little bit of a problem way later down the road, assuming both of those teams are alive. But another change up, or I should say change ups I'm seeing in this lobby is Prey changing out a player. Umu is now in. So that is going to be a player change up. Another Eva going to start coming on in, as well as Team Circus actually substituting a member in as well. I forget who it was, but they did substitute a player in, which means we're going to have 2 different characters starting to get added into the fray, which means 2 different compositions might also start becoming a factor as well. Super. Let's take a look at what these character selections are going to look like, because we're going to go back into it, see how it is. Look at that. Circus. Sungbin now in instead. It's going to be the Nia alongside Mandu Zyrem and Ehux Alex, which is not going to change for that team.
So Nia over I think it was Sylvia, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Nia having that better pick potential, but obviously not having that engage potential. And Prey, it is going to be that heart locked in. So we're actually going to have 3 triple backline teams here. With a couple changes to Prey's team comp. We're going to have a more longer reach with the Kadia and that Eva instead.
I do like this though from Circus. Something that I did notice about this team is when they go into a fight, a lot of these fights tend to stay in one exact spot. Perfect response for that is Nia. She is really good at keeping one person inside of a spot, especially inside Nia's game world, and if they do, well, their health bars are going to disappear. So I do like this pick for Team Circus, whereas for Team Modern also opting to switch things up. Zoe is going to be kept on that Justina, but Sardabi and Gun gonna swap over onto the Estelle as well as the Kadia instead. So another flavor of that Justina style composition we've seen quite a lot throughout the entire course of Season 8.
Playing that front to back team comp for the side of Team Modern, and we're gonna have another Kadia as well from Prey. So a lot of changes for this lobby. I think a lot of these teams, they know one team's in checkpoint. We gotta start changing it up here to try to make sure maybe we shut them down, or we have a better game for ourselves. We try to get ourselves checkpoint as well.
Indeed. Here we go, folks. One team in checkpoint. No, it seems like there was no weird penalty going for Team Modern. I did see 60.5. Maybe it was a game crash or something like that, and they were able to prove it before the game actually ended up leaving back out over onto the dodge. Good stuff for Team Modern. They are going to maintain their status quo. Will only look for 4.5 points to get into that spot. Good stuff for them. Everybody else, though, just doing their own thing. 51.5 for Team Highway. They are looking for 13.5.
13.5 for Highway. It's just a decent game for Team Highway, and they should be there. And Team Wales just need about 18 as well. Team Circus need 23. So all these teams can still definitely make it into checkpoint, but I don't think we're gonna have like 3 teams, maybe at most 2 teams coming into checkpoint in game 6. And who knows, maybe we'll see Team Sangnam Rocks take it home to get themselves out, and we could see, you know, a 6-game LCQ. I think our shortest LCQ we've had was 8. I don't know if we had a 7-game one.
I think it was 8. Maybe there was 7 before you came in, but that shouldn't be the case because LCQ format, or what is it? Sorry, the new ERM format came in when you were casting. So
yeah, I don't know if there was a 7. I think it was 8 was the lowest, but I'm not. Maybe there was a 7. I think the it's always one team that gets out like really fast, and then it takes so long for like the rest of the lobby to get to that second spot. So I'm pretty sure the shortest we've had for been 8 games.
pattern seems to be
6 or 7 this time.
Yeah, pattern seems to be pretty consistent, but we do know that Modern has been doing extremely well. So yeah, we might end up seeing a shorter series here today for LCQ for the first time in pretty much the new format history. Gun gonna get taken down. Unfortunately, wow, even with the Estelle heli-attack stat, it's just not gonna be enough. The other member of Team Modern also falling down, Justina gone, which means, yeah, Solidary needs to just completely book it. Sockton hanging around, but he's not interested in that kill. There's a whole nother team that's hanging around this area as well. Peacemaker on top of Peacemakers, everything going around. Sardabi joining back in, Soe joining back in. All of a sudden, the entirety of Team Modern has found themselves an absolute massacre to take part of. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Team Prey gets a break over on their heads. Songnam Rocks loses too, and out of nowhere, Team Modern finds the entire south side of the map to theirs.
It's 3 points already. They only need about 1.5 more points to get themselves into that checkpoint breakpoint, and then they could probably look to try to kingmake in. That's probably exactly what they're gonna do. They want to get into that checkpoint breakpoint and then stop Team Songnam Rocks from winning, especially since they're playing, you know, a brand new team comp that maybe they could shut them down on, right? So JCP unfortunately still not finished their build. I think if I saw that correctly on the side of Team Prey, I think ended up getting caught, you know, taking these team fights, and it looks like Nemri was able to get the one up on the Umu there, just barely not able to. Oh, that's kind of funny. Great White Lily to stop the IRM from getting that engage, but JCP still on those green shoes, not able to finish those boots just yet.
He's got the barbed wire in his inventory. He's ready to build it up. It's just he hasn't been able to find the time for that at all. I think he finally has built it up. Yep, there it is. Purple boots available on the side of Prey's heart. Man, that was a long while before she was able to get that up. It's all good though. She is now ready to fight, but we might start seeing pigs as a lot of teams are split apart once again. Peacemaker going to be activated pretty early. Down goes the heart. Nope, never mind, not the heart. That's going to be the Felix going down first. There goes the Eva after that. Yeojun just is going to completely book it. That's a triple DPS comp after all.
It looks like the Nia unfortunately getting caught on the bottom side. Here's Modern. That is another point, just half a point more. They should be in that checkpoint breakpoint. And yeah, they're definitely going to try looking to maybe kingmake or get a couple more points for themselves. But in the LCQ, points don't really matter, right? You just get to the checkpoint breakpoint and get that win and you're out. There's no prizing for LCQ. You're just trying to get into that top 2 spot.
Just looking for that ticket. Here we go. Songnam Rocks. Can they win this fight? It's a thin corridor up against a Theo, but they have pushed past the shield. Fada. Oh, he didn't press it. Classic Fada. Songnam Rocks is a little bit of trouble. Hyungi gets the kill. Counter kill over onto Yeojun. These Kadia versus Bernice 1v1s just working in favor of the Bernice. The Mutant Wolves, though, still should go in favor of, what is that? I think Team Prey, because the Kadia did end up getting res. Bernice a little bit too split away. But still, not a bad situation for Songnam Rocks at all. They're snowballing pretty nicely for themselves, although no real value gained out of day 2 outside of those kills. Insane. Getting caught out. That's a beautiful Thunder Strike from Bintum to catch out both of these 2 players. Oh, no denial ends up missing the explosive bullet, lands straight over onto Bintum, actually spreads over onto him. Gets the kill. Riori on the backside trying to get the kill. He will be able to get it. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of somehow. I think that was team, what is that? Yeah, Uri's Colin somehow managed to get the 1-up on that. That's weird.
Yeah, the Sylvia tried going in, but unfortunately this doesn't really have the damage to really kill SSL, and then there was a great bubble coming out, I think, from Riori there, so I was able to get the 1-up on the side of Team Gaming, despite, you know, the rough start they had to that team fight there. Definitely thought Team Gaming was going to be able to come out on top, but I think Tazia also just not being close enough to really follow up on that Sylvia, you know, re-engage to try to get onto that Sicela, and yeah, just ended up going down. So great pickup there for the side of Team New Rise.
By the way, I will say this. In hindsight, I think it was a great idea from Team Modern to change into this team composition because we saw what ended up happening to them with one of these Cecilia Bernice Hart compositions. Now there's two inside of it, so something needed to change. The Felix just wasn't working out. I love this change up from Team Modern now that I kind of think about it a little bit more. Raccoon is just going to get himself on out of here. Same thing for the rest of Team New Rise. Sorry, Songnam Rocks. Fight is going to go in favor of Team Highway, as even through the Soul Link, it's going to be Fauna falling down first. Green Apple thinking he can do this fight, even blinks inside of the bush for the Sapphire Protocol, but doesn't have enough damage to kill Storm Chaser from full HP.
Yeah, I tried to look for an angle onto the Eva there, but just wasn't able to find any, not having enough items just yet. I think, yeah, I'm surprised they invested the Blink, because the Blink's going to be on cooldown for quite a while, and it's not going to be for any team fights there, but maybe trying to look for something at the very end. Raccoon going to get their buy-in before the zone going to start the rift, and it's just going to be a two-man rift, looks like, for the side of Team Mer Gaming.
We get this RW match.
Ooh, Team Modern, they got it for free.
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit awkward for Mer Gaming. Totem also is going to get caught out by this as well. Alright, oh, Mer Gaming does end up getting the one inside with Sir Dobby. That is huge. Yeah, that's a massive break for this team, which means Sir Dobby, unfortunately, is going to fall down, but when you're the tank in that kind of team composition, this is fine. It's a risk that you're willing to take. It's not probably the best time to do it because it's only night number 2. Everyone's going to take the dimensional rifts, but it is what it is. Yeah, trying to find a little bit of an angle. Can they get anything in? Yes, they can, but the Peacemaker is going to be up a little bit on the wayside where nobody else can react to it. Down goes to 2 for 0 in favor of Team Prey.
Yeah, and Umu does end up just showing up on this Eva here. I mean, we saw Umu in the previous seasons. They are just a monster on this character. It's great to see them coming back on the big stage here. Ooh, and they are in the quick step. They are in the quick step chess piece there for that Eva, so they will be able to, you know, kite around in these team fights very nicely and, you know, provide that extra damage.
Funny enough, if I have to remember correctly, I think Umu was the pioneer to make this a thing onto the Eva. I remember seeing this on their YouTube channel before. Yeah, the racing suit version of Eva, quick step stacks up really, really fast with the Orbeez that are going out, so you have a lot more leniency for a character that typically doesn't have that much mobility because of the additional movement speed you do get from that passive. The only problem is you're going to start missing out on a little bit more damage, so the team's actually going to have to prioritize a bit more items onto the Eva later down the road, so do expect a Chaser starting around day number 4.
Look at the damage coming out from that Justina. Going to be able to chunk down the Theodore, but a huge counter engage coming out from Fauna, but the damage coming out from the side of Team Modern. They will be able to trade one back, but it looks like they should be able to get the res here. Gun is going to get some damage. There is the res was put down there. Was an early minus 200, and here could be flank coming out from the Justina. I think they can look for an angle in, but the damage coming out from the Estella. Estella is going a little too far forward. Just gets locked up by the Theodore and the Emma there. And the Estella is going to die once again. That's an early minus 400 for the side of Team Modern. That's not what you want to see, especially when you're trying to king make at this point.
Yeah, it's at least they're still in checkpoint, but I mean, I don't know about that one. It's still a triple mage comp. Well, I say triple mage, but sorry, triple DPS comp. Even as an Estelle, you don't have the shield up, you're gonna die. I don't think SRW ever managed to get the shield up at that point because they died after getting the stun off. Not a good spot to be in.
I mean, I think they just died through the shield. Like, they're just so much damage for the side of the team.
Have the shield up? I don't think they did.
I'm not sure, but Team Wales, I mean, they just have so much damage. Like, the Estelle, sorry, the Emma could just polymorph you. I think they got tagged up by the Spark Nade, and then Fauna, obviously, on that Chloe, just able to just deal so much damage there. Here comes the re-engage, trying to look for an angle in. There is the shield dash is going to connect on the backside, and Fauna is just going to go down.
Never pressed it.
And the Theodore are going to go down as well, and this is exactly what Team Modern needs to get back into this game here. They're going to get a lot of credits refunded for the amount of credits that they did end up losing.
Okay, that's something else. I was going to say that Team Modern is starting to push it, but with the initiation, I'm honestly surprised. Again, Fauna never pressed the Soul Link. He didn't have access to Nina being away from the fight either, so I don't know.
I think, I mean, Fauna was just in there too far, just too far in. It just took too much damage. I think even if they Soul Link, they just would have died. because yeah, they just jumped straight into the hands of the side of Team Modern there. And the auto attacks are just way too much. Umu getting chunked down by the Sicella, and a huge pull coming out from the Sicella onto the Kadia there. There is the ultimate going to be used by the Heart. The Peacemaker is going to be used. 1-for-1 trade is going to be invested, but Curry should be able to get Umu. Oh, but wait a second. A huge knockup coming out from the Eva to stop Curry from chasing, and look at Umu
has advantage on this fight.
able to kite back, and yes, Sella is able to get the 1-up onto this Kadia here. They will be able to finish JCP. The res is going to come through very shortly here as the Kadia is going to force the TP from Hotel.
Now, I'm honestly surprised Yeojun ended up staying in that fight because Sicilla holds all the cards in that fight. Sicilla can cancel the res if they really want to. You don't have the possibility of doing that. She has the possibility of staying alive with the girl in the bubble. You don't have that. Item. Kind of interesting that that's the way that it goes. Songnam Rocks also picking up the Omega plus really the Force Core. This is a weird spot for the game to be in. 8.5 points on top of it. Transitions looking really nice. Their credits are a little bit iffy, but you know, that's if you're looking for blood specifically, which this team doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Yeah, points don't really matter, you know, at this point for Songnam Rocks. They're already in checkpoint. They just have to secure the win here, and a huge pickup, getting that Omega, getting that extra 2 defense thermal team, and that Force Core as well. Definitely going to be a huge tempo swing for the side of Team Songnam Rocks there. And they're probably going to start to save for these blood samples, as, you know, if you want to try to close out these games, you know, extra bloods will definitely help you win.
Okay, New Rise Con1 also in prime position. Look at their credits right now. This is a team definitely looking for blood samples. So when it comes to our mirror matchups, New Rise Con1 is actually surprisingly stronger than Songnam Rocks when it comes down to it. Down transitions plus the credit count not looking good enough for these blood weapons either. That means New Rise Con1 has a window to try pushing the lead that they have in this game. If they end up finding Team Songnam Rocks and sees that the transitions are better in the mirror matchup, that's a situation where you can try taking advantage of this. You know, as New Rise Con1, the other team running your composition has to be Songnam Rocks. If you can shut them down pretty early, then that means the series is just going to continue on with 8 teams.
Yeah, looks like the Estelle, they're just going to teleport onto their team in hospital down here. Looks like the game is definitely going to be slowing down a little bit because Wales did end up going down a little early. So we're going to have 7 teams going into day 4 here. So map's going to be a little more open, but McLaren going to be shown very shortly here in about 20 seconds. So these teams are definitely going to slowly start to make their way on over to probably try to contest or, you know, play for those red boxes that are going to be spawning around the map.
A lot of spawn spots available for the Wick line as well. Look at this. It's going to be fire station, school, forest. Wherever it spawns, whichever team is inside of that zone right now is going to have advantage. Where is it spawning? I think it should be fire station because there's people on top of it.
I think it's forest, but I'm not sure. The way the little circle is showing, I'm pretty sure it's forest.
Yeah, you're right. If it is forced, then Songnam Rocks is in such a good spot to win this game. Here we go. Nia's Game World obliterates Sordavi. As I said, if you keep one person down in one spot, Nia's Game World rips their health bar to pieces. Circus finding their way back into the game potentially with this Nia is not going to be able to find a dead drop against Gun, but do you want to chase this? Look at the items on this Kadia. She has Blood Ripper too. Your health bars will not exist. You just keep pushing in onto her with the regular right clicks.
And I should be able to get the res back there in hospital, so not too bad for the side of Team Modern, but another minus 200, right, for this Estelle. They just keep getting caught out, just keep getting bursted down. Here can Rocks and look for an angle. Here is the ultimate. There is a totem. It's going to be invested, but a huge find from this. Oh, we're going to get instantly bursted down. This the Heart going to be flipping on forward as well, and they're gonna instantly take a U-turn straight into the res, and they're not going to actually lose any credits here to have a contest here for the side Team Modern for this Wick line. Team New Rise is already getting chunked down by this Wick line, and oh my god, the British is getting chunked down to 1 HP. There's the ultimate coming out from the Justina, but the Justina actually going to go down. Oh, the ultimate should be able to secure it. Oh, the Justina! To keep them all fairly alive, and the Kadia is going to be there to try to finish off the job, but the...
Oh, she stepped out of it!
Oh my god, no! The Sicilla goes down, and that's gonna be New Rise. Wait a second. Is it
How
third
did
party?
Prey pick it up, man?
Prey is the one that gets the wick line.
Okay, dude, we are going through some weird shenanigans right now. This is Umu with Chaser. I talked about this earlier. At day 4, night 4, expect the Chaser to be online for the Eva. We are seeing it now. Insane in the whole heap of trouble. There is no cheap Peacemaker anymore. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. Maleficent Helix, but they save it with their lives. No.
Third party is here, so Side Team Modern has to split away. They can't finish the job there. They're still jumping on forward. Surprised they weren't able to finish the kill a little earlier. Maybe,
oh,
if
dude,
they got the shield.
cooked.
Oh no, yeah, Nirai is gonna be in a tough spot here. On the other side, though, we do have Team Magnum Rock getting a lot of damage onto the side of Team Highway. There's the ultimate coming out from the Sella. There is the ultimate coming out from the Birdies, able to lock down EMI. Just not enough though, as looks like both teams are gonna solely back themselves on out, just barely escaping with their lives.
These fights are ending with very knife edge situations. There's a knockable run to Iyuk. He is going to be in melee form, trying to get the way on out of here. Should be safe for the time being. Mer Gaming as well as Circus duking it out, getting position over on the top right side of the map, or whatever is remaining at this point. Highways trying to find position inside of Fire Station. Prey looking for that south side. It's going to be, what is that, School, Forest again, by the way, and Uptown as our zones. Forest final zone again with 2 Evas remaining. Super. This is, oh, I should say 2 Evas and 2 Cecilias remaining. This is not good.
Yeah, these teams are definitely gonna have a mountain to climb, especially if you allow these teams to, get that forest zone control, because it is a really open zone for these teams to, have to try to push into there.
Oh, that's triple tag. What are we doing?
Oh my god, Stella already getting chunked down to 1 HP, but the Peacemaker is going to be able to keep them alive just barely, but it's not going to be enough. The Sella going to go down, and that's going to be Team Sam the Rocks. They have to get them on out of there. One more auto attack. Good dodge out on that shot. And here's a third party. It's going to be the side of Team Highway, just finding the members of the side of Team Modern there. They will be able to pick up 1, 2, as the Kade goes down as well. Can Sam the Rocks get the res? They are the only team at checkpoint here. If they can get the res back up, I think they should be fine. They're actually going to use the VLS system to go into red.
They split.
But Highway is here. Highway is going to contest them for this res. I think they're going to either... I think they could just
Hard needs to put down VLS now.
Yeah. I think they just have the VLS again. Oh, great ultimate coming out from the Bernice.
Oh, perfect.
When they're out.
Perfect coordination.
Barely there. I think they're going to go... wait, where are they going to land? There's a lot of teams in the zone. They have to be a little careful. It is going to be Team Circus versus the side of Team Mer Gaming. I think they definitely want to try to contest them, but still, it's a little scary because I think they know and they see that Estelle, that's that third-party factor. They don't really want to take that team fight.
Songnam Rocks also needs to get the heck on out of here. But after all that, do they have any gadget points remaining?
I think the lobby knows what's up. I think they know Songnam Rocks is in here. You know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, it's the situation that I was talking about at the beginning of the game. Yurai's Kangwon is still up. And theoretically speaking, because the entire lobby knows that Songnam Rocks has been doing really well, they might actually end up mistaking Yurai's Kangwon because they have better items.
That's true. But I think no team is probably going to want to contest Team Prey because they have that wick line. They're playing that triple backline team. They already bunker down onto Chapel, right? We might have Team Mer Gaming actually maybe down. But are they gonna... Oh yeah, looks like they are gonna go down to Forest. They're gonna try to have maybe another angle back into School here. But you can see how many teams are in final zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of our 7 teams. Basically almost every other team because we have that rat. It is gonna be that Estella as well. So this is going to be one hectic of a final. I think everyone that the Wickline team is down on the Chapel side sorry, not Chapel side, but Uptown side, and they don't really want to contest and push into that Eva Kadia with that Wickline buff. But the Wickline did end up expiring, so I'm actually surprised there's no team that does end up wanting to contest the other team, but maybe everyone knows Team Sam Rocks is in here.
Mer Gaming's still going down, so let's see how this ends up going. It's still going to be a an Eva instead of Uptown. Now, the one caveat to this is that in Uptown, yes, it's a lot of straight corridors, but it's wide. It's very open areas. That's the one thing that is going to be a little bit easier to deal with than something like the School inside of the building corridors.
I don't like Sam Rocks.
I don't like it either, but this is the option that they went with. Remember that their timer is also not in a good situation, and their gadget points is also in a terrible spot right now. It needs to start looking for points right now, or sorry, not points, but kills. Otherwise, this team is not going to have an advantage at all going once this temporary zone actually ends up starting to pop. I don't know how much time is left, but here we go. 31 seconds remaining on towards the heart. Sardabi trying his best to stay alive. He actually has more timer than everybody on Seongnam Rocks. They need to find this kill over onto the Estelle, but I don't know how you start doing this, Seongnam Rocks. Okay, Bear's gonna make a little bit of an oopsie, but the explosive bola gets invested, and that's a huge resource gone for this team.
That is not good for the side of Team Seongnam Rocks. Their timers are ticking. They're already only down to 19 left. They have to get Estelle
They
kill.
have another gadget?
I don't know if they see the Estelle down here, but I mean, it's only going to be an extra.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, I think Team Seongnam Rocks is probably going to go down here, but I mean, if they push in, maybe get a couple kills here.
Third party.
There is all the
Curry's gonna pop too.
No! Oh wait, they get a kill. Oh no! Did they get a kill in time?
They might still be able to do it because look at this! Look at this! Look at this!
It's third party. Oh, you're right. All the teams are split up now. It's just gonna be
What was the
Estelle
timer?
or Bernice and this Estella. Can they get a couple kills
They get
here?
Bandu, then maybe?
They have to get the kill.
One second. Okay, that's something. Okay, they just need to find one more, but look at the damage. Look at the damage.
Oh,
no!
it's not gonna be enough.
It's not gonna
be
happen. We are now guaranteed for game number 7 and Seongnam Rocks. The macro.
Unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. If they got that kill before the heart exploded, they actually would have won this final zone because they'll be alive and be able to play that 3v2, but just barely not enough damage to finish off that Estelle in time.
The macro from Seongnam Rocks was just... I don't know. It didn't look like what Seongnam Rocks has been doing this entire series. They just completely fumbled, but a really good call from Team Jurai's Kangwon, which means, by the way, in the next game, Seongnam Rocks cannot play this composition anymore. Without the heart, you cannot run triple DPS. It is just physically impossible because you don't have a safety net anymore unless you run something like a Charlotte, which means you're running double DPS, one support. Either way, you are not going to see the same thing we just saw in this game at all in the first 4 games after that. Let's see how this one goes. Triple DPS, but on one side is a heart. The other side is a Cecilia, but that gets countered out completely by this Eva if she plays it well. It is Umu's Eva after all, which means Jurai's Kangwon looking for alternative strategies. It's a 3-way split. Insane, trying his best to find a way on in, but this freaking Chronosphere does not help him at all.
Umu just applying so much pressure on this Eva there, just completely able to zone off the entire team.
Oh my
Team
goodness.
Urise. Just so much poke damage and so much range from this Eva. Got the Kadia as well on the backside, just able to provide some damage as well. And the Sphere is in favor, but it is going to go to the side of Team Urise. So this is huge for the side of Team Urise as Team Prey is going to be forced to push in to the side of Team Urise. There's ultimately coming down, and look at the HP bars go down and go in favor of the side of Team Urise. So Team Prey is going to be forced to get a full reset here. They're not going to invest too much timer because they did end up using that safety drone, so they should still have their timer advantage here as they are going to be forced to push into the Stella.
Now it's weird.
Going to get pulled, and look, the damage already on Umu, but there's the engage. The Peacemaker is going to be put down. The Peacemaker is going to be put down once again, and a lot of damage is being invested. I think the pull is going to be there. Both cards are going to get traded off. And we're gonna go down to a 2v2 Mage ADC versus Mage ADC here. The explosion is actually gonna hit onto the Cicella. Get a couple damage in. It's not gonna get enough. Bernice just gonna try to protect the lid, but good dodges out on the ultimate as well. And the Cell ult. Oh, it's gonna finish both members of the side of Team Prey. Is gonna be Team Urise coming out on top. This is Cell ult coming back on cooldown, and that is gonna secure the side of Team Urise's win. But unfortunately, don't know if you saw the points, Juvie. I think they're 1 point away from checkpoint.
Oh my god, what a finisher for game number 5. We're gonna be guaranteed again a game number 7 now because oh man, Team Seongnam Rocks wasn't able to do it, but what a game from Jurai's Kangwon using the exact composition that's been steamrolling pretty much the entire lobby so far tonight. Wow. Wow. If it wasn't for the... color me surprised. Why did Prey walk back in? They would have lived the free at last if it wasn't for them walking back in. The Wilson damage is actually what ended up knocking them down.
I think one of them I think Umu would have got knocked anyways.
I suppose so.
The Bernice, because Umu got shot. I don't know. One of them got shot with the sniper skill. So the sniper skill was going off while the while the free last was going, and it hit. Someone had to block it, right? So it hit, I think, the Kadia twice. So the Kadia would have went down at free last no matter.
What a shame.
Oh.
What a shame.
Yeah, it was really, really close. It went down to the wire, and it came down to just the global ultimates for the side of Team New Rise, right? With the sniper skill from the Bernice, and then that's free last this is as well.
That really sucks for Team Prey. They really needed those points. The extra points they would have gotten for getting that first place, plus the additional 2 kills if those 2 ended up popping, this is exactly what they needed for a team that's been struggling this entire series so far. And you have to remember, once again, we're talking about Songnam Rocks not being able to run this composition because the heart is gone, but same thing for Team Prey. They just ran a triple DPS composition, and without the heart, you can't do that anymore. You've already substituted Umu in, which means you're guaranteed to play the Eva. I haven't really seen them play anything else in competitive. So now what do? Is it going to be frontline double DPS, which kind of shifts up what you were planning on doing to begin with? Are you going to try brute forcing the triple DPS and try to risk it without the heart, which I don't feel like is a good idea? Are you going to run double DPS with the support, which also feels a little bit iffy when you're running an Eva? I don't know, but I feel like game number 6 is in a weird situation now for Team Prey, where they aren't going to be able to garner enough points as comfortably as they did in game 5.
I probably agree with you, but I think they're probably just gonna maybe swap. My guess would be to that frontline double backline team comp. That's like the team comp, teams just default to.
Yeah.
Especially, when their bread and butter is banned, right? Having that triple backline team banned. They could probably just swap that heart over to like a tank or something, and the comp is still relatively fine. It's obviously not going to be the same and like what they're used to, but I think it still will be a pretty solid team comp for them to play. And I think with that, we're going to have just Modern and New Rise in Checkpoint. I don't think any other team ended up getting in there, but we're going to have a lot of teams that are really close, right? We're going to have about, I think, 2 to 3 teams, I think, that are in that 60-point breakpoint. So very likely, we'll probably, if a team does end up winning, one of the Checkpoint teams end up winning, probably see maybe 4 to 5 teams going into Checkpoint in game number 7.
Yep, you can see that right on the screen. 2 teams in there, Songnam Rocks and Team Modern. Unfortunate for Songnam Rocks that they couldn't get it in, but we know Songnam Rocks is a team that has many team compositions. That triple DPS one isn't the only one that they're going to be able to bolster. I think they'll be fine. For Team Modern, this is a great spot to be in. Now you can go back to the composition we were playing before. There's no Cecillas, there's no more Bernice. Well, you can still run Bernice, but there is no heart to save him. The safety net isn't there anymore, which means I think the Felix is going to have a lot more prominence in this game for Team Modern if they divert back onto that. I think it's a great spot to be in for those players. It's a good situation for Team Modern. Uri's Kangwon, 1 point behind. Highway, also 2 points behind as well. You're absolutely correct. After game number 6, we might have multiple number of teams that are going to be in Checkpoint.
Yeah, Wales and Circus are definitely in striking range to get into that Checkpoint breakpoint as well. Wales only needing, I think, about 15.5 and Circus 16.5. So it's definitely doable for both of those teams. Even Team Mer Gaming as well, needing about actually no, Team Mer Gaming needs about 24.5, which is quite a bit.
And again, really unfortunate for Team Prey. If they ended up getting the 2 kills as well as the 3 additional placement points, they would actually be sitting above Team Mer Gaming for the first time, breaking out of that 8th place spot, but wasn't able to secure it, which means it's going to struggle a little bit longer than maybe some of those players really wanted to. But it's also striking range for Team Prey. 27 points is what they were looking for. Definitely possible.
Definitely possible, but it's gonna be
we
haven't really seen any 20+ point games, I think, this series yet. So at least like over.
We have. We've seen 21.
We've seen 21.5. Yeah.
I thought we saw 23.
Have we seen 23?
I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, we have, but Heart is gonna be off the table going into game number. See what teams you end up swapping to, especially the side of Team Songnam Rocks, because that's the Heart was that main pick for their team. So we're gonna have to see what they do end up swapping to.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude.
I like this hover for Prey. I was scared that JCP was gonna try to solo frontline Fiora because he's done that before and it never worked out. If he swaps to Fiora, Prey is cooked.
That's a lot of Mai's. That's a lot of Mai's we have hovered here. Is Barry gonna lock in the Mai? And wait a second, Team Songnam Rocks. They're gonna be sticking onto the triple backline, but they're gonna have a pre-hop to round out their comp this time. And we are Gonna go back
Even the
once,
casters are surprised.
again. Yeah.
Like,
It's
huh?
the third time today.
Yeah, is it production? Because it didn't seem like anyone dodged. Was a heart picked on accident?
Sure.
Maybe the lobby setting wasn't right or something? What is going on today?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I think I did see 3 Mai's. So if these teams are stick with what they picked, we're gonna have that Mai ban coming in, and I'm very excited to see. Oh, it looks like there wasn't any real problem. So it's just something with I think probably with the camera here. So we're gonna jump back straight into the game here and show you guys the loading screen. And yeah, we're gonna have 3 Mai's. Yeah, so Mai will be banned going into game number 7. We're gonna have 3 Kadias as well. So the Kadia and the Mai together are gonna be banned. We're gonna have I think that's it. I think just those 2 bans coming in. Looks like Team Sangnam Rocks are gonna be swapping or sticking with the triple backline team, but they're gonna be substituting that Heart with that Priya here. So very excited to see. I mean Priya, one of those characters that have stayed and just has a lot of burst damage still, and as that ultimate, right, to deter any dive. So still, a really, really versatile character. And I think the character that kind of fits in this team comp over that Heart. Obviously not as good as the Heart, because the Heart, I think for the triple backline team is really good, but having that Echoes of the Earth and having that extra sustain, can kind of fill the role that Heart was providing.
Something that you missed, by the way, I don't know if you mentioned it, is we actually have 4 Kadias, which means she's going to be banned until game number 8. Even after game number 8, she's not going to be available for the next 2 sets. Which means if, we are definitely going to have the break, right? These teams now have to start thinking about what the solutions are for the next 2 games. She's not going to be available after the break and until the next break, assuming it goes into a game number 9. That might be something that these teams need to think about when it comes to substitutions, right? Kadia is very crucial to some of these compositions that were made around these frontline double DPS backlines. Throughout the entire course of Season 8, we've seen common things like Justina Kadia and then Kadia something else. It's been way too common of a composition that if it's banned for the next 2 games after this, you might have to reconsider what you're going to run.
But I think for some of these teams, they already have, a good alternative. Like Team Modern, they can just go back to the Felix team comp, the Felix Kazuya. And for, a team like... Actually, I guess a team like Sangnam Rocks, I guess they would just substitute the Kadia for, like, another ADC, I would say, on the side of Curry there. And there is the great wall coming out from the Tazia. They're able to just lock down that Justina as soon as they can look Stella as well. Did end up using that Polypack stack to get themselves on in there. A lot of damage from this Tazia and this Sylvia. That's Estelle. Trying to get away with that speed gate, but unfortunately just not.
And Yangju Whales looking for a couple more picks. New Rise Kangwon is what they're looking for, but the problem is that Healing Plan is actually helping New Rise Kangwon a lot more than it is helping Team Yangju Whales. There's the execution bonus and the exclusive coming in, the laser. No! The auto attacks are there. Going to get traded out with Green Apple. New Rise Kangwon trying to chase down Yangju Whales to the best of their abilities, but Emma is still a very, very slippery character. She still should be able to get out, but the Chloe's going to hop back on in, and she actually ends up killing a lot more players than she bargained for. E8 has shown us quite a big improvement ever since I think E8 picked up this character. Remember what I said during Season 8 Phase 2 Finals? I talked about how E8 as well as Green Apple are 2 people who are kind of forced onto these picks ever since Fauna joined Yangju Whales. E8 has shown us a lot of improvements today.
Yeah, he looks really good and really clean on the Emma. He's just been able to hit these combos so well. Bumu unfortunately going to get caught by the side of Team Circus. Team Circus, you always see them on the bottom side, in Cemetery and Hospital for the first cycle, so they will be able to get that nice pick for themselves. Definitely need a couple more points as well. You can definitely see the scoreboard on the right side there. Team Circus still needing about 16 to 17 points there to get themselves on in that checkpoint.
Pretty decent for a start, but after all, this is just phase number 1. This is where everybody just kind of gets a ton of kills, but not that many points to show for it because it's only half a point per kill. And also, we don't have too many transitions going on, so some of these picks are just kind of extended for no reason because we don't have any items to really back our catch-up potential up. Like this one, if Green Apple or if anybody on New Rise Con had transitions, Green Apple was dead miles ago. But there we go, down goes one. Insane trying to catch out another person. E8 getting a double tag with the Dove Dealer before the totem goes on through. If E8 stays alive somehow during this, that would be incredible, but it's not going to happen. Youngju Whale is in a little bit of trouble. Fauna will also get executed with the laser as both Nina and the Chloe gets taken down. That's a break, which means unfortunately for Youngju Whale's not going to be able to take advantage of day number 2 spawns. EMP Barrage down, same thing for the Nia's Game World down, but Mandu is the first one to fall. Songbin in a whole heap of trouble will get taken down, no +1 up remaining for that player, and Ehuk will just get himself on out of there as the Alex. That means the entire bottom right side of the map handled by Team Modern.
2 full points, but points don't really matter at this point for the side of Modern. I'm kidding. So great tempo swing for the side of Team Modern. That is exactly what they need, especially when they are a checkpoint team here. Totem is going to be used from the Tazia, and a great response coming out from the side of Team Wales. They do end up picking up that extra kill for themselves, getting themselves a couple more points as well. Sylvia gonna get caught out there trying to finish off the Nia. Is going to be able to take them forward and get that finish line to finish off the job.
Ah, pretty cool. Waiting out the +1, they are able to get the kill. A nice trade in between those two. Tongan Rock's in a little bit of trouble as down goes Curry. 2 members down for that team, which is a little bit unfortunate. Real quick as well, Super, your mic is cutting out just a little bit, so you might want to get that sorted out if you can. We'll see if we can fix anything during the break as well. Maybe it's something that we need to sort out, but yeah, for now, it's all good. Day number 2, we got about a minute left until night number 2 begins. No teams fully taken out just yet, but picks definitely have been happening to some of our more crucial teams. Modern is the one that's much more stable at the moment, which is really good with this double backline composition. With the Kadia plus Yusina, we've seen how devastating this composition can be. Pretty much the entire season, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, Kadia and Yusina, just 2 characters that just pair really well with each other because of how much range and damage that they have together, right? They're just able to sit on the backside and kind of play off of each other, right? Yusina is able to just jump on forward, able to get a couple lasers to chunk down the enemy. Kadia, about the same as well, right? Able to just walk up, get a couple auto attacks from really far away, and, you know, kind of chunk really anyone, you know, in their path. We are gonna have a fight between Team Highway and New Rise here. I think Team New Rise definitely wants to look for something, as they do want to get a couple more points. There's the ultimate dasher burst is gonna be invested, and then we're gonna get chunked down to about half HP. There's the taunt's gonna be used, but nothing really gonna come out of that. Here comes the engage actually jumping on board. Oh, Nemery gonna try to find any really punished by the side of Team New Rise there. Auto attacks are coming out from Insane, and the Mai will end up going down. Got a little too hasty there. Pull the trigger, but just immediately get punished. We do have Bintam getting a good angle onto the Eva. We'll be able to get one. JCP gonna go down as well, and it is gonna be the side of Team Mer Gaming. Gonna get the one up onto Team Prey on the other side.
Pretty much everybody in the game now has been looking for contest over objectives. We see a Dimensional Rift being contested over between Youngju Whales as well as Team Circus. Taking a little bit of poke, but they do have Green Apple to hold. Nobody pulling the trigger just yet because both of these two teams are looking for something. That's a great parry to dodge out a lot of things, but look at the backside. Fauna is just going absolutely crazy. EMP Barrage is going to actually knock down the Chloe first, if anything else. Quick Spin does keep Ehuk alive for a little bit longer than expected. E8 goes down as well. That should be Team Circus winning out on this Dimensional Rift. Well played. There we go. Secured. Nicely done for Team Circus. Massive play, I think, with the parry to bait out a lot of attention from Ehuk as soon as he went in.
Yeah, very nice from the Alex there. Just using that Lily in and then not actually taunting, right? Not committing any of their skills, just using the parry first to make sure that you know, they're not under any threats to dying there, and you're right, they did end up baiting out a lot of key cooldowns there. And looks like the Storm Priest has to get on out of here. If Rockman gets the kill here, I think that's gonna be it for the side of Team Highway. He's gonna be able to use White Lily, but no, Bintam on the other side
it's all
here.
cooked.
Can Nadine get the res in time? No. Team Highway gonna go out 8th place. That's so unfortunate. Does end up getting caught out by another team. Bintam gonna go down for the side Team Mer Gaming, and Sylvia has to be the one to get themselves on out now. And Sylvia in a bit of trouble, but looks like the Tazia was able to get the revive. And yeah, looks like they're just gonna wait for
Oh,
the swap
no.
here, and there's gonna be a minus 200 for the side of Team Gaming. Team Modern are gonna be able to pick up a nice kill for themselves, and they don't really need the points, right? They don't really need it, but it's just to deter these other teams, you know, from stopping them from getting that checkpoint breakpoint and from getting themselves on out.
And this sucks for Mer Gaming. This entire series today has just been really not it for them at all. Eating a lot of credits to reses in the mid game. We've seen it consistently actually throughout the entire course of the series tonight. A little bit unfortunate for that team, but it's going to be a minus early. 200 points, 200 credits, I apologize, going towards that team. But not a bad start for those players at all. 7.5 points going into day number 3 is actually a bit on pace and slightly ahead actually for that team in its entirety compared to some of the games that we've seen so far. Not a bad spot for them to be with Umu. Also, by the way, Emerald Tablet now instead of the Racing Suit because they actually have a frontliner. Prey is also in a really good spot, although 0 points on kills.
Yeah, I really like that for Umu. Just gonna commit more onto the damage side because you know, they're not playing that triple backliner, so they're not gonna have as much damage from that Kadia, and then having that Emerald Tablet for that movement speed instead.
Umu putting out a lot of damage over onto Mer Gaming. They're slowly backing away, is being very wary about some of these fights. Totem is waiting around the corner, but remember what happened earlier with the with the Tazia play inside of school.
Yeah.
He's being a little bit more cautious with it this time, which is a right call.
I really like this positioning from Prey as well. I think they definitely smell something fishy, so they're just gonna slowly back themselves on out of there. Don't want to be in any bad situations, you know. It's Tazia maybe being able to jump over the wall, and they're just gonna go back down to factory. We do have Omega spawning. It looks like it is going to be in about uptown or beach on the left side of the map here. I wonder who's gonna be able to, you know, play for that. Sanctum Rocks is gonna come in, and they're gonna be able to maybe catch Prey that are completely isolated and split off.
Oh my!
A lot of damage going into the Kadia. The Kadia being chucked down to about 1 HP there. There's the sniper skills coming out. Umu getting tagged up by about 2 of them. Nothing really going to come out of that, as the box is going to be secured by the side team of Team Sanctum Rocks in factory.
Mer Gaming trying to duke it out up against NRG. It's going to be a fight over the purple box. Early Totem invested by Totem. Ryori about to get taken down as well. The 1v2 splitting away from 2 sides. Rakun is going to be able to find the finisher over onto Ryori. Now the question is, can Totem stay alive?
They finished Totem, no.
Purple box is already secured by Team Uri's Kangwon, which means the minus 200 is at least mitigated for that team.
Oh my god!
Pulling both the Nina and the Chloe back in. The game world is running so much value tonight. EA has to just get the hell out of there with the change. My god, that was so... You saw it and it was just like, he's dead.
Yeah.
It was just, you felt it in your soul.
He went 100-0 in... Oh my god, the safety orb had to be invested for the side of EA. That's a little unfortunate. That's 400 credits, and now they can't res, right? Because they just used their gadget points. Look at the credit counts as well. They're in a really rough spot now, but... Yeah, you are correct. He just went 100-0, half a second. He got hit by the knock-up, and all of the burst damage just obliterated him.
He pressed Soul Link as well, so with Nina and Chloe both getting sent in, the moment that piece goes into the center, like, you're good.
It's double damage on both of you, and yeah, it's you know, it is what it is.
What a beautiful world we live in. Well, regardless, for Yangju Whales, they're seeming a little bit cooked. Credit-wise, it's starting to build up a little bit. We got about 300. Oh, actually, no, they're sitting on about nearly enough, I would have to say. I think actually maybe about 20 to 30 more credits. I don't know where E8 came up with all these credits, but
it looks like they're farming the research center for the credits here. But the problem is EA is also sitting only on 1 second of timer, so they literally can't afford to, you know, jump into red to get themselves on out. But it looks like they should be able to get the res here in school, so Yangju Whales should be back into this game, but they're going to be set pretty far behind after losing that team fight.
Quick PSA for all of you guys in chat. If you guys are taking the drones inside a research center, please check the bodies. There are those little 10 credit items that you can grab, the ones that you find in labs typically. So yeah, please pick those up. It is a pretty nice thing to have. And I know those batteries aren't really incentivizing, but I'll take 10 credits any day.
It is a decent amount of credits. It's 10 for yourself, and I think 5 for your teammates. So in total, or it's 5 or 3. So in total, it's about like 20 credits per rotation. And then that's also not counting the amount of credits you get for
killing
just
the drones.
for killing the drones. Yeah, exactly. There's a sniper skill, the our ultimate coming out from the Kadia. A lot of damage coming out from Kadia. Sniper skill invested as well, but it is that mine. Just gonna be able to walk it off.
Forcing up the healing drone as well. That's actually a pretty good investment because now the team that's inside a factory is probably not going to be able to push into chapel. There's another team coming from the south side of hospital on top of it. Feel a little bit of a positional pressure that team's going to be facing. Where Team Gaming is facing the same thing. Despite having good items, they're actually being forced away from Team Modern. Look at that, transitions already. Zoe sitting on it, but look at that, the wall is looking pretty good. Astroburst is locking down everybody as well. It's a lot of cooldowns invested from both teams. Totem again! What is Artazia's doing tonight? And what is Raku doing as well? Oh my goodness. Bintum is going to get cancelled out. He has no time or whatever to speak of. Gaming. The decision making today is just a little bit off-putting. I don't know what it is.
I think the Sylvia went in just because probably not enough timer and tried to maybe let the Felix jump on out, but yeah, the Taz going in first, just immediately going down, getting punished there, just not able to find anything, and oh my god, Umu just rips Youngie to shreds, and this is really bad for the side team. And they weren't able to get the VLS. I'm surprised they tried to drop a VLS in their face there, and that is going to be all of their gadget energy used, so they can't even res here in Chapel.
It's over.
They're gonna VLS Ray on top of the side of Team New Rise, and that is gonna be Team Sangam Rocks going down. One of our checkpoint teams going down so early on. It's just gonna be up to Team Modern if they can make their way on out of this series here. Gonna have to see if these teams do end up trying to kingmake and try to shut down Team Modern here.
Otherwise, we are guaranteed for our game. And number 9, Eok trying his best to follow through. Insane trying his best to run away, but the dead drop is right on point. Perfectly done. Nodanel trying his best to run away, might be able to, but his timer's not looking good, and Circus is not going to let that go for free. Pull on is perfect. There we go. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Circus. So despite Team Uri's Colin getting a couple of free picks away on a team, does not have the cooldowns remaining to actually fight up against Circus, who has that Wick line buff. So massive play from Team Circus.
We're gonna have Team New Rise and Wills, I mean, already making their way into checkpoint here. Team Circus is yeah, Highway and New Rise are in.
Circus is close.
Team Wills get in. Circus can also get in here, so we might have a lot of teams going to checkpoint going into game number 7.
By the end of this, we might have 6 teams in. Goodness gracious. If it's Gaming and Prey also, by the way, that are sitting outside a checkpoint, we genuinely might end the series by game 8. Because Gaming and Prey, as much as I hate to say it, these 2 teams have not really been able to show us too much. And for Team Prey, because the Kadia is gone, I think it's going to be a bit more difficult to run the triple DPS composition, even if Heart comes back in the next rotation.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, I guess it could maybe swap to Rio is probably my guess on what these Kadias are going to be swapping to, either Rio or the Neen, you know, like all these you know, top Korean ADC players, they can all just play every ADC, and they just have all the backliners, you know, in their arsenal. So I'm sure they're all going to do, you know, whatever is next best in line here.
Just not Tsubame. I know how great Tsubame is, and I know how good she is nowadays, but Tsubame, when you're running a composition like triple backline,
yeah, it depends on the team. Yeah. On a triple backline team, I don't think Tsubame would really work.
Because Hard can't really play with the Tsubame, and that's usually your only safety net in terms of Tsubame outside of your kit, so...
Yeah, unless you're playing like a dive triple backline team, but there's not too many, you know, backline divers,
triple backline team.
I mean, there's like Emma.
Can you make one? Yeah, okay, there's Emma.
You got Emma, you got Tsubame, you could do like...
Can you count Irem?
Maybe Irem or Razi or like Sylvia. Oh,
Razi. Yo, can you imagine? Razi? What do you have? Razi? Oh, wait, here we go. Fight's looking pretty good. The Irem, not the Irem, sorry. The Nia is outside of her range, so she can't actually execute Nodanel a little bit more using the game world. Damage output is looking really good, and the Wickline value is just so massive. Nodanel is going to get taken down once again, which means Uri's Kanwan again by Team Circus is just in a terrible spot. Down to 2 members. There's the double knockup from Mandu as well, and the loop around from the Nia is going to make it impossible to run. Uri's Kangwon is dead to rights. 18 seconds left for this Justina. Dodged away from the exposure shot on top of it. Mandu is just playing with its food like a cat usually does. Well played. 3 for 0. Clean.
Is in checkpoint there, so very nicely played by the side of Team Circus. They're just able to just play off the CC so well on the side of Team Circus. Just very, very nicely played by that team. Team Wales, they're going to try looking to maybe fight Team Modern, but it's a little tough for them to really get in here. And you can look at the items on the side of Team Wales as well. It's not looking really too good for them. Team Circus, ooh, good dodge out on that Spark name, just able to just wiggle back and forth there on that Alex. I think Team Circus maybe want to look for the team fight, but Team Modern is in the fray on the side here. I think, yeah, they're gonna try to look for an angle in, get some damage.
Oh,
Here is the game world is gonna be used.
God.
Look at Nia is already taken down here, and they're gonna be able to finish the rest of the members of the side of Team Circus.
My God.
But Team Wales is on the backside. There's the ultimate from that Theodore. No!
Oh, they have a... Oh, shit! 1 second! Oh, but the thing is, wait a second. Gun is still down. Gun is still down. Health bar for Yangju Wales is still looking really healthy. They're trying to force the res, and it's not going to happen. But Zoe goes popping up again! How does this guy do it every time?
Oh, he forgot about his timer. He forgot about their timer.
Okay, yeah, we are having fun. Yangju Wales, they aren't even in checkpoint, man. They're sitting at 61 -1. They're sitting at 60 points now. What an absolute shame for this team. The 1 second of timer pertained until now. Oh,
God. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, they just had too much bloodlust in their eyes. They saw the third party angle. They just walked in and just head exploded. They still had that 1 second. They weren't able to get any kills. And oh, wait a second. Team Prey are coming in here for the contest, and it looks like we're gonna have Team Modern having control already. We're gonna try looking for a third party, but nothing is really gonna be here for the side of Team Prey.
Oh, poke's good.
A lot of damage coming out from Umu. Here comes Engage. There's the Astra Burst gonna be used on to the Stina.
Oh, JCP.
A huge exposure shot, but look at the damage from Umu. Umu is able to get it, and I think that is going to be Team Prey actually winning out the game here.
No way.
Umu just able to 100-0 gun on the backside. Oh my God.
Holy moly, we are getting a game number 8. We talked about it earlier, but the short series that we would normally think is gonna end very fast for double checkpoint just goes a mile away. But this time it's a little bit different because we have no teams that have made it through checkpoint after game number 6. Now we are sitting on 5. GG's to Team Prey for making it through and getting that first place spot.
Yeah, a huge misplay from Gun. Gun just walked into the Eva knockup and just got 100-0 with that Eva laser, and it was looking really good. The fight was looking in the favor of Modern until that exact thing really happened there, right? The Kadia just getting completely obliterated. The HP bars were in favor of the side of Team Modern, but Umu was just able to find it and just able to turn it.
I've got to be really careful about those phase vortexes, man. Phase vortex can decide some of these games, and I know I mentioned it earlier that sitting on top of it might take bonus amp damage. That used to be a thing way back in the day. It's not anymore, but still, that knockup will completely rip you to pieces. I'm honestly surprised Gun got caught out by that. You need to be directly in the center of phase vortex if you want to get knocked up, but he was standing right smack dab on top of that center.
Yeah, they didn't really have to look for that angle as well because they had the explosive shot on. They had the Mai lock. They just looked for the Mai there, like he shifted above to the top side to the right instead of shifting down into the 2 carries. I think they definitely would have just been able to secure their spot into the finals, but yeah, huge misplay coming out I think from the Kadia. Costing them that team fight. It's a little unfortunate, but they still have chances here to get themselves on outs. But yeah, if that misplay is what is Team Modern from not making it in, that's gonna be a little hard one to sleep on, I would say.
Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be rough. But for Team Prey, massive game. They desperately needed this. I don't know if they have enough to make themselves in checkpoint, because why? Sitting at 38.5 or something like that. Yeah, they needed somewhere around 26.5. That's a lot.
Yeah, they only had I think about 14 points that game, so they didn't really have much. But we're gonna have about like how many teams are we gonna have in Checkpoint now? I think
5.
maybe 5, 6. So there's
Yeah,
a good
Yangju
chance
Wales didn't
that
make it, so
one of these teams do end up making out. But yeah, I think it's a lot of a reminiscence of last season where it was really close, where all these teams are just able to get the one up onto each other, and yeah, we're guaranteed to go to a game 8. We could go to a game 9 as well potentially, because Team Prey is one of those teams that's really far behind, and they were able to win the last game. And I think Team Wales and Team Mer Gaming also, pretty solid teams. They could definitely, try to shut down these teams from getting into that checkpoint.
First few games was dominated by the Cecilia, Bernice, as well as our heart compositions, but now towards the end of the series, it's starting to get dominated by our Evas as Ubu starts to make their way on in. Prey, I mean, this is the change that this team needed to make, and it's coming at the perfect time. 52.5 points that they're going to be sitting on after this. So let's take a look at the score sheet. 5 teams in Checkpoint Circus just barely making it with 1.5 point difference between that line. Good stuff for them, but Yangju Wales, what an absolute shame. Not going to be one of our top 6 to make it into that checkpoint mark. Just needs 5 more points, but that's still not the greatest of looks, especially when they had it right within their eyes. EA just completely forgot about their timer, which is really, really unfortunate. So, gonna need an extra game before they make their way on in there, but should be able to get it after game number 7. Team Prey in a similar situation as well. They just need, 12.5 points for those guys. Mer Gaming, they need quite a bit. 16 is what they're going to need after game number 6 in order to get themselves in the checkpoint.
Yeah, huge swing around for the side of Team Prey. You saw them, deep down in 8th place. I think they were only sitting on like 3 or 4 points, just jumping all the way up to 7th place here with 52.5. Huge games after the break from coming out from game number 4, going into game 5 and 6. They had nice 2 breakout games for them. They jumped them all the way up to 50 points. So yeah, they're definitely well on their ways to getting into the checkpoint as well.
Indeed. Folks, that was game number 6, an even number of games, so you guys exactly know what that means. Here we go. A break is coming up. We are guaranteed for game number 8, as no teams have gotten through that double checkpoint mark yet. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for game 7 and 8 of LCQ Finals.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가. 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 시작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
합류해가지고 이렇게 킬 계속 나오는 게 대회권 템포거든요.
네.
와, 이거 셔터 찬스 이후에 나타폰이 꽤나 데미지를 넣고 빠졌기 때문에.
그렇죠. 자, 이러면은 피스메이커 이후에 윌리엄만 잡으면 이러면
근데
자,
마이가
생각보다 칼질하네요.
나타폰
거리 안
합류.
주고
자, 유스의
에스페
합류.
와, 2조. 자, 이거 한번 당겨주면 잡습니다.
끝까지.
후미야 섭이 지금 존재하는데 왜 이렇게 밸류가 좋지? 카체한테 맞아보면 탭창을 열어볼 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
진네마 선수 위치. 일단 이거 셔터 패스 맞지 않았고, 자, 이러면은 마이 쪽으로 포커싱이 들어가야 될 것 같은데 그걸 한동그람 선수가 일단 얀을 잘 봐주고 있어요. 그래서 마이
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a good one because we are about to get to the climax and the epilogue of Season 8 Finals LCQ. We have a ton of teams that are sitting in checkpoint at the moment with a double checkpoint format. Nobody is out yet. We are still sitting at 8 teams. This honestly might be the longest series we've had so far in season finals LCQ without a single team making it through just yet. So let's go into character select and see how the rest of the series is going to go, because now we have a My ban alongside 2 bans for the Kadia. She was picked 4 times, which means she's going to be gone until game number 9.
Yeah, she will be off the table for 2 games here. And we're gonna have all these teams gonna be swapping back over to the triple backline team. And do I see hearts? We see 3 Cisellas as well. Everyone's heart Cisella. Everyone's playing triple backline heart. Is that 5 hearts actually? Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
We got 5 hearts here. I think that's 5 teams on triple backline team. Everyone's playing
16. Technically 7.
Oh, 6. Oh, 7. Oh, you're right. Because Circus as well, I guess, is playing triple backline. Wales is playing triple backline.
Otter's the only one
New Rise,
what the hell is this?
Random Rocks, Prey. I mean, I guess it's just a triple backline meta for LCQ. I mean, this is coming out in game number 7. I think everyone is hard on the table, and everyone, I think, just recognizes, how strong, the triple backline team comp with the heart is, especially when you are, on that checkpoint breakpoint. But I guess it doesn't really matter since Team Sanctum Rocks was able to first couple of on this team comp as well.
Out of all of these, which is the one that you prefer the most? And let's exclude Team Modern here. Let's keep it fair and just do all the backline DPS teams.
That is a good question. Probably. I mean, Team Sanctum Rocks did end up showing, how well this comp did end up working. I think if everyone else is playing these triple backline teams, I feel like their triple backline team is slightly worse just because they have less range.
I was actually just about to talk about that. I think range is a big factor here. So I was actually about to say Prey if and only if the Aya was running sniper rifle, but she's running pistol. Now, I don't think this matches well.
I honestly like Highway is the best, just because everyone else is playing triple backline, so having that extra range on the Eva and the Haze, I think matters.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be up to them to execute the team comp well as well. I do think Cisella is also just really good because technically speaking, right, Team Sanctum Rocks has a lot of big potential with their triple backline because they have that Cisella base comp, right, with Sanctum Rocks and Team guys. So it's either between Team Highway just for the range. Team Sanctum Rocks is big potential.
Yeah, me as well. I think that's exactly the same review that I would give to pretty much all the teams across the board here. There's a couple teams that are definitely a little bit weird in terms of how they would coordinate with each other, and that's the problem with Team Prey. The Aya, I genuinely think should have gotten sniper rifle. It just matches so much better with what the identity of the team composition is, but we know how good pistol Aya can be. That's the thing. And when it comes to raw DPS, yeah, pistol is way better than sniper rifle. So, yeah, that's the only thing that's wrong. A lot of picks during day number 1. Not too surprised about that one. Bear trying his best to run away from Noda now. Does he not have? Oh, nice dodge. If he ran straight into it, there might have been a world, and the Bernices are just running rampant. Yeojun trying his best to knock down Zoe. Oh, dodging out on everything. Oh my goodness, Matrix out here for that player.
Oh,
down goes Zoe. Oh my god, Yeojun. Okay, you know what? Maybe pistol does work if you start pulling moves like that.
Yeah, Numu gonna be there to finish off the kill as well, and Prey already sitting on buff builds for themselves, and this is exactly what they need to get themselves into that checkpoint as well. Team Wales already sitting on 1.2, so they're gonna be pretty close as well. There's a double poly, gonna be able to get a lot of damage,
trap.
but the Bernice is gonna be there. The trap is actually not gonna be there, no! Del was there, but looks like Fauna was there just in time to finish off the job, as Team Sanctum Rocks are gonna lose their Bernice. A little unfortunate, wasn't able to get the kill. Rockman's gonna be on the Emma as well, so we're gonna have a lot of duplicate picks here, right? We got the Emma's coming in. Oh, I guess Heart was the substitute for the Kadia, huh? It is gonna be the Heart, and we're gonna have we're gonna have 5 Hearts here.
Yeah, Heart's definitely required. I do see the Rio for Team Modern, though, because they can't run the Kadia on their side. So you did get that prediction right, at least on that front.
Yeah.
Being trying his best to run away, but the pull in is there. Play with us, and yeah, that is definitely a play with us moment.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen like 7 triple backline teams in one game before. Because usually, you know, on the Korean side, you know, they usually like their front to back, right?
Yeah. This is an NA thing.
I usually at least see like half of the teams. Yeah, I mean,
actually,
it's kind of surprising.
I say this is an NA thing, but even in NA, I can only think of like maybe 2 teams that decide to run something like this on a regular basis, if they do, even to begin with. So, pretty interesting of a situation that we're seeing.
Yeah, NA does have like the Leon Priya, if you count that as triple backline, but Leon's not really like that much of a backliner. But I guess Leon is kind of
seeing it was support. Like. What is it? I think it was Tia, Dina +1. I always forget what the +1 was, but
yeah, usually it's like a pretty good like variety and mix of just like people playing obviously their comfort picks and stuff.
Oh my God,
on that side. And there is the good Tompa skill, but the Alex is just gonna go down. The Theodore is gonna be there with that wall, gaining so much value. As he's just able to just get so many auto attacks and heal up their team as well. He's able to keep their members alive. Looks like EA is going to go down eventually, but look at the HP bars on the side of Team Modern there. Modern's going to be forced to back away, but Zoe's going to be able to get a lot of poke damage back onto Fauna, but the healing coming out from the Theodore is going to be there. They're able to keep Fauna alive, and they should be able to swing this fight back into their favor. There's the engage. They are going to be able to get the knock up onto Zoe, but Recross the skill is going to be able to. Oh no. Team Modern, they need to revive here. There goes 1, there goes 2, and down! Modern's down in 8.
What happened?
Modern is out in 8th place.
Oh, what an absolute shame. The Rio was about to start resing. Their countdown ended, but you don't res for another 3 seconds. E8 is also in trouble. What is going on? Yangju Whales. No, there's no totem.
Didn't get enough points.
No, you're right. If it wasn't for the E8 execute. Oh no. What is this? What is this series, man? Oh my god. Okay, well, Prey is off to a fantastic start. Mer Gaming as well. Those two are the point leaders in this lobby. It's the 2 teams that aren't in checkpoint now that are remaining in. What is going on in this series? Oh my goodness.
Well, 1 checkpoint team gone and 1 non-checkpoint team gone, and if you're Wales, like you have to be feeling really bad. Like
this is a mental boom moment in App.
This is definitely like a mental boom. They go down in 7th place and they're 1 point away from getting into checkpoint, going into game 8. Great lockdown there. Charm with the root, but not gonna be enough. As a side of team, I think that was Team Prey gonna be able to secure that Luby for themselves. We are gonna jump straight into night 2 here very shortly, and we already have 2 teams dead, so the map is really open.
Yeah.
To get as many objectives as possible. I think it's just gonna be it's just gonna be whoever's gonna be able to secure maybe alphas or boxes here to try to snowball their way to a win.
Ludicrously open. At this point, the 2 zones that are going to close, Fire Station as well as Alley, yeah, they may be pretty big zones, but the map itself is just so open for everybody. Eva getting caught out a little bit. It's a fight over the Alpha, but Eva is really good at holding down some of these thin checkpoints, and there's another one up on the northern side. Mer Gaming just going to be slightly far behind. Highway trying their best, but Cecilia, what are we doing? There's the Peacemaker, first one coming out. Oh, the buddy morph. Oh, dude. Everybody today is just making some really strange plays today, going in a situation where you really shouldn't be able to. Raccoon on the Emma, that's the easiest bunny morph cancel in the world.
Second, the Eva is going to jump on forward, but there's the polymorph once again, and now it's going to be the Haze going to be on the back foot there. Totem going to try looking for an angle, but not going to be able to find anything. But yeah, I mean, it was a great double poly there coming out from the Emma. I think the Heart probably thought, maybe I'm safe because I could walk up and I still have my Peacemaker to use, but unfortunately, just gonna get locked down in that chain CC. The Buddy Morph. Hopefully the Heart is able to get their Peacemaker off.
Yep, Bunny Morph plus triple DPS. I mean, as a Heart, yeah, maybe a single Bunny Morph might not be that big of a deal, but you get changed on top of it plus triple DPS, you are gonna die before Peacemaker comes online. So Wow. What a weird game that we're having already just because of the dynamics of this game. Like, this is one to watch for the ages. Like, honestly, if there is a game in this series that you can archive, it's this one, really, because it's not something you're going to see that often. Because the last time, by the way, that I was able to say the identity of a team, 7 teams were doing it at the same time, was way back in the days when bans weren't even a thing in competitive and we had 7 Lauras in one game. Like, that is the last time I've ever seen 7 of something showing up in a competitive game. That's how long it's been since a format like this has existed. And now, yes, it's gonna get punished because we have the bans, but like, how desperate are these teams? You know what I mean? For rightful reasons, but goodness gracious.
I didn't realize, but our front to back team is already dead. So
true. Yeah, now we're done. Just DPS teams. Hey, maybe this says something about front to back.
Yeah, I guess it's weak. You know, it is what it is.
You know what's the craziest thing about this too? Our season finals team, some of them does play triple DPS.
Yeah.
We know
I think
our does it.
I think our top team, team. Oh no, they were playing it. They were playing triple DPS as well. Actually, I guess.
Oh yeah,
I guess it's like double DPS.
It once or twice.
It has double DPS plus the Sua, but the Sua is kind of like a support, I think, in that team, right? They're not really playing the Sua as a good damage dealer, like a frontliner. So.
Oh man,
it's like. I mean, I guess it's not really triple backline though, you know, because yeah, the Sua is still there to be that like frontliner engage, but yeah, in that like Sua double backline team, the Sua is usually just there for like the spell shield. The backliners like, just kind of do their thing, right? And yeah, we can't talk about this just because there's 6 teams left. You know?
Yeah, there's nothing happening. We saw, I think Team Circus actually just hiding behind the far right truck inside of Uptown. They're just sitting there, man. They just want to live at this point. Consider an absolute shame, by the way, that NA ERCS is over, because if NA ERCS wasn't over and we knew that a mechanic like this was still existing in Eternal Return environment, I have a strange feeling we would have seen some weird number of triple backline DPSs in NA ERCS as well, but maybe I have to chalk it up to EU's happening very soon. I think SA is also happening very soon on top of it, so...
It already happened. I think EU's tonight.
Oh yeah, that's right. SA was yesterday. Yeah, and EU's is tonight, because I think they also played... Oh, that's right. Qualifiers for EU was yesterday, and then SA happened immediately after. I forgot how compact the season was.
And then ERCC is in like 2 weeks from now, so there's like some time. But I think maybe we'll see some backline teams. Who knows? Because we did have like backline teams back in the day, right? I think there was like the Patar team that was playing that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot Patar was one of the teams that were running it too. And then, but with Patar, I mean, you're guaranteed the heart anyway, so that's pretty safe. Was he? He was playing hard, right? Like, if it's Patar, he has to have been playing hard.
Yeah.
It's like telling me Pie Master wasn't playing hard in the triple DPS comp. It's just not happening.
You have, it looks like a free rift there coming out for the side of Team Gaming, able to get a nice objective for themselves. And this is pretty good, right? This is to get into the checkpoint breakpoint. I think they're ready. Oh no, they actually need to get 16 points to get themselves in. They're already 7.5, so they're already about halfway there. Hopefully, I mean, if you're in the shoes of Team Gaming, you want to have more chances to get yourself into the season final, so you want to try winning these games as well. Both Prey and Team Gaming definitely want to try shutting down these teams. And oh no, looks like we're gonna have a face check here. not really a face check, but you know, trying to use the Wilson from a little too close, as the Alex was just there to get the blink on forward, able to get the lockdown, and Cecilia Riori is gonna go down there. Gonna try looking for a re-engage here, as I mean, this IRM sitting really strong, already sitting on that 5. Rio is going to be forced to use that bubble.
A lot of ults were invested from Circus. I don't know if they want to stay on this. Oh, wait a second. How is that back up already? What?
Cooldown isn't too long, I would say, for the side team. For the side, there's the Alex. Oh, there's a knockup from the IRM. Is going to be able to connect, but there's damage coming back in. The heart just gets immediately blown up there, and now it's going to be Team Nira is going to be on the back foot. Team Circus able to get the 1-up. The res is actually going to come through once again. they will be able to get it off in time, and maybe they could look for a turn here, but themselves out into red, and they're just gonna walk up into chapel.
Well, this is not fun. Not exclusive, but Explosive Bola is going to completely whiff. Rice Gongwon is eating up a lot of resources for this. Funny enough, Insane was the only one from this team that had their ultimate available, but because of the Nia burst, they weren't even able to get enough reaction time to press that button at all. Really unfortunate for New Rice Gongwon. Now we're sitting at a Bernice with 7 seconds left on their timer at day number 4. It is sitting in the zone where it's going to close, and the only way you really have in are 2 very, very thin corridors. Sorry, make that 3 because you do have 2 from Forest and 1 set of Chapel. I don't like the prospects for Team New Rice Gongwon. They're chilling in that bottom right side. Once the timer starts getting a little bit more thin, I don't know. If some of these teams play Denial, I have a bad feeling for Team New Rice Gongwon.
Let's just hope they remember, their timers.
Yeah,
because,
this time
we
around.
we didn't have the mishap from Wales, I think, in the previous game. So just gonna have to hope they all remember. We do have Wickline gonna be spawning in Forest very short. Come out from Gisela. He's gonna be able to chunk down the side of Team Highway, but Team Highway is gonna slowly try to maybe lock down this wick line for themselves. But we do have Team Circus coming up from the top side as maybe gonna try to look for this wick contest here. A lot of teams coming to play for this wick line here, as yeah, both of our non-checkpoint teams are nowhere to be seen, right? Both Mur and Prey are not on the side of the map. You can see all of our other checkpoints wanting to play for this wick line.
They might cannibalize each other. That's the big thing. If that happens, Mur Gaming and Prey are in a really good spot to take advantage of this, because you also have to remember that if a lot of teams are contesting over Wickline, the amount of time it takes to actually secure this objective with the new AI version of it, that's open map season for all the other teams that decide not to go for this. Look at this. The entirety of Chapel being contested by Team New Rice Gongwon, those are the guys starting to walk on in. This really does mean every single one of our checkpoint teams are in force at the moment. Highway having free reign upon this wicket line will be able to secure it. EMP barrage coming a little bit late. Curry trying his way to push his way on through. Damage output wise, Curry actually winning out on that one. Well played. Ray at last, not going to do too much because it was full HP over onto anybody onto New Rice Gongwon. But Highway, they have sole control over that entire left side of the map. And as they close in onto Factory, I think that east side of the map is going to be completely locked away for that team too.
You can see Prey. Looks like they're in hospital there, as all the team members are going to come down to the bottom side, and it looks like Circus was able to get the Gamma key card for themselves, so it's going to be a pretty good pickup for them. They should be able to get a couple more objectives here with that tactical skill and a couple of extra credits. Mer Gaming going to get a couple buys here in Temple, and that's going to come down to our final 6 teams here. Looks like not too much has been really going on, as the map's been really open, and I say final 6, but it's been 6 teams for the past 15 minutes already. So
by the way, Yuck finally getting his first transition this entire game. Despite having a super open map, nobody's actually giving items to the Alex, which is something that we've seen pretty consistently throughout the course of Season 8. He finally got one. A meteorite going onto his arm. I actually don't even know what it was because I wasn't paying attention to it, but there it is. 1 gold item for the Alex. Congratulations. Yippee-ki-yay. Now what do you have left? There is not really enough credits left for the rest of the team to actually get any items. With hospital closing, I don't really know if there's a safe kiosk anymore to call in. Yeah, not really in such either.
Why is Circus so much farther behind the rest of the lobby? Because I don't think they had any debts, and the map's been so open for them to get farm and objectives, but I guess they just haven't been really able to secure any. We do have, I think that was Team Sagnam Rocks and the IBLS system to go to the top side here. Team Highway and Team D-Rise Gangwon probably going to try contesting each other for this factory final zone here. We do have Team Highway going to be the one with a lot of damage going to be hit on Insane.
Okay.
I think, looks like the members of Team D-Rise are going to be forced to give the zone here. We do have the Hearts. It's going to be really hard for them, sorry, the Eva and the Haze. It's gonna be really hard for this team to really push in. They're gonna have so much range to try to take the zone.
Being inside of that center zone too is actually going to make it more difficult, I think, for every other team to make their way in, because now the Haze has priority on these thin corridors, right? These rocket launchers are going to be a lot more important. You also have the EVA lasers that you're going to have to rotate through. It's really nice because you let the Haze throw her rockets first. EVA's going to be able to buy the time in between the cooldowns. If you can just rotate that nicely in between each other, I genuinely don't think there's any other compositions that can actually push their way up through without investing a lot of cooldowns. Highway, if they can maintain control over the right side of the map, Factory is as good as theirs.
Great, there's a great pull onto the Aya there. The Aya is going to use their shift on out there. There's the Peacemaker coming out from the hearts. Both the hearts are going to come out. Look at the damage coming in. Who's going to come out on top? It is going to be the Aya. Going to be able to get all the members of Team Sangdam Rocks and Team Prey. One of our non-checkpoint teams is going to be able to shut one of them down.
The Aya, that.
Yeah,
dude.
That. I think the ultimate just was able to lock up, you know, the members of Team Sangdam Rocks, because if you're feared, you can't auto attack on the last proc of the Peacemaker, and it just was able to secure the couple of kills for the side of Team Prey.
We've had a lot of combos being found out during Season 8. We've seen the Charlotte, Divine Intervention, not Divine Retribution, that would be the complete opposite. Divine Intervention plus the Peacemaker combination. The first time that we've ever seen Peacemaker plus the Blink cartridge. The range on those two are very, very similar, so it makes sense as to why it's a combo, but first time we've actually seen it in action, so nicely done from that team. Circus trying their best to push their way on in towards Mer Gaming, but Mer Gaming also having a bit of a tough time pushing their way in on towards the left side as well. In the end, Circus is the one that's a disadvantage because they're going to have to push in towards the right side. Now, the problem is...
I don't like how this game is devolving. I think we're going to go to a Game 9, Juby.
You think? I think so too. With the way that this is going, I genuinely think that might be the case. There's a genuine possibility we go to Game 10. There's a possibility we go to Game 10 because you have to remember that Yangju Wales is also not in checkpoint right now. So if they are getting themselves positioned for this, it's possible. Mer Gaming also needs 16 points. If they don't win this game or get a ton of points going into final zone, then there's a possibility for Game 10. And the long lost dream of Fire Draydon, you also breaking Locke's curse, it's a possibility now. It took double checkpoint and 2 years before it can finally be broken, but the light at the end of the tunnel is still here. Let's see if it's even a possibility. Team Highway holding control over that final zone, or the temporary zone, I apologize, for the time being. Thin corridors everywhere. The EVA's going to have a lot of leeway with this. Same thing for the Haze, but Scylla is providing a lot of openings for this team to start making their way on through, but eventually they're going to have to start walking on in, and it's going to happen right now. Noda now still holding on to the heavy knee pads, is going to maintain that shield as long as he can. The additional movement speed is going to be really nice, but the third party from the top side is going to come on in. Prey is looking pretty primed to walk their way on in. Timer for New Rise Colin is not really that good. Prey is making their way in. Oh, this is so weird. Double Peacemakers activated for the teams on the south side, but this is prime third party position for Team Prey. Look at this. Lasers everywhere. Down goes two. All of a sudden, pop, 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 pop. That's Team Prey in the final zone. Mer Gaming, they're also looking good too. No. Down goes one. Pintum is taken down, but timer advantage is still technically in favor of Mer Gaming. Can they get the kill over onto the IRM? They do. Down goes the Nia. There's the totem. Oh my god, what is happening?
And it's Prey and Mer Gaming, our two non-checkpoint teams that are going.
We're going to Game 9.
Come out. We are going to a Game 9, Juby.
This is so cooked, man. How is this happening? Okay, well, here we go. Team Prey is already in. Team Mer Gaming, they need to win this if they want to make it on through, or at least get one more.
They just need one kill. They just need one kill.
One kill is all they need. It should be possible with a composition like this, because Aya will get.
At least that means. I think that means we're guaranteed a golden round, right? We are guaranteed a golden round.
Oh, true. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, if. Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, no matter what happens
unless Wales goes 8 and they don't get any points, but I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
I don't know. You know, considering what's happened so far today, I would put on that did not make it possible. Here we go. Buddy Morph over
they
at
find
Yojun.
it.
Fantastic combination. Oh, no,
he walked out of
JCP
all.
walked out of it. That means Mer Gaming is also officially now in. Are they finally going to be able to win a game, or are they just walking into every play cartridge? No! Down goes Umu. Yojun trying his best, but it's not going to be it. Mer Gaming finally wins a game tonight throughout this long, grueling of a series to put them into checkpoint. Oh my!
Is going to be
Oh my
7 teams in checkpoint going into game 8 here, and if
Oh
Young
my
Whale
God.
it's game 10.
If Yangju Whales wins either game 7, game 8
No.
or game 9.
No,
Oh,
it
that's
has
true.
to be-
Yeah,
it
it
has
has
the
to be
next
game 8. Unless they go fast Dave.
Yeah, it has to be the next game.
Or, hey, they can get 1 kill in phase 1 and then just go 8.
That is true.
Oh my god.
That is true.
Oh my god, what kind of a world are we living in right now? Okay, so let's kind of review what's happened throughout the course of the series, right? Songnam Rocks, checkpoint ever since game 4? Or I think it's game 4.
No, game 5. Game 5.
Game 5, okay. Either way, they were about 2/3 of the way there after game number 2. Now we are going to game number 8, and they haven't even been close to winning a game, which is so strange. All triple DPS compositions are absolutely denied at this point because we still have Kadia banned. There's no heart until game number 11, which I don't think is even possible anymore.
Yeah. Off the table.
Just completely off the table. Unless Yangju Whales post something absolutely hilarious off, which even then, I genuinely don't think it's possible. So no heart. I think no Cecilia, I'm pretty sure. I think there was 3 Cecilias in the game as well.
Cecilias, yes. But I think Cecilia will be back for game 9.
I don't even want to think anymore, man. My brain is what is this? What is this?
Yeah.
Are you gonna make a YouTube video on this?
I mean, I could, but
you might as well. It's prime content for you at this point.
we are going into a game 9. Hopefully not a game 10, but I mean that would be peak content, I think, if we go to a game 10. So
I will have something to tell Locke tomorrow while we're playing Deadlock or something. Cause good lord, guys, you have to understand that it's every time Super's not here. That's what's happened in the past. Whenever Super's not here, we had 10 games with Locke. Whenever Super's not here, Kaz has the funniest games. Kaz's funniest games curse was broken during Phase 2 finals, because Phase 2 finals was a bit of a shenanigans, right? If you remember that, you were there for it. It was some shenanigans that we witnessed. So that curse is gone, but the 10-game curse is still being held strong by the Bubble Man. If Locke's curse is broken today, yes, it's kind of cheating because it's double checkpoint, but still.
yeah, I think it's just a lot harder to get into. Like, I think it's like kind of impossible to get 10 games these days, right?
Yeah, because of the format and the low checkpoint
because
count.
of the format, like how much points are given out to these teams because of how much they're team fighting, right? So like a lot more, and the placement points. It's pretty impossible, right? Like you have to have this perfect scenario, like right now, where you have 17 to checkpoint, one team not by 1 point, and if they win, then we'll go to a game 10, right? So it's pretty unlikely. Wales, I mean, we'll see if they prove me wrong.
It's gonna be like the CNJ esports moment. That would be the real absolute shame if that ends up happening, but I don't think it will. Youngju Wales 1 point behind of checkpoint. Everybody else, we have 102 points for Songnam Rocks at this point. They are more than halfway past the checkpoint.
It won't be sad, like if a team gets like 130 points. That's like double checkpoint.
Yeah,
and they don't make it in or something like that.
Yeah, for Songnam Rocks, it's definitely a possibility.
Which is possible. It is possible. Team Modern and Team Songnam Rocks. They could definitely get into that 130.
Another thing as well. I don't know if it happened in North America or EU or in SA, but Golden Round in the KR side has also never happened. Maybe in KEL it has, but at least on the ERM front, it has also never happened outside of Lock. So if we do, that one is guaranteed. Golden Round is nearly guaranteed. at this point, as
Yeah.
long as Yangju Whales doesn't do anything funny. So that's
long
at
as they
least
don't-
one record that you might be able to break.
As long as they don't go 8, which there's no way they go 8 with 0 points. I think it's like I think it's impossible.
I don't wanna say anything because with you saying that, the caster curse has been laid. Now,
Yeah, that is true, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. All they need is just one full point. So even if they just get, even if they like, if they just fight early, right, and just get like 2 picks, that's they're like already guaranteed, right? Like, they can't go 8 from night 1 anymore, so it's almost impossible.
yeah, without
these
E8's been
days.
playing, that 1 point should at least, like, at the very least, be guaranteed.
Yeah.
Even with how well E8 is playing on the Sama, they are still the team in 8th place, 1 point out of Checkpoint, being the only team to do so. It is such a weird phenomenon, I would really have to say at this point. An anomaly, even, if I had to chalk it up to that word as well. What a strange occurrence. The one real thing that I was talking about for Yangju Whales, I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream, but is how uncomfortable E8 and Green Apple felt on their own characters. But Green Apple is playing a character that's a little bit more akin to what they've been playing. I haven't seen anything extremely crazy except that one play in the final zone in stream. But E8 has shown us a massive, massive improvement. Is still yet the only team not in Checkpoint by 1 at the end of Game 7. It is so strange to me.
Yeah, and we do see it is. Oh, Ikadia as well, still being banned. So Ikadia's a solo banned, and you see a 3-round ban for Heart. So Heart is going to be off the table for the rest of the series here, and we're going to see some Mai swap, as Mai's going to be back as well.
And Istvan being hovered from Bintum, no Felix being considered at this point either, which is kind of surprising to me. Because no Cecilia and no Heart means that Felix has a lot more leniency inside of a match like this. Even Gun is not opting to go for it. I love the Tsubame picks here though. Tsubame is so much more viable. Now that the Heart is gone, there's no Kadia, so you're not at a range disadvantage for the most part. No Rios either. This is a Tsubame feeding ground. I love the 2 picks from Gun and Insane.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to have the Mai going to be off the table for the series. 4 Mai picks, and we have 3 Justinas as well. So Justina most likely going to be banned away for the rest of the series as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 8. Game number 9 is guaranteed. Not sure about game 10. That only comes down to whether or not Yangju Whales is able to win this game. If Yangju Whales wins, then Super will have broken every single curse in existence for ERM. That being Kaz's funny game business that was broken during phase 2 finals, and then quite frankly during the knockout stages too. He'll also be breaking the golden round curse that Locke has set over on the KR side. Same thing for the 10-round curse as well. Fire Drade on.
I don't think I've seen triple digits go on the bottom right before, so it's kind of funny to see because you know it's like an extra digit, and it's 2 teams actually having it. It's going to be Sanctum Rocks and the side of Team Water. They've been in Checkpoint quite a while now, but I'll have to see if they can finally close it out or if they will end up going down here in the last hurrah for these teams to get that ticket into the finals.
Now that I'm looking at the graphic, do you think that that column even has enough space for the 0.5 if it's triple digits? Looks really odd. If looks really close. I don't know if they can accommodate the period and the 5 if it's triple digits for the whole numbers.
Oh, you're talking about for the 0.5? Like,
yeah.
They have a point? Yeah.
Can they
is a good
accommodate
point,
that?
actually. That's a good point. I don't think they would be able to fit.
We'll have to see after this game. Maybe even like New Roy's Kangwon if they have a good game as well. I mean, of course, again, as you mentioned, points don't really matter. Like that's the saddest thing about this. For all of these players, there's no prize pool for this, so the points don't matter. If you play through all of this, how many hours have we been playing right now? 4 hours. By the end of the series, we're gonna have at least 5 hours of gameplay for these teams. You play 5 hours to show for, and have nothing to show for it for 6 of these teams out of the 8.
Yeah,
that's the worst feeling.
But no, that's just how it goes. You know, for these times, just you go you compete and you don't really get anything out of it, right? It just happens, and you kind of just have to deal with it. And hopefully for these teams, you know, they don't take it to heart. I mean, I think all these teams are playing their heart out here for this final game, and a great skill there coming out from the Subame. And oh, fortunately, it is gonna be, or it's gonna be yeah, you see like getting the one up onto the Nadine on the pawn side there, and Totem is gonna get cut out by the side of team. Looks like it's Team Prey. They're gonna try looking for something. They don't find anything. And now for some of these teams, right, like Team Prey, they were all the way down to 8 point now. Definitely have a chance to win. Oh, both the Arim and the Esteban are gonna go down.
Young Whales.
Fade away ult.
Yep, Young Whales have also done it. They have the 1 point. As long as they don't -1 out of nowhere and knock away, they should be fine. +1 not even needed for Sungbin. Totem trying to finish out Umu to the best of his abilities, but that phase vortex is hard, and Blink Cartridge with the blink in is gonna be enough for Team Prey to pick up a kill for themselves. Half a point is where they're sitting at. Turnham Rocks, Highway, and New Rise Column playing a little bit quiet during the beginning stages of the game. For gaming, Bintum trying his best to run. Does he have it? He's got the shields, but it's not enough to deal with the cats.
Yeah, and Youngie gonna be able to finish off the body there. We do have Team Circus already sitting on 3 kills for themselves, and Wales, they're already in, right? They got that one point that they needed. Surely they don't lose it from explosion somehow. So that means we're guaranteed to have our gold round going into game number.
Yep, congratulations. Clap and a half to you, Super, for breaking that record. Congratulations to you on that one. Umu trying his best to run away. Phase Vortex does end up knocking up Memory, which is pretty good. Bow skill also being activated. Can they get a trade? Oh no, the Orbeez aren't there on time. Down goes the Eva without a trade. Blink Cartridge activated for the Aya. Can they get the kill over onto the other Eva? No, they cannot, as the Blink on in with the Amethyst Flow is going to be able to get them out of there. Meteorites about to spawn. Trees of Life about to spawn in about 15 seconds. So, which teams are going to be able to get that advantage going into potentially team pushing out of this series game?
Circus gonna be here to contest for this tree, and it's gonna be Team Modern there as well. Let's engage. Mirror Gaming gonna be on the back foot. There's a lot of damage is gonna be sent side of Sanctum Rocks. Curry is gonna be able to get the ultimate down, and is just gonna be able to turret down to Esteban, and the tree will go to the side of Sanctum Rocks. Other side though, Team Circus unfortunately gonna be on the back foot here, as Team Modern gonna be the one to pick up that Tree of Life.
Despite having the early lead, nobody has called items yet. I do see the Alex actually being behind on items, so maybe he had to call one earlier on in comparison to the IRM, who's sitting about 15, 20 credits ahead of the Alex. Okay, down goes the Eva. Unfortunately, Umu's gonna get caught out by Songnam Rocks, isolated by themselves. Split farming is the strategy that Prey is gonna go for, which makes sense at this point. You want to get whatever advantage possible. I know it's game number 8. I know it's going to be the last couple of games you're going to be playing before maybe going into the season finals, but the risk has to be taken at this point. Otherwise, you will start falling behind. You will not have items. That makes it worse the later on you go into the game.
Yeah. Oh, Alex gonna get caught out here, but is just gonna be able to use their dash to get themselves to safety. Uh-oh, Gun kind of caught by themselves here. Vana is gonna try to use their blink, and yeah, they'll be able to get the Subame down for the count, as they do end up getting their buy-ins for the next objective contest, as it is going to be spawning in about a minute. Spawning down here in up down, and you think one up on the top side. I think it was in police or fire station there. There's the full engagement. Oh, nice. A huge blink on board there. Great reaction coming out from Bintum to respond onto the Nadine. Blink away, and they will be able to secure that kill for themselves. They're actually gonna just opt to start buying here as well.
Quite interesting that we are starting to see these kind of B tier. Well, I don't know if I can even chalk Istvan and Piolo at the B tier. I think they're like C+ tier at this point nowadays when it comes down to it. Surprising that we're seeing these picks coming out just because of how the series in and of itself is going, because on a technical scale, we still have triple DPS compositions with these characters starting to come into fray. Here's the game world coming online for the Nia, but no real lockdown onto anybody, which means damage output is just not there yet. On the backside is going to be the Isfan. There's the ultimate going through. Execution's only going to get the +1 popped off. Bintum trying his best to run away. Isfan is pretty good at doing this because his range is locked good, but with the double agent, down he goes. Raccoon trying his best to survive because he's the last one alive. It is an Nara though, he's pretty slippery.
He's going to be able to use that, and Nemron's going to get themselves to safety. Huge one up there coming out from that Nia. Perfectly timed to keep themselves alive. And it looks like we do have the Mai just coming in itself, and it looks like the battle zone will be secured by both Prey and Team Highway here. So these teams just going to be able to get a little bit more accelerated in this lobby here. At Teamer Gaming, looks like they were able to find him, and they do pick up another kill for themselves.
For Highway though, I think the value is way higher because you do end up fighting somebody, which means the tier of the box that you get inside of the Rift is going to be higher. It was a Mithril call, very, very rare item outside of actually calling it or getting from it, getting it from those boxes. Ooh, Gun, going to be able to trade out 1 for 1 in that 1v3. Nicely done for them, but still, the point stands for Team Highway with that Mithril ended up going for the Dragon's Fury on the Eva. Very core item on it if you do end up deciding to build that. Getting that Mithril for free inside of a zone pretty much with no retaliation whatsoever. I mean, you will take that any day.
Yeah, 100%. It's pretty good to just claim that free item. Do have Team Highway. Looks like they're gonna take a test for this box in Beach on the bottom side here as Team Rocks do end up hitting the camp, so they should end up seeing Team Highway, but yeah, Team Highway is gonna take a U-turn on. I said there is a team that is gonna be able to get that box for themselves. Team Modern gonna be walking into Team into Fire Station here into the side of Team Rises. Oh no,
we're doing it
again. Have this stall here for the side of Team Prey. Memory gonna try to get themselves on out. Can they TP out in time? No. When it's gonna be a -200 side of Highway. That was a pretty long stall there. It was like 10 seconds that they had to wait, but not really much that the team can do there. Riori, he's gonna go down, get traded for Gun here. Insane gonna finish the body. They do end up finishing it off there. The taunt not gonna be able to connect. The blink on forward was on. Insane not gonna be able to find anything as Zoe gonna be able to finish off the Mai as they are gonna be able to get the res with that mobile kiosk, and it's gonna be -200 for both teams.
You can't just let a tank 1v1 Zoe's Justina like that. Down goes Mundu as well. It's a 2 for 0 in favor of Mer Gaming. Nope, never mind. +1 is there for Sungbin. Although, yeah, Raccoon, let's not go any further than that because there's another team right up on top. We might see our first team falling down. It's going to be Circus. Never mind. The Alex somehow managed to get out. So, -400 for Team Circus. They do have the credits for it, but the wallets are going to be completely empty after that. 300 credits on the Nia, but it's a little bit iffy.
Monster running for the side of Team Modern as well, and they're not going to be able to get the Mai back up anytime soon. I mean, it's pretty close. They need about 30 to 40 more credits, but I think they already used up all the gadget. Probably going to have to look for that kiosk here.
Credits being thrown everywhere.
Gonna look for the side of Team Highway. A lot of poke damage from the Eva from over the wall. Is gonna be able to chunk down the JCP, and yeah, looks like Team Prey are just gonna slowly back themselves up. Team Wales, they're looking pretty strong already. You can see their items, they're getting pretty strong for themselves, and I don't really like that, Shubi. That might mean we're going to a game 10 if Team Wales continue on this trajectory.
This is pretty good pacing for them too, right? We remember seeing during the regulation stage where Yangju Whales at this point, they can just kind of calm down and play their own game until the final zone, which with the pacing that they're on right now should be able to walk into it with at least full gold on every single one of their members, if not more. Blood sample is definitely a possibility for these guys, so really good pacing that we are seeing. Team Modern, they just called everybody. They're gonna have to win this fight if they don't want to become completely lost in the sauce for the remainder of this game. Soe is gonna get taken down first, unfortunately. That's a minus 200 again. That's probably not gonna happen for the remainder. Minus 400 for the remaining as well. Gun sitting on 4 seconds of timer. He's gonna have to run up top. Just barely dodge the recon drone. He's gonna get in there, but minus 400 credits that this team desperately cannot use.
Look at the credits on Modern. They don't have any credits to get their teammates back up into this game here. It's going to take so long. And there's, a huge...
Wow.
Able to get the appeal. The appeal is getting chucked down to 1 HP. They still have the red box as well. I think the side of Team Roxas want to be on the back foot here. No! You see it into the wall there. Curry gonna drop some monkey wires to get them to get their teams to safety. Huge bullseye. Ooh, almost killing them well. And they're gonna try using the mobile kills to get the teammates back in this game. They should be able to get the res here. Looks like the res was a little delayed. I think Youngie unfortunately canceled it by accident. And now Curry's going to be on the ground here. I don't think they can get the res here. They're going to try get the res, but here comes the taunt. It is going to connect. Actually, canceled by the Piolo there. And a huge bullseye once again on memory there. There's their bow skill as well. Now it's going to be Rox that actually has the advantage. Red box is going to be dropped in, and I think Team Sagnum Rock should be able to actually secure this for themselves.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how this ended up working in favor of Sagnum Rocks. I think that call on the kiosk was way too risky than I would have really tried to go for. Surprised it worked out, but it does. This does give them a lot more control inside of Forest and turn high risk, high reward gameplay, which at this stage of the game and the series, I'm amazed that you even have the guts to be able to pull off a play like that. Well played. Over to team, what is that? Once again, our team, Sagnum Rocks. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Purple box now going to be contested by Team Highway as well as Mer Gaming, but it's a third party coming in from Sagnum Rocks on the north side. Down. This opens up an opportunity for Highway to grab that purple box. It is a Force Core. But can they use it anymore? Highway Force Core. You can give it to the Mai. Oh, Nadine needed it. Whoa, she's running bow. That's right. Tellurian. Oh, yeah. That's big. That's really big.
It's a pretty big upgrade. And here comes Engage from the Alex. This is going to be a 2-man con. And there's all coming out as well. But the Isabot is going to be able to get in. And is going to be the IREM. But the Execute is going to be there for the Nia there, and a lot of damage. There's the double taunt once again, but the sustain coming out from the Arda and the Taz is going to be a little too much for this Alex to work through there. So Alex is probably going to fall here very short. There is skill is going to be able to finish them off, and it's going to be a minus 400 unfortunately for the side of Team Circus here. And I think they just have just barely enough credits, but look at the items for the side Team Circus. 5 gold of the year.
By the way, when was the last time you saw VF Dispersion actually killing somebody? That thing does no damage.
Yeah, I mean, it does a decent bit if you're like close and you have some items.
Alright, here we go. Yeah. Fight number 2. Team Circus needs to win this. Oh my goodness, the execution over onto this one. Yeah. Down goes Totem as well. Now that's a counter minus 400 over onto Team Mer Gaming instead.
Yeah, I mean, Circus, I was a little scared for that Nia, but Nia having that 1-up is always safe, and Isabot going in and just gets immediately executed. Returned to side Team. And the Arda is going to get a little caught here from the Alex. The Arda has to get themselves on out. Is able to get the taunt, but Raccoon going to be able to use that. Oh
no.
Nimrod's going to get themselves to safety, and oh no, you are correct. It is going to be Team Modern, unfortunately, going down in 8th place. They were waiting for that rift to open up to make sure they get their teammates back into the game. They're not spending 200 credits, but they just get caught out.
Our second team in checkpoint.
Oh no.
And losing it out, Theo is going to be able to secure it. So Yangju Whales in a good spot right now. Are they getting any kills? Insane is just about to run away. Exposure shot is good. No denial. I don't know if this is a good idea to further the chase, but do they have the damage for it? White Lily invested. No denial with the exclusive, not going to be enough. E8 still trying to chase on through as much as possible. I even saw the energy blast field being invested from that team. Okay, that's absolutely crazy, but all right, Yangju Whales, they have all the utility available now to win the game. Here we go, round number 3 between Mer Gaming and Team Circus sitting inside of Chapel. This is the spawn caught out once again. Never mind, that's the Tazia caught out. They have the totem, but not going to be enough, as the double dice combo is going to be enough to take down that Ice Queen.
The cards are definitely in Yangju Whales' hands. They actually get a the side of Team New Rise Gangwon, but Insane, they got the blood. You could see the item in Insane's inventory. They have the blood sample, so I think that's probably why Wales was trying to chase and try to hunt down this Subama here. They do end up TPing into school, and there's a couple teams here, but should be able to craft up this blood sample. Still look pretty strong for themselves here.
Round 4 between these two teams. They are just permanently fighting inside the zone, and both teams do not have the credits to rise back anybody else on each respective team anymore. Okay, Totem's gonna send it straight on in. EMP Barrage is gonna split away everybody, especially the Ispan on the backside, but he's got the execution with the tactical suit. Down goes the Alex. That's not good at all. Totem also is gonna get taken down, but the body's already secured. That's a permanent death. Most likely not gonna be able to find a return. The executions are there. The executions are there. Game will wipe out Team Circus, 11 points, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Another fight inside of school. This time around, it's going to be New Rise Gangwon versus Team Prey. A lot of good damage over onto JCP, but encounter Umu pumping out damage with the lasers as much as possible. Range advantage in favor of that team. It's a third party from the other side. Exposure shot! Exposure shot pushes Yeoljun into the wall. Riori taking one with him to the grave. There's a card to finish off the Justina, and now teams are in tatters with Yeongju Wales holding their own. But look at the map. Fire station closing, school closing. Yeongju Wales needs to get out of here.
It's perfect for Wales. They have the Wickline buff. They have 2 bloods on this Emma. They're probably going to get enough for another blood sample. Definitely in prime position to win this game here. Definitely going to be a little tough for the rest of the lobby to kind of play into, especially since they are, the only, I think, triple backline. Because all the other teams had to swap off because of that heart.
There we go. Information being gathered by Yeongju Wales. Also, real quick, your mic is starting to cut out a little bit more often, so if you could try fixing that, that would be absolutely fantastic. Yeongju Wales, with about 10 seconds remaining, they're going to hold control over the BLS jump.
Yeah, they're gonna BLS over. It looks like, where are they gonna go though? Is it gonna be Forest? It is gonna be Forest, and they're gonna land into a pretty safe spot down the bottom side here. They're probably gonna grab the console and look to maybe clear out the zone. I think a lot of these teams definitely have to be a little scared of the Wickline team here. Looks like the Mai is gonna get caught by the side of Team Sainam. They should be able to just finish off. Oh no, looks like the Mai is just gonna walk down. Should be safe here.
Real quick, advantage-wise, I think it still goes to Yeongju Wales because they ended up forcing, I think that was Songnam Rocks, to use the VLS system in order to get out. They used a gadget for that. Whereas Yeongju Wales, because they were holding control over the default VLS inside of school, they didn't have to use the gadget points for it. It's 50 gadget points, remember, for the VLS. That's a lot invested from one of the teams that ended up using it to get out of school.
Yeah, and we're gonna have Mer Gaming coming up as well. This might be a 4-team final zone, so it might not even be Wales gonna be the one to come out on top. This is gonna be a little unfortunate if every team does end up setting their sights onto the side of Team Wales here, as Team Highway are gonna be the ones to secure the bottom zone completely uncontested. It looks like no team wants to fight for this bottom zone, maybe not knowing how strong each team are, just because these checkpoint teams are just gonna sit in the corner, gonna try to play as safe as possible, but this actually might come back to bite them.
The biggest problem with this as well is if you're trying to use the VLS to land yourself into Warehouse because you don't like Forest, the problem with Warehouse and VLSing in this late into the stage is the fact that there's not that much surface area in Warehouse. No matter where you land, there's somebody that can respond most likely within a couple of seconds. It's a very risky VLS at that point. Let's see what ends up happening. Yeongju Wales finds out Team Mer Gaming. That's a lot of AoE sent out. That's a great totem to cancel out the ultimate from this spawn, but the execution damage is still there. Full wipe, 3-0 clean from Team Yeongju Wales without sweating a single sweat, a drop of sweat, not there at all. Here we go. Songnam Rocks trying to fight it out. That's a double knockup coming in from the Piolo. Astroburst also invested as well. With Nadine trying to do whatever they can. Both of them are running bow. The damage from the Eva is just way too much. But it's a trade. There we go. Down goes the Nadine on the side of Team Highway. But what do they have left that can deal with the Eva? Bullseye is the only thing left, but look at this. The range res coming from Team Highway. Can they find the res? No, they cannot. And I don't think Curry has left anything left in his arsenal anymore. They do end up getting the res over onto the Piolo, but down goes Nemery, and now Satan is left in the ranges advantage up against the Bo, the Dean. If this Piolo can find something, then maybe, but Satan is now the one in trouble. Astra Burst, is it available? No, I don't think so. Rain of Arrows is not enough. The Piolo needs to do something, but down goes Satan. Down goes Hyungi. Yangju Whale still fighting for the tournament life. If they win this, they have a solid chance of making it go into game number 10. Down goes 1, down goes 2, down goes 3. We have Yangju Whales going into final zone.
Oh my god, I think we might go to a game 10, Juby.
Oh my god, it's a triple DPS, full-on late game item gear for a burst style composition up against the Mai sitting with, what is that? 2 items, not fully transitioned, although one of them is a weapon, so it doesn't technically count in terms of their tank ability. Oh my god, can Team Highway do it? They do have range advantage, but as soon as that Theo sends out the Energy Blast field, that has to be the signal for Yangju Whales to go.
You're called, probably just gonna go into maybe an arm piece, so the damage coming out from the Eva, EA gonna be forced to use the ultimate. I mean, they have zone control. It's a poke Nadine, and it's that Eva as well. It's going to be a little hard for Team Wales to really deal with. They do have that Mai on the backside as well. I'm surprised they're actually not crafting this meteorite. Maybe that Centipede's Pauldrons or something.
Yeah,
they should get extra tankiness. But I think just a little caught up with this team that they're going to have to maybe fight here. Where is the drone gonna walk towards is the question. Maybe Team Wales is maybe trying to play around and come to the bottom side here as
depends on the Chronosphere.
They have to push to this triple.
Here we go.
Here comes an engage coming out from the Theodore. Are they gonna be able to find anything? There is the knockup's not gonna be able to connect, and they're gonna full disengage onto that Theodore.
Okay.
Get a full reset here, and I think they're gonna try looking for an angle back in, but now you have to play into this triple backline. But the Chronosphere is going off into the side of Team Highway here.
What a shame.
And they're gonna have the advantage now. As they're gonna have to push in without this Theodore ultimate as well. It's gonna be really hard for Team Wales to find an angle here.
What is this? This is absolutely crazy. Okay, here we go. Bear trying to hold position. E8 is isolated away from the rest of his team. The Chronosphere is starting to close down. 28 seconds left for Fauna. 14 on the side of Storm Chaser. What's going on? Green Apple gets executed before. Blink everyone away. Fauna is about to get executed down as well. He activates the Soul Link, but the Eva is there to execute. We are gonna end it in game number 9, and Team Highway is our first team into the season finals out of a grueling 8-set game. Oh my goodness. After the start to the series, Team Highway is the one to push it all the way through. It looked shaky, but Storm Chaser and his crew will make it and punch their tickets into the season final. 1 out of the 2 teams confirmed.
Yeah, so well played there. Great disengage, and you know, that's that final piece that they needed, that luck came to their side with that Chronosphere just moving into them. And that is perfect, you know, just having that Chronosphere moving to the top side so they don't have to push into that triple backline team, and the triple backline team basically forced to push into them, into the Eva and Nadine, Bo Nadine, and they didn't have the Theodore ultimate anymore, so they didn't have that engage potential, and just an easy kite back for the 2 backliners of that Nadine and Eva, just able to dodge out on that knockup.
Yangju Whales got scammed, man. I mean, they got completely scammed. What do you really say about it? Because you sent... I think they made the right call. 99 times out of 100, whatever they did was the right call to get control of the inside of the building. Because it's a 50-50 between whether the Chronosphere goes left where Yangju Whales originally were, or it goes right. If it goes right, being inside of the building is going to be some of the biggest advantage, tactical advantage you can have. If it goes left, it's all right. It's okay. Being inside the building is okay. I just don't think it was the right call for them to go up top. I think they should have gone towards the bottom side because that's where the more open area is. They put themselves into a tighter corridor up against an Eva as well as a Bo Nadine. I'm not entirely sure if that was the right call. But other than that, Yangju Whales got scammed. They completely got scammed. Chronosphere just didn't want to work with them, and even with the I think Nina also just barely missed the Puppet Theater as well by like a couple pixels onto the Eva. It's just Yikes.
Yeah, it is a little unfortunate, but that's just gonna be how it is. They still will have another chance going into game number 9 here, as will be able to get themselves into checkpoint. Just unfortunate that it's not gonna be 2 chances for them.
We're banking on Team Seongnam Rocks as well as Team Modern being our 2 teams moving on, because that makes sense. Modern and Seongnam Rocks, 2 teams that you would normally expect to be in season finals, but one of those 2 teams are not going to make it by the end of this, with Team Highway being our first way gone, which means despite this long set that they had to play, quote-unquote early night at this point for those players.
Crazy for... you have to kind of feel for Team Seongnam Rocks. They're in checkpoint 4 games ago, and 3 games ago, 4 games ago, and they still are not. They still have not won a game yet.
Yep.
And they're gonna go into game number 9 here, and they need to win this one, or that's gonna be it for Team Seongnam Rocks. That is gonna be it for their ERM.
Yeah, and there's a high possibility as well, and I really hate to be the one to say these kind of things, but if Team Modern doesn't make it into season finals, at least day 1, there's a high possibility that team disbands. So I hope it doesn't happen, but it all comes down to the teams. We are now officially at the golden round. That's going to happen in game number 9, the final game that we're going to have of LCQ finals. But until then, we're going to have another break, a 5-minute one, just so that we can catch a breather. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you can do it, guaranteed, for LCQ finals. We'll see you guys back here for game 9.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어다니. 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허튼 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
와, 합류해가지고 이렇게 킬 계속 나오는 게 대회권 템포거든요.
네.
와, 이거 셔터 찬스 이후에 낙하폰이 꽤나 데미지를 넣고 빠졌기 때문에.
그렇죠. 자, 이러면은 피스메이커 이후에 윌리엄만 잡으면 이러면은
근데
자,
마이가
생각보다 칼질하네요.
그렇죠.
낙하폰
거리 안
합류.
주고
자, 유스티드
FPS 죠.
합류.
와, 이조. 자, 이거 한번 당겨주면 잡습니다.
야,
끝까지.
무미야 삽이 지금 존재하는데 왜 이렇게 밸류가 좋지? 카체한테 맞아보면 탭창을 열어볼 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
시네마 선수 위치. 일단
자,
이거 셔터 찬스 맞지 않았고, 자, 이러면은 마이 쪽으로 포커싱이 들어가야 될 것 같은데 그걸 한동그람 선수가 일단 얀을 잘 봐주고 있어요. 그래서 마이
Welcome back, everybody. We are now getting ready for the final game of the night. At least it's not 10 games. Unfortunately for you guys, that curse is not going to be broken. But I want you all clap in the chat. Clap in the chat for Superior being able to break the golden round curse. Congratulations to you. This is a heartfelt moment. You're finally starting to break through them one by one. So maybe during the season finals, we might be able to see you getting the checkpoint for the 10-round score, the 10-round game and the series. Maybe, I don't know. This entire season has been about you breaking curses. So
10 rounds might be a little tough, especially with not a double checkpoint format, right? I think we're seeing even us going to 9 rounds because of that double checkpoint format. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, every single team is on checkpoint here. We're going down to a 7-team lobby because we did have one of our teams make it out. It was Team
Highway,
yeah, on the Eva backliner in the tank. So very excited to see how they do in the season.
By the way, for Super Spike, you guys are just gonna have to be patient with it because I don't know how to fix it. We don't know how to fix it. We tried doing some stuff, but I know Super also tries to adjust his mic position and things like that. It's just Discord being Discord. Hang on with it. Hey, we got just one more game remaining anyways. It shouldn't be that bad. All right, here we go. Final game, Justina, Gonzos, Mai, Gonzo, same thing, Heart, Gonzos. That is not going to be a playable character for the remainder of the series, or the lack thereof, I suppose, at this point. Not available, team 4-1. Super just explained it. We're going to be only playing with 7 teams now going into this one. And because it is Golden Round, it is guaranteed the last game. Whichever team wins this, they are the ones punching their tickets into the season finals. And man, oh man, is it going to suck for the team that ends in 7th tonight.
Yeah, this is the last hurrah for these teams to make it out here to punch your ticket, and Sangdom Rocks are putting all the cards on the table here. Satin going back to that signature Kyejin, and Belzer is going to be on that Alex.
Wow. Belzer Alex. Okay. Alright, I'm actually all for this, and it's funny because now we're having double frontline with one backline DPS. I know somebody in chat earlier was saying they were really mad about Satin not being on Hyejin anymore. Well, there it is. Congratulations to you. You do get to see it before we are going to call an end to the series. You're absolutely correct, though. I think Sangdom Rocks bringing out a lot to the table, although Hyungi on Piolo and Belzer on Alex is not something that I really anticipated.
Yeah, me neither. And we're going to have 2 Alonsos coming out as well, because of that Mai ban.
Oh.
Now, Alonso, one of those characters that we haven't really seen too much anymore in the Eternal Return Masters, just because, you know, he's one of those tanks that, you know, is just really easy to kind of play around, right? Because he's really streamlined in his engages, and, you know, he kind of get caught out really easily. But we'll have to see if it does end up coming out to work out for these teams, because they are running that EVA as well.
Very easy to dodge, and if you pretty much dodge the one thing that he wants to do at the beginning, how many people are in trouble? Jesus Christ. If you are able to dodge the one thing he's able to do at the beginning of the fight, then he doesn't really have anything else he can do. Although, you do have to recognize that pairing it up with something like the Kadia is very, very good for Alonso, because Kadia has changed into a very different style of ADC ever since Season 8 began, right? And this is one of the reasons why she's been playing a lot more in comparison to before. In comparison to before, where Kadia was more of a burst ADC, where you just did a ton of damage with each individual hit, which really didn't fare well against tanks. But now she's much more of a streamlined ADC, where her consistent DPS is just so good thanks to the sharpshooter granting her additional attack speed. She's also got sniper rifles, so her range tends to be a lot longer than most ADCs around. Everything has really been a lot of changes, has been really beneficial to Kadia in Season 8 to be a little bit more of a versatile ADC than anything else. If you can buy her time, she will do damage. Alonso is really good at that.
Yeah, 100%. And Kadia also just has that extra range that she's able... Oh, a great buffer there, actually. The Kadia on the backstep. But yeah, Kadia is one of those ADCs that can also just deal or have a lot of agency for herself, and is able to, you know, like use your electric shift forward to just poke down the enemy before the Alonso even goes in. And there's a lot of people here. There's going to be like 3 different teams here. Great blast wave coming out from the Celine to actually dodge out on that point from that Alonso, and looks like the Alonso is going to go down. Can Insane get the Emma? No, the change is going to come through. Insane's going to go down as well. A lot of kills, and Prey is going to be the one to get the break here, unfortunately. And New Rise got one as well on the top side here. It looks like it was team... I think that's team Sangdom Rocks getting the clean 3 kills on the...
Is happening right now. 2 different teams getting broken on the south side of the map. I don't really think I've ever seen Doc being a really big fighting spot for a lot of teams, but that is indeed what we ended up seeing. Modern Gun in a little bit of trouble. He jumps out over onto E8, but he doesn't realize that Green Apple is sitting around. Speed Gate is going to be used by the Felix, but that means a lot of experience gone, and he's not on top of anything right now either, which means, yeah, it's a lot of time wasted for the Felix. Eok gonna go down, the Alex going down on top of that, which means for Team Gaming, at least Factory is confirmed, but Factory at this stage in the game, not that valuable outside a couple of bears that you can grab.
Yeah, but he was able to pick up a kill, so, you know, it's a decent amount of credits, and Mastery gonna go to the side of Try looking for the Alex here, but Alex is a really slippery character. Really chase into Team Sagnum Rocks here. As San also going to be in forest there to pick up some extra farm. And oh, looks like the Alonso unfortunately getting caught out by the side of team. They do pick up another kill for themselves.
Now this is another problem with the Alonso, right? Because he doesn't really have any mobility skills. He'll just waddle around. He's going to get caught out by a lot of these mobile mages towards the later stages of the game. I don't think JCP can really live here either unless the speed gate is up. Yeah, there we go. The shield is there. The speed gate is going to get taken by Satan on top of that. JCP should die in a couple of moments, but another fight inside of Cemetery as the Nia's game world looking pretty solid. There's a lockdown over onto Chenyang. Down they go. 2 for 0 so far, 2 for 1 as Yuck gets taken down. Totem about to run away with this.
Oh.
No, the plus one is there, but now do you have enough resources? No, you don't. The break comes through. Very close. You're absolutely correct. The 4-stack actually tagging the Nia towards the end. It does force out the +1, but that's exactly why that exists, right? The +1, very annoying to killing Nia this early on when your cooldowns are not that great. Soul Link activated. Down goes the Chloe as the magnetic field is enough to knock him down, and you can see as soon as one goes, everybody from Young to Wales immediately decides to book it. Great blink to get out of that, and the White Lily to get himself completely out as well.
Yeah, huge find from Cicella, able to pull Fauna early into that team fight, and once the Chloe is pulled in, there's not really much Fauna can really do, as auto test coming out from the Kadia, the ultimate as well, to lock them down. Very nicely played by the side of Team Urice.
So trying to go for a 1v1 up against Insane because there's only innately 7 people, 7 teams. Sorry, the map is open, which is why winning 1v1s like this is absolutely huge. Team Urice got one in a great spot. Tree of Life picked up for the Kadia. That is very, very valuable at this point because even if Insane can't use it, Cicilla most definitely can.
Yeah, and you say winning 1v1s is valuable. It's even more valuable when there's a tree on top of it from those wolves. We do have Team Circus looking for the side of Team Prey here, but the Soulsteel is going to be invested to get themselves to safety. Rox is going to try to look for an angle in. There is the ultimate to split the members off, and they do end up getting the Emma, as the rest of the members of Team Wales are going to be forced to get themselves on out. I think the looks like they were able to secure the 4-score on Fauna. They were able to craft that Dicey.
That's nothing searching for you. Just getting these charms out and getting the fears out whenever the heck he wants, right? If it wasn't for the fear, Emma 100% gets out of that fight. So good stuff for Team Songnam Rocks. Good stuff for those guys. As we start heading into the latter stages of day number 2, a lot of teams are going to start focusing on their own objectives now. And with 7 teams remaining, the amount of objectives that are going to be on the map during night number 2 is going to be abundant. We have objectives spawning, we have dimensional rifts coming up, purple boxes that are going to be probably spawning as well, I think. No, it's just dimensional rifts and the alpha. But with the map as open as it is, there's so many things these teams can individually go for.
Yeah, we do have the alpha spawning in school very shortly here. It seems Sagnum Rocks are going to slowly start to push their way in. We got 3 teams here in school, and I think Team New Rise definitely want to contest for this box here. Going to try to look for an angle, and Hyungi is going to get the knock up onto the Alonso. Alonso is going to get locked up on the backside here. San going to try to find
completely useless.
Then Kadia is just going to get instantly killed. And yeah, I mean, the Alonso just a little split away from their team. The Alpha actually going to the side of Team Wales, and they're looking for Hyungi as well. Hyungi is going to go down. They're a little unfortunate for the side of Team Sagnum Rocks. They had a huge fight onto the side of Team New Rise, but the third parties of the Team Wales to get all of the reward of getting that Alpha himself as well.
Yeah, a little bit finicky for Hyungi to full send it. I do know the PLO matchup with Chloe is actually pretty decent, but yeah, not when you don't know the position of everybody else on the opposite team of the Chloes, and your team really isn't there to respond in kind. Hyejin not really there. Same thing for the Alex. A lot had to be invested from him to get out of the fight on top of it, so a little bit of a missed opportunity for Team Songnam Rocks. They're completely split apart right now too. I don't know if Hyungi is going to be able to get out of this situation. He's trying to 1v1 the Alonso, but look right behind him. Youngju Wales is waiting with 2 players right around. No Denal will get taken down, and this might be the saving grace. Hyungi, he needs to leave, like right now. He needs to use the Punisher. There's one, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive any longer. Okay, there's another death for the PLO.
That's okay. It's still just, you know, a day 2 death there. We'll give a lot of credit to the side of Team Whale. I think the PL already had 3 items, but this is fine, right? They're just split farming here on night 2, just getting as much credits as possible, and they should be able to respawn in time to maybe look for a buy-in coming into that night 3 cycle.
All right, 18 seconds to go. Minus 200s are about to start coming on through. Teammate in the chat, everybody. Okay. Which teams are going to get their wallets stolen out from right underneath them starting from now on? Beaterite going to get contested by Team Seongnam Rocks as well as Team U-Rise Kangwon. 2 of our National League teams fighting for their tournament lives are going to give it up as Seongnam Rocks will be able to maintain it. That Hyejin, oh, it's scary.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to get a Mithril off Lumi as well. We'll just give it over to the Piolo. It will be that Magic Lamp. So Piolo going to be on a slightly more tankier build for themselves there. We do have just every team, everyone's just slowly away from each other. Just playing it a little safe here. We're not going to have fights for these objectives. We did see Team U-Rise just completely giving up the box or the meteorite to the side of Team Rock. So everyone just trying to play their own game. Get to this final zone. A huge pull coming out from the Lennox.
Oh!
Down the IRAM. Very nicely played by the side.
Oh my god, okay.
Gaming, but wait a second. The Nia's Game Boy is actually going to be able to turn it as the Emma's going to get locked down, and it's going to be Team Circus coming out on top.
Chenyang, he does end up getting the cancel. Did the res come through? Yes, it did. Unfortunately, Mandu not going to be able to get res back.
Pull.
Look at the damage output over onto the Lennox, but it's not going to be enough. Ehuk. Down he goes, minus 400 for Team Circus. This is a classic story that we've seen time and time again. They do have enough credits to get the res back, but Chenyang is not letting it happen. Everybody from Team Mer Gaming trying to deny this as much as possible. Are they gonna use the VLS? Nah, it doesn't want to go into the red.
Yeah, huge pulls there coming out from the Lennox, is able to find these priority targets. The IRM getting pulled at the very start there, instantly bursted down, and then the Alex once again on the re-engage once they were able to get their teammate back up with that mobile kiosk.
I love the addition to the Lennox, by the way, on this team roster as well. It's pretty good, and in the end, getting the body lockdown nowadays is not exactly the greatest idea because the person who is not tanking everything can just back away and get the kiosk call. That is the one mechanic that you have to remember when securing these bodies when you trade 1 for 1. If you secure the body, they can res. If you don't secure the body, well, they have a chance to res, but they can't exactly do it from the kiosk immediately. So, another thing that you're going to have to factor in when you're starting to look for these fights. Omega contest between Team U-Rise Kangwon and Yangju Whales. Once again, another set of National League teams looking for these contests. Down goes one as MG going to get obliterated in the fight before it even begins. Zumu trying to do what he can, but the damage output is a little bit too much from Seongnam Rocks. Down goes the Alonzo. So wait, trying his best to run. Is he going to get out?
Uh-oh, Zoe guess has to get themselves on out of here. Is on the Tazia, should be able to dash over.
Ah, Punisher missed.
Did end up going into the zone. I actually don't know where the Felix went. I'm pretty sure they went into the rift there. And yeah, they did actually got it for free because you saw the Felix got the reward on the little pop-up there. So very nice for Team Modern, despite them, you know, having that mishap on some of them not able to enter that rift. Felix was able to get that completely uncontested, so didn't really lose out on too much there.
I'm a little bit worried still for Team Modern. This kind of composition works really well, especially for the Felix, when there's a lot of squishy characters around and not too many frontliners with good crowd control. But look at the teams that are in the game right now. We have a Lennox that's sitting up in the front line. We have Alonzo's. Alonzo is actually a pretty decent character to deal with the Felix, because while you can dodge at least a Q auto, you can't dodge the finger point at all unless you blink away as a Felix. I don't think using Crescent Sweep is usually enough to get out of there either. Good check with the ballistic advantage. We'll be able to snipe out and catch the members of Yangju Whales hanging around the corner. But my point still stands. Felix is going to be hard to navigate. I think for Team Modern, Gun, unless he pops off massively in this game, this kind of may have been the wrong one to call. I'm not sure.
Hey, you can't count Zoe on that Tazia as well.
Yeah.
Tazia Priya combo, pretty good together, and if Zoe finds the angles onto these backliners, tries to one-shot them with gun, I think they could definitely you know, still secure the spot here for the for the finals. So we're gonna have to see, how this team comp does end up working for them. Team Rocks. Ooh, they do end up getting a trade. I guess gonna trade it over. So I'm gonna be able to put that on real quick. Probably gonna be that Blood Cloak. Yes, it is for that Hyejin, and we have a fight on our hands here as Team Rocks. They're gonna try to look for something here. Youngie gonna get knocked up. Is gonna get hit by the Bell as well. Nothing really gonna come out. Team Circus, they don't really have too much to really push to catch out the members of the side of Team Sagnum Rocks here.
While that was happening, Uri's Conwens is still sitting on the chaser, right? Blood samples are starting to get called in for some of these teams. EMP Barrage sent out. There's the Charm of the Nomads as well. 5 Omens activated for Satin, but he gets a lockdown with the double agent. But it's traded in kind with the Nia. 1-for-1 trade. Remember, if you kill the body, you can get the kiosk res, but Satin's gonna get rezzed up first. Nicely done. There's the -200. There's a -400. Circus. Another -400. Their items are looking good, but you can't bleed credits like this at the middle of the game.
Yeah, Sagnum Rocks are actually looking really comfortable on this team comp there. It was a nice 2-for-1 trade, just able to get the IREM down early as well. And look at the damage coming out from the Sisela and this Kadia, chunking down this Priya already down to about 30% HP. They're just going to try to probably zone them off here to play for this red box, but there's another team. Wales is in the fray. Wickline going to be spawning in Forest. I think it's probably going to go to the side of Team Sagnum Rocks, completely uncontested on the bottom side. We got 4 teams on the top side here in school trying to play for this red box. Actually 2 red boxes up here. Looks like it's going to be Prey getting the other one.
Mer Gaming right on top of the objective. We do see Circus hanging around, but not interested in taking it, which means Team Mer Gaming running this.
Celine on 2 bloods already too.
Yeah, and they're about to get another one. It's going to go into the hands of the Emma. Should be going into probably the death at this point. She should be on her Kana? Yeah. No, she's on Shuriken, so that's going to be Blood Lotus Shuriken most likely in a couple seconds here.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking pretty strong to secure themselves the win here.
It's Rose Steps.
Oh, Rose Steps, yeah, for their ultimate. Actually, kind of like that, because you do get that burst damage. Great pull come out from Riori, able to chunk down Felix. About 30% of their HP, and there is the sniper shot as well. The timers are looking a little low on the side of Team Modern there. Priya already getting chunked down to about 5 seconds left, and a huge find for the side of Team Circus. We're able to find the Alex at where it looks like the side of Team Brox are completely isolated.
Where's Satan?
I think what happened, because they were in the rift, I think maybe one of them TP'd down here, and then maybe it was an unlucky TP, didn't end up TPing, and now they end up getting back together. So -200, but it's gonna be a little tough. They have to push into the
terrible
triple
spot.
They find Fauna. Looks like there's the ultimate coming out for him. Sad does it getting the fear. There's the ultimate as well. Oh, Fauna ends up going down. Huge find from the side of Team San, for the side of Team Brox there. San able to get the fear, and Fauna was a little mispositioned. They do end up getting the res though instantly for the side of Team Whale, so not too bad. Still 21 players alive. Everyone is gonna be on their toes here for the final 2 zones.
That was one of the sickest plays I've seen from Satin, by the way, man. Like, I know this guy makes some insane plays on Hyejin, but he somehow managed to get 2 stacks. And because he knows that the 5 Omens is never going to be in range, since Fauna is just going to be playing on the inside range, he blinks away, gets the final charm off from the Q, and then walks away like an absolute Giga Chad. Huge play, which does allow Sagnum Rocks to get away from a very, very tight corridor. It was a thin entryway from hotel into school. The Theo was sitting behind, but somehow managed to salvage that situation. That is huge for Sagnum Rocks.
Yeah, and they're sitting in a pretty good spot right now. They're going to try bunkering down in archery. If they could hold this zone by themselves, I think they definitely have a good chance of making it out here. But, I mean, there's still 7 teams live. There's going to be a couple teams probably try to contest them for this archery zone, and it's not really going to look too good for the side of Team Sagnum Rocks. Oh, San already getting chunked down and forced to use that heal plant. A little unfortunate, but Bow Skill is just going to chunk the members of side of Team Nerise down to about 30-40% of their HP, so I'd be a little careful. Don't know which teams are going to contest Teams Rocks here on the top side, but I mean, Mer Gaming, they got the Selena already on double blood. They have that Wick line as well. They're probably already trying to secure, or probably already securing their forest zone, so very interested to see which teams are gonna to archery and which teams are gonna try to contest for that wick, or gonna try to contest into that wick team.
Okay, all teams still alive. You can see how passive these teams are because they know how important of a series this is. But for Team Prey, getting corralled into a corner, is split into two teams at the moment. Umu trying to pump some damage into Hyungi, but that's a Piolo. Quite a bit tanky at this point. Look at the items on his build too. My god, Magic Lamp plus the Astro Helmet. He has so much defense with the EOD boots as well. Okay, here we go. Are we gonna try sending it? Satin gets the pull back on in. Alonso's a little bit isolated from the backside. EMP Barrage over to the backside. Umu is completely safe. JCP saves the shield until now, but that's timer being sent. Gadget points being spent on the south side. Fights between these two teams. Eok already taken down on the ground. Unfortunately, Nia's game roll not going to be enough. +1 not there in time. Circus is in trouble. Another set of deaths for this team. This one is going to be irrecoverable from -200, -400, -600, -800 throughout the course of the game. This is it though. There is no more saving you. Mandu with 5 seconds left on his timer is going to walk back on in
credits
with no more hope.
They haven't got any credits. There is the safety orb. Maybe gonna try to make a miracle happen. I think that's it for the side of Team Circus. I think they're gonna be out for the count for Eternal Return Masters. A little unfortunate. We did see some life into them, you know, the series, but yeah, just wasn't enough to get them there.
The beginning of the series was so good, and that coin toss was so hyped too. It's not a common augment that a lot of teams use because it really banks on you trying to get that early game lead. But yeah, it's just not enough, as even with that, way too many credits used by this team to get these callbacks and revives. That is going to do it. Circus, thank you so much for playing this season. We will see you hopefully in the next. But until then,
a little scary. We're the side team
of
modern.
their run. Yes, Newrise Gangwon up on the northern side. Yangju Whales hanging around. It's actually going to be Newrise Gangwon making their way down.
Wow,
Rocks gets a free zone.
Surprised Newrise aren't contesting and fighting Team Sangnam Rocks there, because now the fate isn't in your hands. You're not playing a fair 3v3. There's just too many teams in the zone here. There's the ultimate coming out from Whales and a huge double find, but a great double polymorph, and Phantom does end up finding it there, and it is able to live for so long. With the ultimate there. Wait, Zoe can make something happen here. No. He ends up going down as the res is going to come through. Whales is going to be fine here with extra timer as well to work with those skills, but it did the zone did end up just swapping. Ultimates are still on cooldown for the side of Team Whales, but I don't think Team Prey knows that. The double safety orb, that is not good for the side of Team Whales. They don't really have much to work with here. There's the ultimate. They're getting the full send it on the backside here. They do end up getting the Eva, but the third party is here. Team New Rise is gonna be able to shut down the side of Team Whales. But wait a second, they don't see the bottom side here. Are they gonna be able to get the res? No, they do end up getting the Eva, but it's not gonna be enough. Team Prey is gonna go down. New Rise are gonna be able to get all of these kills and get a lot of timer back, and gonna try to play into the side of Team Mer Gaming. We're gonna have to see who comes out on top here.
Here we go. Insane sitting on the item build with the Blood Ripper online, but these individual bomb stacks are just absolutely disgusting. Magnetic Field being sent by Noda now as a little bit of a last resort, trying to pull people back on in. That's going to be double Bunny Morph sent out with the Totem. Is this going to be a bad call? Yes, it is. Rockman gets taken down first. Totem taken down dangerously low. He gets tagged with the punch, and that's what kills him. Oh my goodness. Mer Gaming is out. We're down to two of our National League teams, New Rise Gangwon and Sangnam Rocks. The last fight for the last ticket to the season finals, and it's gonna be Sangnam Rocks with the positional advantage. Saten on his signature Hyejin. Can he do it?
I think the totem went too early, because I think the double poly didn't end up coming through. That's just so unfortunate for the side Team Mer Gaming. They're looking so strong for that final zone, but just able to find anything there. Sangnam Rocks, can they do it here? They were in checkpoint 4 games ago. Can they close it out here, or is it going to be to New Rise on this Alonso, Kadia, and Cicella here? 2 picks that Team Sangnam Rocks, you know, they were the ones that were playing these two, Cicella and Kadia. Can San do it on their signature Hyejin?
Okay, here we go. Hyungi sitting on the outside. White Lily is gone. There's the camera to check out where Hyungi is as well. Multi-pronged attack is the angle that Songnam Rocks wants to go for, but New Rise Kangwon is way too smart to let that happen. What is that EMP barrage? Why are they running straight into it? What is going on? Double knock-up over onto the backside. The damage output from Satan is looking pretty decent, but they're running straight through the Alonzo. There's the Galona bubble. Is it going to be enough? Yes, they can, because Satan snipes him down. New Rise Kangwon is gone. Down goes two. The Alonzo can all just waddle his way on through. Songnam Rocks will take the last ticket to the season finals. An immaculate play. EMP barrage, where the hell did it go? But it doesn't even matter. Satin cleans it up with the charms, and that does it. Songnam Rocks, we will see them at day 1 of season finals.
Great fear from San to lock down Zacella and the isolated 1v1 from Hyungi. There's not really much Ikade can do with that Piolo. Just so nicely played by Rocks to completely split off the side of Team New Rise, and they are going to be our second team going into the season final.
Oh man, but what a blunder from New Rise Kangwon, because the EMP barrage was terrible. Half of it was inside of walls, and you can't even access that. But everyone from New Rise Kangwon decided to walk into it instead of walking towards the outside of the school property. They should have gone over to where the mutant chicken horde starts spawning, because that's so much more of an open area where you can fight instead of being cramped in an area up against Hyejin. But that's what they ended up choosing, going for. So in the end, the EMP barrage actually being the saving grace for that team for some reason. Songnam Rocks making it happen with bells are on Alex.
I think the EMP barrage was set in a place where they were gonna be forced to walk into the Piolo, right? Because the Piolo was on the bottom side there, so it's either they eat the EMP barrage or they walk straight into the Piolo there, and they decided to eat the EMP barrage. And unfortunately, the Piolo still got it, right? The Piolo still had enough movement with just their blink. I think they just blinked on forward, got a double knock up. It was just so well played by Hyungi.
I love how the Alonzo was also just kind of like a totem. He didn't do anything. He used magnetic field, but everybody just walked past it. That's the problem with Alonzo. He does something really well, which is initiating. If his team gets initiated on, he can't really do anything about it, and we saw the picture-perfect example of why that's usually the case. Satin being able to just walk past the Alonzo like that should never, ever happen in a game like this, but what are you going to do? The double backlines got initiated on with a double knockup from the Piolo. There was just 0 responses to the magnetic field. They're both so busy trying to get away from a Piolo when they're double backline DPS. That is so hard to do, by the way, nowadays, because of how good Piolo is at just sticking out the targets like this. Great plan coming in from Songnam Rocks. I would have just hoped that the EMP barrage wasn't half in the wall, but you know, we'll take what we can get.
Definitely wasn't placed in a perfect spot, but I think it was good enough in a way that it kind of forced it basically kind of forced their hand.
I'm gonna take a look at it again, because I could have sworn it was terrible. Wait, hold on, let me see this.
it was directly in the corridor, so it was like
it was
like half of it.
That is indeed the saving grace. Here, let me double check that for you too. I'm gonna bring it up. I'll probably do I have a desktop? Yes, I do. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to do this. I'm gonna have a YouTube feed, so for you guys in the chat, you guys are gonna see like the YouTube control thing, but doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. So let's take a look at how this fight actually ended up going, right? Because EMP barrage, like, that's weird.
It definitely wasn't like perfect, but like it was placed decently enough that like it worked out, because it basically forced either the backliners to walk into the bottom side, where Piolo is right there, right? Piolo's chilling in that little school corridor, so they're either forced to walk there into the Piolo, or they walk into the EMP to get themselves into hotel, and they decide to go into hotel. I think the right place to probably get into the hotel, because they it looked like they were far enough, but you could see if you play the fight out, Piolo was able to get on in because he blinked forward and they hit a double knock. So it was just really fine.
And Man, oh man, oh man. But through all of that, we are guaranteed to have 2 teams now that are going to go to the season finals super. We have Highway and Team Songnam Rocks. Unfortunately for Team Modern, what an absolute shame of a tournament, right? Like they tried so hard throughout the entire season, but just barely couldn't make the cut because of the results in that phase 2 finals. They just barely couldn't make the cut. And that ends up resulting them going into LCQ. And we talked about this before too, but just because you get seeded into LCQ finals doesn't mean your run's over. So
yeah, it's kind of sad because they were doing so good in the LCQ as well, right? Like today they had I think they're going to be over like 120 points, but just not going to be able to make it in because of how the checkpoint system works here. You know, you got to get that win, right? They just weren't able to close out any of the games here, and you could see they're sitting at 107 points. And it's a Team Highway and Team Sangnam Rocks. I mean, I think Sangnam Rocks definitely had the best performing today, so I think their ticket is definitely deserved. So congratulations to those 2 teams. We will be seeing you guys, and I think about almost a month from now in the season finals.
The only thing that I will mention for Songnam Rocks is their first couple of games looked really good, but if I want more confidence in the team going into season finals from LCQ, they need to perform like this consistently, which is something that Songnam Rocks wasn't able to do despite running a composition that was pretty favorable towards them in a lobby that didn't really have too many resources for them to deal with Songnam Rocks. So there's definitely a lot of things that I think this team has to work on in order to be able to get ready for season finals. And for Team Highway, I'm going to be brutal here just a little bit because now we really do have to start thinking about season finals. I don't think they're ready for it just yet. Looked really good in the second, third, and fourth game. But the first game is going to happen a lot more, I think, in season finals than it did in LCQ, where they were just completely shut down from the beginning, minus 400s everywhere during day 3, day 4. You have to find a way to be able to deal with that or prevent that from happening altogether. If they can figure that out, I think Highway is also going to be a very, very strong contender, at least during day 1.
Yeah, it definitely did look a little shaky in the beginning, but I mean, they got a lot of time to polish up on a lot of their mishaps, right?
Yep.
I think they have about I think it's like 3 or 4 weeks until the season finals, so a lot of time to practice. And I mean, they definitely look pretty solid, in the later couple, in the latter halves of the games that we had for today.
Banking on heart too much is also a problem with some of our team compositions as well. Both of our teams coming up from LCQ rely on the heart, right? Whether it's Team Highway running the Eva and the heart, or Songnam Rocks running the Bernice heart, as well as the Cecilia. Heart's going to be a prioritized pick during season finals. So if you don't have an answer to this, then you're going to have to start figuring one out now, because definitely 100% for sure, at least one team will run heart at least once. That is almost a fact at this point because of how good she is with the Peacemaker. Her damage output is also good. So if you don't come up with answers like that, Highway and Songnam Rocks will also struggle with that too.
100%. Very excited, for the upcoming season finals, because we got a lot of good teams. A lot of good teams coming in.
Yep. A little bit of a surprise the way that today ended up going, but in the end, we do have 2 great teams. The ones that fought very valiantly throughout the course of the night in a very grueling set of 9 games. Could have been 10, but 9 games. A very long series, tying our Season 7 number of games during the LCQ finals. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm going to give you guys the code for the drops. There you are. Before we head out, it's 0910SOXAQ for your 5 common season fragment vouchers, as well as a drop token. Super, anything else you want to talk about before we call it for the day? I don't even want to call it night anymore because it's 8 a.m. here. I know it's for you slightly past 9 a.m.
We do have EU ERCS happening very soon. I think it's in like about a couple hours. So if you guys want to stick around for that, there will be some more tournament you guys to watch.
Good luck for the EU teams.
Let's see what time it is.
It should be, I think, in give or take 5 to 6 hours, somewhere around there.
Oh no, it's actually in 2 hours.
Oh, it's in 2 hours. Oh wow, they're starting EU a lot
Yeah,
oh,
2
no,
hours
it's
for you guys.
EU. SA started at like 2 p.m. yesterday. That's right. Okay. So, for people on the EU side, I know there were a couple people in chat that are part of EU ERCS. Good luck. Gambare, right here on the Eternal Return Game channel. It's going to be Lucy and Meek most likely back for that cast. So this channel, if you want to stay here, then go ahead. Just stay here like 2 to 3 hours and you should be able to see another stream. So, yeah. Is there anything else that we have to mention? Maybe I bring up the overview just so everybody knows date and times for the season finals and things like that. There we go. It's going to be about a month, as Super said earlier, on October the 10th as well as the 12th. Now, there's a day in between because KEL is going to be done on Saturday. So once we're done with day 1, on Friday, we're going to take a day break. If you want to watch KEL, the Korean site should have the stream for it, whether it's on YouTube, Chichijik, wherever you want to watch it. And then we'll be back on Sunday the 12th for the day 2 of season finals. All right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that is gonna do it for you and I today. Thank you so much for joining me. As always, Super, thank you so much for not abandoning for cards. I appreciate you. And yeah, thank you guys in the chat for joining us once again today. We will see you guys in season finals, day 1 and day 2. But until then, have yourselves a great rest of your month. Have fun watching EU ERCS if you're going to be there. Thank you. We'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, bye, guys.